According to what I read in the book, the belief universe is a very powerful universe. They will develop their believers. The more believers they have, the stronger the believers will be, and the stronger they will be. The path of belief in the belief universe is the easiest path to enter the heaven's origin realm of creation. In the last calamity, they occupied a universe with many believers and powerful strength. Tianci told Wang Xian about his understanding of the belief universe. Wang Xian nodded his head when he heard that. Yes, the belief universe is very powerful. Their power of belief is a little special. However, if one day you can kill the experts and disciples of the belief universe, you can obtain the heart of belief. To cultivators, the heart of belief is a huge treasure. The power of belief is very strong. The heart of belief is the condensation of the power of belief. Not long ago, I fought with the 9 origin universe. Now they occupy 2 universes. Be it the strong cultivators of Tianyuan or the number of disciples, they are both very large. He continued to speak. Wang Xian's understanding of the belief universe was rather deep. When he was in the starry universe, he had absorbed the memories of many strong cultivators at the level of the ruler of the belief universe and obtained many things from them. Just one universe that believed in the universe had 24 palaces. There were at least a dozen supreme gods in that universe. Wang Xian did not get a specific number. However, according to his estimation, the 24 palaces were equivalent to 24 powerhouses in the heaven's origin realm. Of course, all of this was hard to say. Foster father, will anything happen to us when we hunt down the powerhouses of the belief universe? Tianci asked Wang Xian. It's fine. All the heaven's origin creation in the belief universe are not of the same mind. They are powerful. After the calamity, they will lead their believers to invade other universes and develop believers. At most, it will be a few heaven's origin creation joining forces. They will not invade the universe with powerful strength. What they need is more believers and not resources. Wang Xian said with a smile. With Wang Xian's current strength, he was somewhat fearless. The two of them chatted while Lin Yo followed by the side. Soon, they arrived at the sword and magic universe. Once they entered the sword and magic universe, Tianci was instantly suppressed by the universe. Dragon King. At this moment, Lu Lan and Wang Xian had been waiting here. When they saw Wang Xian and the rest, they immediately went up to welcome them. Their eyes swept across Tianci, who was beside them, and their eyes sparkled. This is my foster son, Tianci. They are the heaven's origin creation of the sword and magic universe, Lu Lan and Wang Xian. When Wang Xian saw them, he nodded his head. Hello, Aunt Lu Lan and Uncle Wang Tian. Tianci greeted them with a smile. I dare not. Lu Lan and Wang Tian were slightly shocked when they heard Wang Xian's introduction. We won't waste any more time. We will enter the chaos directly. You guys can just wait here. Wang Xian spoke to Lu Lan and the rest. Dragon King, let us go with you. They are coveting our universe. We can't just stay here. Although we are weak, we can contribute a little. Hopeless Heaven immediately spoke up. Yes, Dragon King. We are, after all, Tianyuan manifestation powerhouses. Even if the other party is in existence at the control level, we can still bring them huge trouble. Moreover, we can't be sure how many Tianyuan manifestation powerhouses the other party has. Lu Lan also echoed from the side. The two of them wanted to fight together with Wang Xian. This was their universe after all. They naturally had to take action against their enemies. Besides, being able to fight alongside the Dragon King would also increase their friendship. It would be beneficial to their sword and magic universe. All right, let's go together then. Wang Xian nodded his head. He gestured to the heaven-bestowed Qilin bull. With a thought, he immediately flew towards the chaos at the side. Buzz! Lu Lan and Wang Xian immediately followed behind him. Huff! Foster father, is this the chaos? It's all gray. However, this is much more comfortable than the sword and magic universe. At the very least, there isn't any suppression. This was the first time Tianci had entered the chaos. He looked ahead and said with a twinkle in his eyes. Hee, that's right. There is no life in the chaos. It's all gray everywhere. If we can encounter other special items, they will definitely be huge treasures. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. Tianci, use your strongest technique to conceal your aura. We must conceal ourselves and approach. Brother Lulan and Wang Wangtian, listen to my command. Conceal yourselves first. He looked at Lulan and Wang Wangtian. Tianci nodded. With a wave of his arm, the illusory divine tree enveloped his surroundings and headed toward Wang Xian and the rest. Wang Xian also used the same technique. He used the 5 elements grinding Tai Chi dragon disc at the same time. Let's go! His body moved and he flew forward. Tianci immediately followed closely behind. This, the adopted son of the Dragon King, is very strong. He is much stronger than us. Hopeless Heaven sensed Tianci's technique and the energy in his body. His pupils constricted slightly as he transmitted his voice to Lulan. Lulan nodded his head silently. He was a little shocked. He now had some understanding of the Dragon King's power. The 5 of them concealed themselves and flew forward. Wang Xian knew the location of the building altar. This time he was familiar with it. He took out the treasures he exchanged from the 12 ancestral warlocks and approached them bit by bit. I've already sensed the other party's location. The last time I came here, I met an old man who was at the control level of the belief universe. When I approached him, he also noticed me very quickly. His means of detection are very strong. Be on your guard. As Wang Xian spoke, the body of the Void Dragon flew out from his body. The body of the Void Dragon held the 5 elements millstone and teleported to the front right. Foster father, my concealment ability is very strong. I shouldn't be discovered, right? Tianci looked at Wang Xian and said, yes, your concealment ability is very strong. Unless you are hundreds of millions of kilometers away, you shouldn't be discovered. Wang Xian nodded his head. Of course. In order to prevent any accidents from happening and to alert the others, Tianci, you go first. If you are discovered, the other party will not run away immediately. This way, we still have a chance and time. As he spoke, the black and white dragon robe draped over his body landed on Tianci's body. Tianci touched the black and white dragon robe that was transformed from the Taiji dragon plate and nodded at Wang Xian. He cracked a smile and said, foster father, leave it to me. Wang Xian nodded his head and watched as Tianci continued to move forward. They tried their best to conceal themselves and followed behind him. As time passed, they were getting closer and closer to the white altar. We're getting closer. Tianci kept advancing forward. Wang Xian and the rest followed behind him. He looked at the distance and his eyes flickered slightly. The last time he came to this position, he was already discovered. The main reason was that Wang Xian didn't have his current strength last time. The last time, the Void Dragon body didn't have a breakthrough and the ancestral tree didn't mature. As he continued to move forward, a few minutes later, a huge white building altar appeared in his sight. 2. One is at the mastery level and the other is at the beginner level. As he approached the white building altar, Wang Xian looked at the scouting item in his hand. His eyes flickered slightly. There were 2 heaven origin powerhouses. There was one more than the last time he was here. However, the extra one was only at the beginner level. It wasn't a big problem. Tianci, let's surround them from another direction. Linnea, take Lulan and the Wang brothers and don't move. Wang Xian sent a voice transmission to Tianci, who was in front of him, and began to instruct Linnea and the rest. Linnea and the rest nodded their heads. Let's go. We'll go this way. You guys listen to my orders. Wang Xian and Tianci flew in another direction. Their concealment techniques were better than Lin Yo, Lulan, and the rest. Wang Xian and Tianci moved forward discreetly. A few minutes later, they separated. 10 minutes later, Wang Xian arrived at the left side of the building altar. Tianci was at the back of the building altar. Get closer. Wang Xian took out his communication stone plate and sent a message to Lin Yo, Tianci, and the rest. Following that, they immediately surrounded the building altar. The body of the Void Dragon that had teleported to the right of the building altar also got closer bit by bit. When Wang Xian and the rest surrounded them, they were at the location of the building altar. The old man from the belief universe was at the center of the building. There was a tower-like building there. He and a middle-aged man were sitting cross-legged on the tower. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. His eyes focused and he immediately looked forward. The entire tower was also emitting light. Father, what's going on? The middle-aged man was slightly shocked and immediately asked. The old man frowned and looked forward. On the top of the tower, a pupil was also beginning to condense. The pupil was staring at the spot in front. It's the guy from the Sword and Magic universe. There's an extra heavenly Kismet powerhouse. It should be the one who broke through not long ago. The old man from the Belief universe said, "Those who are courting death. It seems like we have to fight them in advance. Father, we have the altar. Here, 3 initial-level heavenly Kismet powerhouses are not our match at all. Let's teach them a lesson this time." The middle-aged man beside him said coldly, "Dragon King, we've been discovered." At this moment, Lin Niu and the rest sensed that they had been discovered. They immediately sent a message to Wang Xian. "Unleash your power and fly over quickly to attract their attention." Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he immediately gave the order. Boom! Boom! When Lin Niu and the rest received the message, their bodies immediately released a strong power and flew towards the building altar. Lu Lan and Wang Xian also released a strong power and flew over quickly. They rushed over after being discovered. At the building altar tower, the old man looked in the direction of Lin Niu and the rest. With a move of his palm, a white stone slab appeared in front of him. With a wave of his arm, a part of the building altar began to emit light. There are 3 heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm experts. The one in the middle has energy comparable to the 2 weakest existences. The other 2 are the weakest heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm experts. The old man analyzed the strength of Lin Niu and the others and said indifferently, "We can easily deal with them." After all, the old man had set up this place for hundreds of millions of years. This building altar was like a spell formation set up by a wizard in advance, allowing him to burst out with even more powerful strength. "Then let's show them Father's strength," the middle-aged man next to him said with a smile. However, just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the white stone slab in front of the old man beside him emitted waves of ripples. The sudden fluctuation caused the old man's gaze to freeze. He immediately looked over. When he saw the fluctuation information on the white stone slab, his expression changed drastically. The old man flew directly to the sky above the tower. His entire body enlarged and he became a giant that was 10,000 meters in size. He was dressed in white clothes that were filled with the power of faith. He had a kind face and his entire person looked majestic and sacred. It was very convincing. However, at this moment, his expression was a little ugly. His pair of eyes were emitting the radiance of faith. It was as though he wanted to penetrate the surrounding chaos and sweep his gaze around. "Do it! Destroy them!" On the left side, Wang Xian shouted when he saw that his group had been discovered. They were now very, very close to the construction altar. He could even see the position of Tianxi. Lin Niu and the rest unleashed their power and attracted the attention of the 2 experts from the Belief universe. As for Wang Xian and the rest, they were either stronger or about the same as the old man and the rest. After most of their attention was attracted, they did not realize that Wang Xian and the rest were already so close. This made Wang Xian and the rest's encirclement completely formed. "You guys who believe in the universe, if you want to covet our sword and magic universe, you will have to pay the price today. Go to hell." Wang Wangtian stared at the 2 powerhouses who believed in the universe. His entire body was filled with violent killing intent. Covet their universe. Once the calamity arrived, who knew how many lives would die in their hands? Although it didn't happen, to them it was already a deep hatred. "Oh no, we're surrounded. The other party's strength is very strong. How is this possible? The sword and magic universe is clearly a very weak universe. How can there be so many strong beings?" When the elder who believed in the universe saw this scene, his expression changed greatly. His pupils revealed a trace of panic. Under his senses, the power from the front, back, left, and right were all extremely powerful. The weakest one on the right was also a heaven origin creator with the space attribute. He was extremely difficult to deal with. Attack! At this moment, Wang Xian let out a low roar and instantly transformed into his divine dragon body. He opened his dragon mouth, which was filled with an illusory energy beam, and attacked directly towards the center of the building altar. Walala! Tianxi waved his arm and a branch appeared in his hand. He slashed forward. The 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon plate flew out and continued towards the altar. The void dragon body also approached quickly. Lu Lan and Wang Tian flew over quickly. Their bodies were emitting energy as they began to attack. Hunting Tian Yuan Destiny. Burst. Boom. 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 Terrifying energy raged. Around the altar, streams of terrifying energy attacked the 2 heaven origin creation realm experts of the belief universe. That terrifying energy caused the surrounding chaotic energy to tremble. There are 2 or 3 control-level experts with deep foundations. We aren't their opponents. Run. When the waves of energy attacked them, the old man's heart trembled again. His expression was extremely ugly as he shouted in fear. He did not understand why this was the case. A small sword and magic universe with only 2 existences that had just entered the heavenly Kismet realm. He coveted this place and was already fully prepared. In the end, there were suddenly so many powerful powerhouses who had entered the heaven's origin realm. What was going on? The old man and the middle-aged man fled directly in the direction of the void dragon. According to his senses, that direction was the weakest and the easiest to break through. However, when they flew toward the void dragon's body, this clone of Wang Xian let out a low roar. The dragon scales on his body released mirror-like fragments. One by one, the space fragments charged towards them. Break through. The old man let out a low roar. With a wave of his arm, a huge human-headed staff appeared in his hand. He waved his staff forward. The human-headed staff released pure power of faith and attacked the space fragments. Under their attacks, the densely packed space fragments shattered rapidly one by one. They increased their speed and continued to fly forward. What? However, in the next moment, they were met with waves of attack energy. This caused their expressions to change slightly. Father, our position has been changed. The expression of the middle-aged man who was in the heaven's origin realm changed slightly. Similarly, he held a human-headed staff in his hand and waved it forward. When they were attacking Wang Xian's space fragments earlier, their position had changed unknowingly. This was the control of the void dragon's body over space. They flew forward. In fact, they were heading towards the back. Wang Xian and the rest's attacks had arrived in front of them. The terrifying attacks made their faces extremely ugly. These streams of energy were not something they could withstand. An existence at the level of the Great Tao could easily kill an existence at the level of control. Wang Xian's strength was comparable to the level of the Great Tao. The middle-aged man beside the old man was only at the beginner level. His strength was inferior to Lin Yo and was only on the same level as Lu Lan. Even Tianxi could easily destroy him. Not to mention there were Lin Yo, Lu Lan, and hopeless heaven around them. It was a huge suppression. Father, what should we do? They are very strong. We are not their match at all. The middle-aged man who was in the heaven's origin realm resisted the attacks of Wang Xian and the rest with great difficulty. He even took out a defensive trump card. However, the moment he took out his trump card, it was directly destroyed. This caused a look of horror to appear on his face. Ever since he broke through to the heaven's origin, this was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying powerhouse. Don't be stingy with your trump card. Just run away. The old man blocked the attacks from Wang Xian and the rest. His body was sent flying under the attacks as he roared loudly. His body shook and a cloud formed from the power of faith appeared. The cloud started to spread out at a terrifying speed. His body merged directly into the cloud and his position could not be seen at all. HMPH, you want to escape? If I let you escape today, it would be too embarrassing. Wang Xian snorted coldly when he saw this scene. He flapped his incorporeal holy wings and extended his dragon claw. An extremely huge dragon claw clawed at the cloud. The 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon plate followed the position of Wang Xian's dragon claw and attacked. Lu Lan, the hopeless heaven Kylan bull, and the rest unleashed an area of effect attack that covered the entire cloud. Faith, chant! The elder who was in the clouds sensed the attacks from all directions and let out a low roar. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the next instant, the whispers of the believers were heard continuously. Waves of special energy attacks were transmitted into the ears of Wang Xian and the rest. This voice was filled with bewitchment and temptation. It caused Wang Xian and the rest to fall into a momentary daze. Buzz. In just an instant, the branches of the soul-returning wood on the ancestral tree trembled, and he regained his clarity. By the time he regained his clarity, the huge cloud had already broken free from their blockade. Wind and thunder. Show yourself. Wang Xian focused his gaze. The inoriginator holy wings burst out with a dazzling light of wind and thunder. Amidst the clouds, two figures appeared with a striking light of wind and thunder. God striking. Not far away, Tianxi had also recovered. With a wave of his arm, the branches in his hand struck at the two figures. Father, save me. In an instant, a scream sounded out. Under the attack of the God-striking branches, the middle-aged heavenly Yuan creator's body was rapidly torn apart. It looked extremely miserable. His life force was also quickly dissipating. Believers, bless. The old man's face was filled with fear as his body released an extremely dense power of faith. The shadows of countless believers appeared above him. One by one, the believers prostrated on the ground and chanted softly. Streams of power of faith enveloped their surroundings and protected them tightly. At this moment, Wang Xian flew over instantly. The dragon horns emitted a glow and attacked their location. Crack! 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 The light and dark energy swept past. The attack from the blessing of the believers was instantly broken. The old man spat out a large amount of blood instantly. The shadows of the believers in the sky fell one after another. The moment the old man spat out blood, the body of the void god dragon appeared in the old man's hands. A dragon claw slashed across the middle-aged man beside him. Father! The middle-aged man roared. There was no time for him to dodge, so the dragon claw grabbed him and took him away. The terrifying power of space consumed his life force. The middle-aged man, who had been heavily injured by God's will, was instantly killed. Damn it, who are you people? How do you ruin the good thing of our belief universe? The old man's face changed when he saw this scene, and he roared angrily. Hee hee. Since you dare to covet other universes, we can't kill you? Die old. Wang Xian moved and appeared in front of the old man in an instant. His dragon claws landed on the top of the old man's head. Divine Dragon, you are the divine dragon of the nine-origin universe. I will remember all of you. The old man stared at Wang Xian with blood-red eyes and roared loudly. Those who believe in me will live forever. Return to the holy church. The old man roared and a white black hole appeared on his body. His entire body was instantly sucked away by the black hole. He had returned to the holy church. It was a powerful means of escape for those who believed in the elders of the universe. A black hole appeared and absorbed his body. On the other side of the black hole there was an illusory shadow of the holy church. It seemed to be filled with mystery and yearning. Do you still want revenge? Wang Xian stared at him with a mocking expression on his face. Netherworld dragon, give chase? Wang Xian growled and a black hole appeared around his body as well. He waved his dragon claw and a surge of energy enveloped the group of people. Following that, the group of people entered the black hole directly. Buzz. When the old man from the belief universe had just escaped from the black hole. At the side, Wang Xian and the rest also appeared at the side. When the old man of heaven's origin who believed in the universe saw this scene, his heart sank and his face turned extremely ugly. Without any hesitation, he immediately fled into the distance. It's a little slow. When Wang Xian saw the speed of his escape, a cold expression appeared on his face. Waving his dragon tail, a huge shadow of a dragon tail swept out behind him. Behind the old man, a huge face formed by countless shadows of believers appeared and blocked behind him. Boom! A terrifying collision sound was heard. The defense formed by believers was instantly shattered. The huge dragon tail swept across his body, causing his body to start to collapse. The old man let out a miserable cry. His body staggered and he continued to fly forward. With his current condition, he could not withstand Wang Xian's attack at all. Immortal binding. At the side, Tianxi waved his arm and released the most powerful branches of the ancient tree of destiny in his body. The branches seemed to have turned into a terrifying rope and coiled toward the old man. Run, run, run. The old man swallowed a mouthful of blood and ran forward desperately. Whoosh! However, in the next instant, that bundle of immortal branches appeared around the old man as if it had teleported and coiled around him. The old man didn't even have time to dodge before he was instantly bound. Not good. Seeing that he was bound before he could react, his face was filled with terror. The other party was too strong, so strong that he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. All he could do was run away, frantically running away. Seeing that he was entangled, he did not hesitate at all and took out 2 blood-red hearts. The hearts were still beating, so he crushed one of them. The other heart instantly disappeared. His body trembled. However, the next moment, his eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? My faith connection heart actually lost its effect, he roared. At this moment, he saw that the rope on his body was emitting a green light. The immortal binding branches emitted sharp thorns and entered his body. It made it impossible for him to escape. This made his eyes reveal a hint of despair. At this moment, the figure of the Void Dragon appeared behind him. The Void Dragon grabbed the 5 elements millstone with its claws and attacked him directly. It's over. He raised his head and looked at this attack with a look of despair on his face. The difference in strength was too great. It was so great that he didn't even have the strength to dodge. He couldn't even escape. With the opponent's strength, even if they were to surround and attack an existence at the Great Tao level, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. In fact, they would even have the upper hand. This time, he admitted defeat. The Void Divine Dragon carried the attacks of the 5 elemental grindstone and landed on his body. It quickly wiped out his vitality. Wang Xian immediately flew over. He waved his dragon claw and smiled. He had succeeded in killing him. He couldn't even escape. There were many tricks and trump cards of a powerhouse at the control level. However, Wang Xian and the rest had even more trump cards and tricks. With a wave of his arm, Wang Xian kept the corpses. Now, he had obtained 2 more corpses of a powerhouse at the Heaven Origin Creation level. One of them was at the beginner level while the other was at the control level. As for the corpses of a powerhouse at the Heaven Origin Creation level who believed in the universe, their effects far surpassed that of other powerhouses at the Heaven Origin Creation level. That was because they possessed the Heart of Faith. The Heart of Faith could allow other cultivators to increase their cultivation speed. It was convenient to break through the shackles, and it had a great effect. Especially the Heart of Faith of the great beings of the Heaven Origin Creation realm who believed in the universe. This was much more valuable than the bodies of the other great beings of the Heaven Origin Creation realm. For the great beings at the pinnacle level of universe masters, this was the most precious true treasure. If a powerhouse at the peak of the universe dominator could absorb a Heart of Faith, the probability of him becoming a powerhouse at the Heaven Origin Creation realm would increase by at least 50%. This was a very high probability. According to Wang Xian's estimation, if a powerhouse at the peak of the universe dominator realm like the Floating Queen absorbed it, the probability of him becoming a powerhouse at the Heaven Origin Creation realm would reach 80%. Of course, Wang Xian would not give such a treasure to the Floating Water Queen. Wang Xian would give the Heart of Faith in these 2 corpses to the disciples of the Dragon Palace or even absorb it himself in the future. This was especially so for the corpse of the old man who was at the control level. He actually killed him so quickly. Lu Lan and Wan Tian, who were at the side, saw the scene. Their eyes were wide open and their faces were filled with shock. 2 powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin realm. One of them was even stronger than the 2 of them when they joined forces. However, he was completely killed in such a short period of time. They did not help at all. One of them was a beginner while the other was at the control level. They killed him directly. They looked at Wang Xian again with respect. The Dragon King's strength was much, much stronger than before, especially when they saw Wang Xian's attack just now. Compared to when he dealt with the Agar Heavenly Demon God, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. This improvement was too terrifying. All right, the crisis of your sword and magic universe has been temporarily resolved. As for whether they will make a comeback, it's hard to say. However, I think we might have to consider it when the universe of faith deals with you in the future. Wang Xian kept the corpse and said to Lu Lan and Wang Tian with a smile. The harvest this time was huge. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you for your help. Lu Lan and Wang Tian quickly thanked him. Wang Xian shook his head. You're welcome. We're friends. Let's go back. It's you, Dragon King. Lu Lan Wang Tian was completely convinced by Wang Xian at this moment. He also felt some respect in his heart and nodded his head. Wang Xian took a glance at the construction altar and kept it all. Then they flew toward the sword and magic universe. The encirclement this time was very successful. However, just as Wang Xian arrived at the sword and magic universe, a piece of good news suddenly came. An unexpected piece of good news suddenly reached Wang Xian. The news came from the celestial nation. It was from the Queen of the Floating Waters. And the news was that she was about to break through. The current her had a feeling that she would be able to break through in a month or two at most. When the Queen of the Floating Waters sensed that she could break through her shackles, she immediately passed the good news to Wang Xian. After Wang Xian saw the news, his eyes sparkled. This was a good thing. It was also a good thing for the Dragon Palace. Similarly, it was also a good thing for the Nine Origin universe. The breakthrough of the Queen of Floating Water will definitely be a great joyous occasion for the Nine Origin universe. At that time, all the powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm should be here. Wang Xian thought to himself as his eyes sparkled. It's time to make a move. Wang Xian made up his mind. It's time to make a move against the Phoenix clan. To end all the grudges. To end everything. With his current strength and the current strength of the Dragon Palace, he could definitely make a move. Previously, Wang Xian had the strength to destroy the Phoenix clan. The reason why he didn't do it was because he wasn't 100% confident. This 100% confidence didn't mean that he couldn't destroy the Phoenix clan. It was because he was worried that the other Heaven Origin creation powerhouses in the Nine Origin universe would interfere. They might not help the Phoenix clan. However, they might not let Wang Xian destroy the Phoenix clan for the sake of the Nine Origin universe's strength. The calamity was about to arrive. With the addition of a powerful peak race, there would naturally be a large number of experts. For the sake of the future of the Nine Origin universe, there might be some Heaven's Fate who would not advise Wang Xian to make a move. Even the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor might not let Wang Xian make a move for the sake of the overall situation. This was what he was most worried about. But now there was no need for him to worry. The Queen of the Floating Waters would break through and stand by his side. With his current strength and the presence of Heaven's gift, even the Shadow Devil Emperor had to hesitate when he sensed this power and consider the consequences. Wang Xian firmly believed that this consequence would be on his side. Having made up his mind, Wang Xian sent a message to the Queen of the Floating Waters. Brother Lu Lan Wang Tian, let's part ways here. PM going back to the Nine Origin universe. Wang Xian looked at Lu Lan Wang Tian and the rest and said directly, Dragon King, why don't you stay with us a little longer? We haven't thanked you properly yet. Lu Lan Wang Tian said hurriedly. No need. I have an expert who is about to make a breakthrough. I have to go back and take care of some other matters. My clone will go back with me. Wang Xian smiled and shook his head. He waved his hand at them and rushed towards the Nine Origin universe. Lu Lan and Wang Tian opened their mouths and watched as Wang Xian and the rest disappeared quickly. Your first real battle is not bad, Wang Xian said to Tianci as he rushed towards the Nine Origin universe. Foster father, the main reason is that this person is too weak. Furthermore, it was you who made the move, so I used the immortal binding twigs. Tianci said with a smile. This immortal binding twigs of yours is very strong. It can render some of the escaping treasures ineffective. It is very lethal to weak Heaven Origin powerhouses. Wang Xian said to him. Tianci used the immortal binding twigs at the last moment. It could render a control-level powerhouse unable to escape even if he used a supreme treasure. Such an effect and ability was very terrifying. It was worthy of being the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin. HMM, the next time, Godfather, you asked me to fight more. In the past, I still had my companions to train and spar with. Now there's no one left. It's too boring. Tianci said. Hee hee. Wang Xian smiled. If you're bored, I'll spar with you. Godfather, you're too strong. Two powerful treasures and a powerful clone. Your strength is comparable to the great Tao, right?
Tianci asked curiously. More or less.
Wang Xian nodded his head. This time, follow me to the Nine Origin universe. I want to get rid of an enemy. Oh? Foster father, are you going to get rid of another Tianyuan creator? Tianxi's eyes lit up as he spoke. Yes, he is not strong. He is not as strong as you. He is one of the top races in the Nine Origin universe. He has a grudge with the Divine Dragon Clan who used to be foster father. Wang Xian nodded. Buzz.
He chatted with Tianci and soon arrived at the location of the teleportation. Through the teleportation formation, he quickly teleported to the Tree of Chaos. This way. Wang Xian gestured to Tianci and quickly flew toward the Celestial Nation.
Buzz. Soon, Wang Xian sensed the aura of the Queen of the Floating Water.
Beside him, a group of experts from the Celestial Nation gathered in front of her. Their faces were filled with excitement.
Wang Xian flew over and sensed the situation of Queen Floating Water. Greetings, Dragon King. Greetings, Dragon King. When Queen Floating Water saw Wang Xian flying over, she immediately bowed respectfully. The group of powerhouses from the Celestial Nation also bowed respectfully. Their eyes couldn't help but glance at Tianci, who was beside Wang Xian.
From that aura, they immediately confirmed that this was a powerhouse from the Heaven's Origin realm.
You, re-welcome.
Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. He looked at Queen of Floating Water and smiled. Congratulations, you've succeeded. I have to thank you for your treasure, Dragon King. If not for your treasure, it would be impossible for me to achieve a breakthrough. Queen of Floating Water's face was filled with a smile. I can already sense the mirror before my breakthrough. Now that the mirror has cracked, I'll achieve a breakthrough in 2 months at most.
It is your own good fortune that you are able to achieve a breakthrough. Wang Xian smiled at her and said, I am contacting the various Heaven's Origin destinies now. Your breakthrough is a big deal for our Nine Origin universe. As he spoke, he took out a communication stone plate.
Buzz buzz.
Coincidentally, just as Wang Xian took out the communication stone plate used by the Heaven's Origin destinies to communicate with each other, a message suddenly came from it.
When Wang Xian saw this message, he was slightly stunned.
Everyone should be in the Nine Origin universe. Our Phoenix clan has an important announcement. 10 days later, our Phoenix clan's disciple, the Water Phoenix King, has made a breakthrough and invited everyone to come and watch the ceremony. At that time, our Phoenix clan will invite all the powerful disciples in the universe to a banquet to add a Heaven's Origin creator to our universe.
This was a message from the communication stone plate.
It was a message from the Emperor of the Phoenixes. When Wang Xian saw this message, he was stunned. This was such a coincidence.
The Queen of Floating Water was about to break through to the Heaven's Origin blessed realm. It would take at most 2 months.
The Queen of the Water Phoenixes from the Phoenixes announced that she would break through in 10 days. The time taken for her to break through was merely more than a month longer than the Queen of Floating Water. This is simply a joke of fate. It is simply heaven playing with the floating queen. The last slot was actually cut off. In the Grand Hall of the Tree of Chaos Celestial Nation, Wang Xian looked at the information on the communication stone plate and frowned slightly. This matter was not a good thing for Wang Xian. It was even more bad news for Queen of the Floating Waters and the rest. The Celestial Nation paid a huge price to obtain the corpse of a Heaven Origin creator from him. Just as they were about to make a breakthrough, someone beat them to it.
Oh? Sir Dragon King, what's the situation? At the side, the Celestial Nation's experts were slightly stunned when they saw Wang Xian frowning. They asked in astonishment.
Fellow Taoists and friends, today, the Phoenix tribe announces something. 10 days later, the Phoenix tribe invites all of you to come and watch the Phoenix tribe's Water Phoenix King breakthrough and advance to the Heaven Origin blessed realm. We welcome all the strong disciples to participate.
Fellow Taoists and friends, my Phoenix clan would like to make an announcement today. 10 days later, my Phoenix clan would like to invite all of you to witness the breakthrough of the Water Phoenix King of my Phoenix clan and the ascension to the destiny realm of the Heaven's Origin.
All the strong disciples are welcome to attend. Before Wang Xian could reply, a voice came from outside.
This voice was repeated 3 times and spread to every corner of the Tree of Chaos.
All the strong disciples in the 9 origin universe could hear it clearly. When all the strong disciples heard this voice, they were slightly stunned and looked surprised. Over at the Celestial Nation, Queen of the Floating Waters and the rest were completely stunned when they heard this. The smile on their faces disappeared completely. 10 days later, the king of the Water Phoenix broke through to the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm. An expert from the Celestial Nation muttered. His body could not help but take a step back. His expression was a little absent-minded.
How is this possible?
How can this be such a coincidence?
10 days later, he broke through. In front of me. The Queen of the Floating Water Tribe's expression also changed drastically. She turned pale instantly. She quickly looked at Wuxia in front of her and asked, Sir Dragon King, is this real? It shouldn't be fake. The King of the Water Phoenix will break through in 10 days. Unless you can break through before him, don't even think about breaking through for the time being.
Wuxia nodded at her. Fate was a little tricky. There was only one spot in the 9 origin universe. Whoever broke through first would not be able to break through.
Unless he entered another universe with a spot, he would never be able to break through until the King of the Water Phoenix died.
The floating queen's face was filled with bitterness and confusion. He would need at least 2 months to break through, which was the fastest time.
He couldn't break through more than a month in advance. Besides, no one could help her break through this shackle. She knew better than anyone. How could this be? How could this be?
The Water Phoenix King beat me to it. Just a little bit more time. How could this be? One of the Floating Water Queen's older brothers couldn't accept this reality. He kept on talking and completely lost his composure.
A heavenly Yuan creation realm expert was too important to the Immortal Empire.
Everything was unknown in the calamity. If it was like the previous calamity, a peak race without a heavenly Yuan creation realm expert could be wiped out. It wasn't that this didn't happen in the previous calamity. Only with a strong cultivator in the heaven's origin realm, this peak race wouldn't be wiped out.
Now, the realm of the heaven's origin realm that was within reach had been conquered. They were overjoyed and found it hard to accept.
It made them break down a little.
Huff,
huff. Some of them were breathing rapidly. Wuxia stood there with his eyes flickering.
Don't be anxious. Everything will be in 10 days.
He looked at the Queen of Floating Water and said faintly. He didn't say anything else.
Wuxia's figure moved and left immediately.
He was going to carry out some plans.
Let's not despair now. Don't be anxious. Floating Water has already touched the bottleneck of breaking through. She can break through easily. If the quota for the 9 origin universe is taken, we can go to another universe with a quota when the calamity arrives.
Then we can let Floating Water break through. We still have a great chance. Seeing Wuxia leave, the experts from the Celestial Nation spoke up. Yes, we still have a chance. Floating Water has already taken the most important step. There are no more spots in the 9 origin universe, and there will be spots in other universes as well. Let's go to other universes and occupy this spot. The surrounding experts began to agree. They kept consoling themselves and the others.
However, they knew that it was so easy to go to other universes to make a breakthrough and take up a spot in other universes.
The spot in the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm was extremely important to any universe. If they wanted to go to another universe to make a breakthrough and take up their spot, it would be a death feud for the experts and living beings in that universe.
They would not rest until one of them died.
When the calamity arrived, a large portion of the chaos would be like this.
The spot for the heavenly Yuan creator.
There was another thing, and that was to break through to another universe. The risk was very, very great. Breaking through to the heavenly Yuan creator realm required one's mind and body to be one.
In other words, after one broke through, one's life would change. All of the resurrection treasures from before would lose their effectiveness and need to be renurtured.
Under such circumstances, the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin was the weakest.
Once it died, it would truly die. This was the reason why the Aga heavenly demon god was truly annihilated.
When Tianxi made his breakthrough, Wuxia brought people over to prevent any accidents from happening.
This was the protective array.
The true body of a heaven's origin creation realm expert was extremely valuable.
During the calamity, there were indeed Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts who specialized in killing Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts who were in the midst of breaking through. This was because at this time, their resurrection treasures would lose their effectiveness. Of course, this time was very short. As long as they refined them again and hid their resurrection treasures somewhere, it wouldn't be a problem. In addition, even if some experts had special resurrection treasures. However, if he was killed after breaking through the Tianyuan blessed realm, even if he had special treasures to resurrect himself, his realm would drop completely. It would be difficult for him to break through the Tianyuan blessed realm for the rest of his life. That was because his foundation was completely destroyed. The powerhouses of the celestial nation stood in the main hall and kept talking. Their faces were filled with deep sighs. Why was their celestial nation in such a miserable state? Wang Xian did not care about the matters of the celestial nation. He brought Tianxi to the position of the Dragon Palace. Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue rushed over when he saw Wang Xian. He bowed to Wang. Xian. Dragon King, the king of the Water Phoenix, is about to make a breakthrough. This is not a good thing for us. He frowned and said, "In 10 days, let the strong disciples of the Dragon Palace go and witness the birth of a strong cultivator in the heaven's origin realm." Wang Xian smiled faintly as his eyes flickered. He wanted to witness the birth of a strong cultivator in the heaven's origin realm. And the fall. Although the breakthrough of the king of the Water Phoenix had some impact on Wang Xian's plans. However, the impact was not too great. Since he had decided to make a move, there was no need for Wang Xian to give up on this matter. It was just that he had one more powerhouse who had just stepped into the destiny realm of the heaven's origin. Should he just kill him directly? When the time came, Wang Xian would make a move instantly and kill him directly. After all was said and done, who would have any objections? Would the nine-origin universe be short of a heaven's origin creation? It would be fine as long as the Queen of Floating Water took over. Everything depended on one's strength. Wang Xian felt that he had to display his strength and dignity appropriately. Oh, it's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue was slightly taken aback when he saw Wang Xian's expression. He then nodded his head immediately. A battle of this level was not something that the current strong disciples of the Dragon Palace could participate in. He only needed to be responsible for the matters of the disciples of the Dragon Palace. As for the rest, the Dragon King would decide for himself. The Water Phoenix King is actually going to break through. These three have the best chance of breaking through to the Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm. I didn't expect the Water Phoenix King to take this step ahead of time. Amazing. Once the Water Phoenix King breaks through, the Phoenix clan will have 2 Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm experts. That's 2. Recently, due to the rise in power of the Dragon Palace, the Phoenix clan has been keeping a low profile. Now that the Water Phoenix King has broken through, the Phoenix clan will have 2 Heavenly Kismet Realm experts. By then, they won't have to fear the Dragon Palace at all. At least they won't be as low profile as before. Now, I reckon that even if the Water Phoenix King breaks through, there's still a gap between them and the Dragon King. However, this gap is no longer as exaggerated as before. After the Dragon Palace, the Phoenix clan is the only one among the peak races that has 2 Heaven Origin Destiny Realm experts. In the future, the Phoenix clan will probably become stronger and stronger. The Dragon Palace and the Phoenix clan have a grudge. In the past, they could easily suppress it, but now it's going to be difficult to come to an end. In the Tree of Chaos, all the strong disciples of the major races were constantly discussing. The Phoenix clan giving birth to a heavenly fate expert was a huge event for any of the powerful disciples in the 9-origin universe, especially since the Phoenix clan had a huge grudge with the Dragon Palace. All the powerful disciples in the 9-origin universe were clear about this grudge. This was definitely not something that the Angel clan could easily resolve. The grudge between the Angel clan and the Dragon Palace was something that the Angel clan had always been at a disadvantage, as long as they were willing to accept it. However, the Dragon Palace and the Phoenix race were different. This was related to the destruction of the Divine Dragon race. It definitely wouldn't be so easy to resolve. However, no matter what, the Dragon Palace and the Phoenix race should be in a stalemate in the future. This situation should also be in a stalemate for a long time.
After all, it's too difficult to kill a heaven origin creation realm expert. An expert said in the end. The calamity was about to arrive, so the enmity between the Dragon Palace and the Phoenix clan would be temporarily put on hold. Time passed day by day. All the expert disciples discussed the Water Phoenix clan's breakthrough every day. On the other hand, the Phoenix clan's expert disciples excitedly began to set up. The breakthrough would be in the 9 origin universe. Naturally, the Phoenix clan had to choose their Phoenix Mountain as the location for the breakthrough. At present, the various peak races had already established a long-distance teleportation array from the Tree of Chaos to their nest. As long as they passed through the teleportation array, they would be able to reach Phoenix Mountain in an instant. Furthermore, they had made a lot of preparations for the Water Phoenix King's breakthrough ceremony this time.
They had made a lot of modifications. They were going to show the dignity and imposing manner of the Phoenix clan.
I've been a bit sullen recently. Now that the Water Phoenix King has made a breakthrough, we won't be afraid of the Dragon Palace anymore. That's right. The experts and disciples of the Dragon Palace have been a bit arrogant recently. If they dare to be arrogant in front of us in the future, we'll teach them a good lesson. It's just a small Dragon Palace.
Haha, no matter what, our Phoenix clan's strength in the 9 origin universe will increase greatly. Let the Dragon Palace take a good look this time. The experts and disciples of the Phoenix clan were also very excited. They had been very sullen recently because of the Dragon Palace.
Now, the Dragon Palace still dared to be arrogant? The number of heavenly yuan fortunes of the Phoenix clan was no less than that of the Dragon Palace. Compared to the celebration and excitement of the Phoenix clan, the Immortal nation was a little gloomy and worried. Fortunately, only the top experts of the Immortal nation knew about Queen Floating Water's breakthrough. Today, the teleportation array of the Phoenix clan has been opened. We welcome all the disciples of the clan to come and worship the Water Phoenix, King of the Phoenix clan, for his breakthrough.
On the 9th day, another voice came from the Phoenix race.
The voice resounded throughout the entire Tree of Chaos.
The Phoenix race's teleportation array had been opened. Within the Tree of Chaos, all the powerful disciples heard the news and did not hesitate at all. They immediately flew towards the teleportation array.
The breakthrough of a heaven origin creation realm expert.
This was a grand occasion.
Who did not want to see it?
Who did not want to see it?
Moreover, the birth of a heavenly yuan creation realm expert, they also needed to go over and worship it.
This was also the unspoken rule of the 9 origin universe.
One after another, the powerful disciples rushed over. For example, the weaker peak races of the Divine Tiger clan, the powerful disciples of the clan all rushed over. The powerful disciples of the various peak races rushed over.
At the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Gue led most of the strong disciples and flew towards the teleportation formation. Are all the strong ones in the Heaven's Origin realm here?
Yes. Recently, all the strong ones in the Heaven's Origin realm are around the universe. The birth of a strong one in the Heaven's Origin realm is a major event. Naturally, all of them are here. At the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian and the Elven Empress were talking through the communication stone plate.
Wang Xian was asking about some things.
All the powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm in the 9 origin universe were here. It's good that they are all here. Wang Xian smiled. He looked at the heaven-bestowed Qilin cow and said, "Let's go. When the time comes, I'll use the ancestral tree to connect to the same root in your body. When I connect to the Qilin cow, all of you will be able to unleash your full strength. However, you may not have to do anything this time. I should be able to handle it myself." He spoke to the two of them while Tianxi nodded his head.
Foster father, are all the experts from your universe here?
Can they see everything? Tianxi asked with interest and curiosity. Wang Xian nodded his head and said, "This is a grand occasion in the 9 origin universe." As he spoke, he flew out. He looked at the teleportation formation of the Phoenix clan and flew over with a smile on his face. "Greetings, Dragon King. Greetings, Dragon King."
In the surrounding area, when the group of strong disciples saw Wang Xian and the rest flying over, they were slightly stunned and immediately bowed respectfully.
Wang Xian flew towards the teleportation formation. In the surrounding area, the strong disciples from the various peak races looked at Wang Xian. They respectfully made a path for him and shouted. Regardless of which peak race they were from, they were strong cultivators in the heaven's origin realm. The strong disciples from the other races had to be respectful. If they were disrespectful, they could kill them as they pleased. This was the dignity of a heaven origin creator. Wang Xian brought Linyu Tianxi to the teleportation formation and stepped into it. The one beside the Dragon King seems to be a heaven origin creator as well. I think so. What's going on? This heaven origin creator isn't from our 9 origin universe, right? Did the Dragon King find him? That's possible. Now, the Phoenix clan has an extra heaven origin creator. The number of them is almost the same as the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King has found another heaven origin creator. I'm afraid that it's because he wants to fight against him.
It's an open and hidden battle.
Seeing that Wang Xian had entered the teleportation formation and was at the back, a group of powerful disciples were discussing in a low voice. Phoenix Mountain. This was the birthplace of the Phoenix clan and also the habitat of the Phoenix clan. In Phoenix Mountain, there were many parasol trees growing. These were parasol trees of the venerable level.
However, parasol trees of this level were everywhere. There were at least 100,000 of them.
Heritage. This was the heritage of the Phoenix clan. The heritage of the Phoenix clan was almost as long as that of the Divine Dragon clan. In the past, the Phoenix clan had the birth of top-notch heaven origin creation stage powerhouses.
Under normal circumstances, once a heaven origin creation stage powerhouse died unexpectedly, the next generation of heaven origin creation stage powerhouses would be able to rejoin them immediately.
There wouldn't be any fault. What an imposing manner. It's much more imposing than Earth City.
Tianxi followed beside Wang Xian. He looked around Phoenix Mountain and said in slight astonishment, "The 9 origin universe as a whole is several levels higher than your 6 paths universe."
Wang Xian said to him, "Just a fallen shadow devil emperor could destroy the entire 6 paths universe."
The strongest undead in the 6 paths universe was only at the level of the 12 ancestral warlocks.
Tianxi nodded his head.
"Dragon King, this way please." At this moment, a fire phoenix flapped its wings and led the way to Wang Xian.
Wang Xian nodded his head lightly and flew straight ahead. Soon, a huge banquet platform appeared in his sight.
There was an extremely powerful formation brewing in the surrounding areas.
In the middle, there were more than 20 seats. There were already people sitting on the seats.
The Emperor of Angels, the ancestor of Xuanwu, the Hetian Saint, the Emperor of Phoenix, the 12 ancestral warlocks, and the rest were all sitting there. The seat in the middle was still empty. It was obvious that it was reserved for the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. In the 9 origin universe, the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was the strongest and had the highest status.
The Dragon King is here. When Wang Xian arrived, the Emperor of Phoenix saw him and sneered. He said to him, "I heard that you invested in the floating queen of the celestial nation and used up a lot of resources. What a pity."
"Indeed, it's a pity. The floating queen has already reached the threshold of the shackles. You guys beat her to it. It's really bad luck." Wang Xian came to a seat and sat down. He replied calmly.
Lin Yo and Tianxi were sitting beside him. Our Phoenix clan has always had good luck."
The Emperor of Phoenix smiled and glanced at Tianxi. He raised his eyebrows slightly. "Why are there outsiders in the golden age of our 9 origin universe?" After the Emperor of Phoenix finished speaking, the eyes of the Emperor of Angels, the Hetian Saint, and the rest also landed on Tianxi. Today was the golden age of the 9 origin universe.
Tianxi was obviously an expert from another universe. However, when they sized up Tianxi's face, they had a thought. There are no outsiders. Let me introduce you to my foster son, Mu Lishianxi. He is from the 6 paths universe. He has just broken through. Wang Xian looked at the Emperor of Phoenix with a smile on his face. He introduced, "He is stronger than you. You should know that. After all, he's not a powerhouse from our 9 origin universe." The Emperor of Phoenix's face darkened. He remained silent for a few seconds before he said expressionlessly, "The powerhouses of Tianyuan in the 9 origin universe knew about Tianxi and the 6 paths universe. Naturally, they knew that Tianxi had a complete treasure of Tianyuan in his body.
Now that he had made a breakthrough, he had a strength that was not weaker than that of a controller. The reason why the King of Water Phoenix was able to make a breakthrough this time was that the King of Water Phoenix had taken out many treasures of the Phoenix clan. Some resources and treasures that would not be used unless it was an emergency. He had to take them out in order to fight against the Dragon Palace and the Wong Immortal, especially after what happened in the Six Paths universe. The Dragon King had an adopted son who was at the control level. Although it was said that he belonged to another universe, he could not pose a threat to him now. But what about after the apocalypse? Therefore, the Emperor of the Phoenix spared no expense and allowed the King of the Water Phoenix to achieve a breakthrough. He stopped the breakthrough of the Queen of the Water Phoenix. Wang Xian smiled faintly when he heard his words. He didn't say anything and looked around. At this moment, the powerful disciples from the various peak races and the Nine-Origin universe had already rushed over from their surroundings. The entire area around the banquet hall was densely packed with the powerful disciples from the various races. With a glance, there were at least 1 billion of them. It was endless. It looked extremely spectacular. All the powerful disciples were discussing and talking excitedly. Many powerful disciples had never seen the scene of a heavenly Yuan creation realm expert breaking through in their entire lives. They wanted to see it for themselves and hoped that one day they would be able to reach this stage. Prime Minister Gue and the powerful disciples of the Dragon Palace were also watching from not far away. Most of the disciples of the Dragon Palace had also arrived. The breakthrough of a heavenly Yuan creation realm expert might be able to give them some insights. Seconds and minutes passed. Not long after, the Shadow Devil Emperor appeared out of thin air on his seat. The Emperor of the Phoenix, Queen of the Elves, and Wang Xian sensed something and immediately cupped their hands at him. The Shadow Devil Emperor nodded at them. When he saw Wang Xian, he was slightly stunned. A hint of doubt flashed across his eyes. Then he saw Tianxi and nodded at him as well. Foster father, is this person at the level of the Great Tao? When he arrived just now, I actually didn't sense it. Tianxi saw the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and asked Wang Xian telepathically. Wang Xian replied. When the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor arrived just now, Tianxi didn't sense it. However, Wang Xian sensed it. He could even sense it from afar. Currently, the body of the Void Divine Dragon was in his body. The Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the 5 Elements Millstone were also in his body. With all sorts of buffs, he possessed strength that was not weaker than the Great Tao. Naturally, he could sense the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. Under Wang Xian's senses, he felt that the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was very strong. However, this strength was not something that he could not fight against. With his current strength and foundation, he was able to fight against the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. This was under the circumstance that they were not considered to have been gifted by the heavens. After all, Wang Xian had the ultimate treasure of the heavens' origin. With the arrival of the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor, almost all the powerful disciples had arrived. Chirp chirp, the 10th day had arrived. At this moment, a phoenix cry sounded. An extremely powerful water phoenix flew over. He flapped his phoenix wings and droplets of crystal-clear water droplets surrounded him. His entire body exuded a strength that could make a peak overlord realm powerhouse's heart tremble. The King of the Water Phoenix. The Emperor of the Phoenix revealed a smile when he saw the King of the Water Phoenix fly over. After today, their Phoenix clan would have one more heavenly Yuan creation realm expert. With 2 heavenly Yuan creation realm experts, their Phoenix clan's might would rise by a level. Although they had just entered, they still had one more heavenly Yuan creation realm expert. He also had one more powerful trump card. The Water Phoenix King is here. The breakthrough is about to begin. After today, our Phoenix clan will have 2 heavenly fate experts. I feel that the Water Phoenix King's might is terrifying. Over at the Phoenix clan, when their disciples saw the Water Phoenix King flying over, their eyes burned with excitement as they spoke. Over at the Celestial Nation, beside the floating queen, a group of experts helplessly watched this scene. Their faces were filled with bitterness. Fate was playing a trick on people. If the floating queen had yet to touch the threshold and the shackle, they might not be so disappointed. But now, the floating queen had already touched the threshold. She would be able to break through in a month at most. What a pity.
In the surroundings, the disciples of the other races looked on, their eyes shining. Greetings, Lord Water Phoenix. Congratulations. Lord Water Phoenix is about to break through to the heavenly fate realm. The Water Phoenix King landed in front of the disciples of the Phoenix race and turned into a human. All the disciples of the Phoenix race immediately bowed respectfully. The King of the Water Phoenix nodded with a smile and flew to the center. There were many parasol trees that formed a square formation. The King of the Water Phoenix came to the position above and floated there. He looked at the position in front of him. The King of the Water Phoenix bowed to the King of the Phoenix and cupped his hands to the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. Following that, he cupped his hands to the rest of the Heaven's Origin Destiny realm powerhouses as well. This could be considered as a simple way of bowing to the mountain. However, the King of the Water Phoenix ignored Wang Xian. After bowing to the Elven Empress, the Hetian Saint, and the rest one by one, he did not bow to Wang Xian. Hee. The King of the Phoenix smiled faintly when he saw this scene. Below him, the eyes of all the powerful disciples of the various races flickered when they saw this scene. It was obvious that they didn't take the Dragon King seriously. However, this was normal. The Phoenix clan had a grudge with the Dragon Palace, so it was normal for them not to bow down to him. Any disciple who is disrespectful to the Heaven's Origin Creator should be beheaded. Lin Yo, who was sitting beside Wang Xian, frowned slightly when he saw this scene. He spoke coldly. He will be a Heaven's Origin Creator. There's no need to respect someone of the same level. Everything depends on whether the other party is worthy of respect. The Emperor of the Phoenix knocked on his seat and replied indifferently. When his voice fell, the parasol tree below the Water Phoenix King emitted rays of light. This was a powerful array formation. A defensive array formation. The strongest foundation of the Phoenix clan stood here on Phoenix Mountain. This defensive array formation could withstand the attacks of a heavenly creation realm powerhouse. Even if it was at the control level, it would take a few seconds to break this formation. And a few seconds was enough to do a lot of things. Hee. Wang Xian waved his hand at Lin Yo and smiled faintly. This scene was witnessed by all the powerful disciples of the various races. However, no one dared to discuss this matter. Humph! The experts of the Dragon Palace all had cold expressions on their faces as their cold auras spread around. People of the Dragon Palace, don't be so angry. This is our Phoenix Mountain. Just watch the Water Phoenix King breakthrough. Watch carefully and see if you can gain any insights. Some experts of the peak stage ruler realm from the Phoenix clan looked over coldly and said. Prime Minister Gue waved his hand at the group of experts. A few small incidents happened. All the experts and disciples focused their gazes on the Water Phoenix King in the sky. Chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. The Water Phoenix King transformed into its true form and roared once more as it spread its wings. A vast power surged into the sky. In an instant, the surrounding sky underwent a drastic change. Drops of rain condensed out of thin air and gathered towards the Water Phoenix King. At this moment, it was as if the divine water of the 9 heavens had poured into the Water Phoenix King's body and tidied it up. The energy within the Water Phoenix King's body became more and more terrifying. Chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. In the surrounding Phoenix Mountain, the phantoms of phoenixes appeared on the parasol trees. One after another, the phoenixes looked in the direction of the Water Phoenix King and let out cries. 100 birds facing the phoenix. 100 phoenixes facing the king. In the sky, the enormous phantoms of water phoenixes formed and slowly merged with the Water Phoenix King. This enormous power and the enormous water energy undulations in the surroundings shocked all the powerful disciples. Is this the breakthrough of a heavenly Yuan creation realm expert? This faint pressure almost made me kneel down. Yeah, it's too strong. This pressure is too terrifying. It completely covers the entire Phoenix Mountain. When will I be able to reach such a level? It's really something to look forward to. Countless disciples looked at this scene and muttered. Queen Floating Water also looked at the scene. At this moment, her emotions were extremely complicated. Looking at the breakthrough of the Water Phoenix King, she realized that she was getting closer and closer to it. She even realized that she could break through her shackles. Her shackles were getting smaller and smaller under the impact of this power. However, there were no more slots left. She would never be able to step out of this step in the Nine Origin universe.
This was her fate.
The king of the water phoenix began to break through. She began to complete the last step. All the strong disciples in the Nine Origin universe watched.
Wuxia was also watching quietly.
Chirp, chirp, chirp. An hour later, a surge of majestic energy rushed into the clouds, accompanied by a phoenix cry filled with majesty.
The phoenix cry of the 9 heavens, our water phoenix king has made a breakthrough.
The second heaven origin creation of our phoenix clan has been born. Phoenix cries to the 9 heavens, our water phoenix king has broken through. Our phoenix race's second Tianyuan creation has been born. From the phoenix race's side, an extremely excited voice sounded. All the experts of the phoenix race revealed excited expressions.
Today, this king has broken through to the Tianyuan creation realm. Together with our emperor, we will protect our phoenix race. Anyone who dares to harm our phoenix race will be killed.
Today, this king has broken through. If any of the little generals retreat, our phoenix race will become stronger and stronger. The water phoenix king floated in the air with an extremely excited expression. He had broken through. He had broken through to the heavenly Yuan destiny realm.
From now on, he would stand tall between heaven and earth.
He would become the phoenix race, a peak existence in the 9 origin universe. At this moment, he was filled with pride. His heart was filled with fighting spirit.
Feeling the energy in his body, he had a feeling of invincibility. Those who had not reached the heavenly Yuan destiny realm were all mortals.
Ha ha! Good, good. When the Emperor of the Phoenix saw this scene, his face was filled with excitement as he shouted loudly, "Congratulations to the Water Phoenix King for advancing to the heavenly Yuan destiny realm. Congratulations to the Water Phoenix King for advancing to the heavenly Yuan creation stage." All the powerful disciples of the Phoenix clan loudly shouted as they directly knelt on the ground. One had to kneel in front of a heavenly Yuan creation stage expert. All the powerful disciples of the other clans also knelt respectfully.
However, all the powerful disciples of the Dragon Palace stood indifferently in front of the group of peak clans. They did not offer any congratulations or kneel.
Okay. The king of the Water Phoenix looked down and raised his head slightly. A smile appeared on his face.
This was the courtesy of a heaven origin creator.
All the strong disciples in the 9 origin universe had to kowtow to him. Huh? Why?
Do the disciples of the Dragon Palace not know their manners? However, when he saw the Dragon Palace, he spoke coldly. Disrespectful to the heaven's origin creator, you should be executed.
The Emperor Phoenix looked at this scene and turned to Wuxia with a smile. Lin Yo had said this just now. Now, he was going to return the favor. Furthermore, the king of the Water Phoenix was a heaven's origin creator, so he could be disrespectful.
However, the disciples of the Dragon Palace must know how to respect.
That's right. Disrespectful to the heaven's origin creator. You should be executed. Wuxia looked at the king of Phoenix and nodded with a faint smile. The moment he finished his sentence, Wuxia's figure had already disappeared instantly.
The fallen shadow demon emperor who was sitting in the middle was slightly stunned. His eyebrows twitched and his eyes were filled with astonishment. He immediately looked up.
The sound of the formation breaking rang out, causing everyone to be slightly stunned. Where did the sound come from?
What was this? What was going on?
At the surrounding area, all the strong disciples did not manage to react in time.
They could not see any of Wuxia's movements at all.
It was too fast. At the group of Heaven's Origin Destiny realm powerhouses, they only managed to react when the sound rang out. They quickly looked over. In the next instant, their eyes widened. They were filled with disbelief and shock.
When they looked at the king of the Water Phoenix in the sky,
another voice sounded.
Following that, a shocking scene appeared.
In the sky, the king of the Water Phoenix still had a smile on his face. However, at this moment, his head and body had been separated.
Wuxia held the head of the king of the Water Phoenix in his hand and floated quietly in the air.
Fast. Too fast.
Everything happened in the blink of an eye.
Before all the strong disciples could react, the head of the king of the Water Phoenix had already been beheaded.
Disrespectful to the strong practitioners of the Heaven's Origin realm, you shall be beheaded. You will be disrespectful to me for the strong practitioners of the heaven's origin realm. You shall be beheaded as well. I will behead you after you break through. You can rest in peace. Wuxia stared at the head of the king of the water phoenix and said indifferently. His voice entered everyone's ears. However, this sentence was like a bomb that rang in everyone's mind. No, 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 no. The life force of the king of the water phoenix had yet to completely disappear. He sensed his own situation and saw the dragon king in front of him. Even his soul was trembling. How is this possible? No, no. He had just broken through to the heaven's origin manifestation stage. He didn't want to die. He couldn't die. Once he died, he would really die. Stop. At this moment, the Emperor of the Phoenix also reacted. His eyes instantly turned blood red as he roared. All the auras belonging to the heavenly Yuan creation realm instantly erupted. Boom. Boom boom. Boom boom. However, when his aura erupted, Lin Niu and Tianxi, who were sitting at the side, immediately stood up. Behind Tianxi, the image of an incomparably sharp ancient tree slowly emerged. In an instant, a terrifying power enveloped the entire world. You have just broken through to the heaven's origin blessed realm, and you dare to be so arrogant. I will crush an ant like you to death. Wuxia glanced at the Emperor of the Phoenix and his gaze landed on the King of the Water Phoenix. A surge of energy surged directly into his head and body. It was annihilated. Ahoy! No! An incomparably miserable cry rang out. However, the sound only lasted for an instant. His life force vanished violently. The Emperor of Phoenix stood there. His body was trembling violently and his entire body was trembling. He could sense that the life force of the King of Water Phoenix was disappearing. He felt the terrifying energy that was locked onto him by the side. He was alarmed. Lord Shadow Devil Emperor, everyone. The Emperor of Phoenix immediately looked at Shadow Devil Emperor and the rest of the Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts and said, Dragon King, the calamity is coming. As Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts in the 9 Origin universe, we shouldn't kill each other. Black Tortoise's ancestor frowned and couldn't help but say. He stood up and emitted a powerful aura. It was forbidden to commit suicide and slaughter. This was the rule among the Heaven Origin manifestation powerhouses in the 9 Origin universe. If such a thing happened, all of them would stop it. Xuanwu's patriarch stood up. The other Heaven Origin manifestation powerhouses also stood up slowly. However, the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor sat there and did not move. He looked at Wuxia and shook his head helplessly. Dragon King, we are both Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses. We cannot kill each other. If you kill him, our 9 Origin universe will lose one Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouse. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor said. It's all right. It's just a powerhouse who has just stepped into the Heaven Origin Creation Realm. Let Queen of Floating Water fill this spot. Queen of Floating Water will be able to break through in a few days. Wuxia saw a group of Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses stand out and looked at the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. He smiled faintly and said nonchalantly. Also, the water attribute slot was vacated by the Divine Dragon Clan. The Phoenix Clan doesn't have the right to occupy it. Wuxia said faintly at the end. It was a very domineering and extremely domineering sentence. Wuxia's last sentence was extremely overbearing. It was even a little unreasonable. The Dragon Palace could decide who would get the spot that was vacated by the Divine Dragon Clan? This was obviously a joke. However, as long as one was strong enough, this was not a joke. Without my permission, you cannot achieve a breakthrough. If you achieve a breakthrough, I will kill you on the spot. This is strength. Wuxia's words entered everyone's ears. What happened just now happened in an instant. All the strong disciples did not react in time. Now that they had reacted, they were all dumbfounded. All of them widened their eyes. They did not even dare to breathe. However, in the middle of the scene, from the Celestial Nation, the sound of rapid breathing could be heard continuously. The top experts of the Celestial Nation widened their eyes as they watched the scene in front of them. The Water Phoenix King was killed by the Dragon King. After he broke through to the Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm, he was killed. He was completely killed. The water attribute slot was empty again.
Furthermore, the Dragon King said to let the floating water queen break through. This also meant that this quota would be theirs. Their celestial nation was about to give birth to a heavenly Yuan creation realm expert. This made them so excited that they trembled and their breathing became extremely rapid. In addition, the Dragon King had just killed a heavenly Yuan creation realm expert, which made everyone feel shocked. It was unbelievable. How did the Dragon King do it?
The Heaven's Origin creator, who was high and mighty just a moment ago, was killed by the Dragon King. Dragon King, this was too strong.
Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, I, Feng Qinglu, cannot live under the same sky as you. When the Emperor of Phoenix heard this, his body trembled as he roared furiously.
Dragon King, you are a little overbearing. You have gone too far.
At this moment, the Hetian Saint could not help but say something.
Hee. When Wuxia heard the words of the Hetian Saint, he smiled faintly and said, "My Dragon Palace has a grudge with the Phoenix clan. This Water Phoenix King deserves to die. I really didn't expect that your strength would increase so quickly. In such a short period of time, you have almost surpassed me. You are really amazing."
The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor looked at Lin Yo and Tianxi. His gaze landed on Wang Xian as he sighed.
When Wang Xian made his move just now, he was also extremely shocked. He had captured the spatial energy which belonged to the spatial power of a Heaven Origin creator.
In addition, the strength that Wang Xian had unleashed just now was able to kill a Heaven Origin creator in an instant. In his opinion, it was already close to the power of the Great Tao. In fact, it had already reached the Great Tao realm. Other than that, one of the Dragon King's subordinates and an adopted son were originally Heaven Origin creator powerhouses from other universes. However, they were able to unleash all their strength in the 9 Origin universe.
He guessed that this should be the power of the Heaven's Origin manifestation treasure. One of his underlings, along with the adopted son who possessed the Heaven's Origin manifestation treasure, the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, felt that he wouldn't be able to gain any benefits even if he met the Dragon King and the rest.
This power was too strong. Senior Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, you are too awesome. There is still a distance between us. Wang Xian looked at Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and said politely. In the 9 Origin universe, only Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was stronger than him. He had to be a little wary.
Wang Xian had already surpassed the other Heaven Origin Destiny Realm powerhouses. The only thing he had to care about was Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor's attitude.
Besides, it was a good thing for the 9 Origin universe that he had become stronger. The other Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm powerhouses in the 9 Origin universe wouldn't offend him for the sake of the Phoenix race. How is this possible?
The Emperor of the Phoenix widened his eyes and roared in disbelief when he heard the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor's words. How is this possible?
The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace's strength was actually close to the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor?
How is this possible? How long had he been cultivating?
However, when he thought about how the Water Phoenix King was killed in an instant, his expression began to change drastically. Below the Water Phoenix King was the strongest defensive formation of the Phoenix clan.
It would take a few seconds for a control-level cultivator to break through it. But just now, even the Dragon King wasn't able to block the formation's defense in an instant.
This power was terrifying.
It was not something that a controlling-level Heaven Origin creator could possess.
Around them, the Elven Empress, the 12th ancestor of the Hetian Saint Wu Xuanwu, the ancestor of the angels, the Emperor of Angels, and the rest of the Heaven Origin creator powerhouses sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at Wang Xian in shock. The current Dragon King had already surpassed them? He was already close to the Great Tao level? This? They thought of the Dragon King's subordinates and adopted son who had exploded with power. The Dragon King's subordinates belonged to the experts of the Dragon Palace.
The adopted son of the Dragon King wasn't an ordinary adopted son either. That kind of relationship could be said to be the Dragon King's biological son.
To a certain extent, the Dragon King's adopted son was also an expert of the Dragon Palace. With the addition of the two of them, the strength of the Dragon Palace was unstoppable. Even if the Demon Clan encountered the Dragon Palace, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Our Water Phoenix King was killed by the Dragon King. At the Phoenix Clan, all the experts of the Dragon Clan reacted. They looked at everything in disbelief. Everything had changed too quickly. They had been celebrating excitedly just now. But in the next second, their Water Phoenix King was killed by the Dragon King. Killed by force. In an instant, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was terrifyingly powerful. And from the conversation of the heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouses, this Dragon King was extremely terrifying.
Even the strongest fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was a little afraid.
Boom! Just as all the powerhouses and disciples were shocked.
Just as the Phoenix clan was panicking.
At the Celestial Nation,
a terrifying aura surged from Queen Floating Water's body.
Following that, he flew straight up into the sky as strands of terrifying energy stirred. Queen Floating Water did not make a breakthrough immediately. Instead, she looked at Wang Xian. Dragon King, I have just realized something. I can make a breakthrough at any time now.
The Queen of the Floating Waters spoke.
Let me protect your formation. Breakthrough. Wang Xian looked at the Queen of the Floating Waters and nodded at her. Thank you, Dragon King. The Queen of the Floating Waters was filled with gratitude.
Although the Dragon King had invested in her and made a deal with her, it was still a deal.
However, if it wasn't for the Dragon King, she wouldn't be able to break through.
She had already experienced the ups and downs.
At this moment, she was filled with gratitude towards the Dragon King. Queen Floating Water knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Wang Xian. The highest level of etiquette. Just now, the King of the Water Phoenix didn't even bow to the Dragon King. But now, the King of the Water Phoenix who was about to achieve a breakthrough directly kowtowed to the highest level. Thank you, Dragon King. Over at the Celestial Nation, the elder brother of the Queen of the Floating Water, the top experts of the Celestial Nation.
At this moment, they were so excited that they even shed tears. They directly knelt down on the ground and followed the Queen of the Floating Water to kneel and worship.
The willows and the flowers are bright again.
Our Immortal Empire's floating queen is about to break through?
Over at the Immortal Empire, all the strong disciples were stunned. The disciples of the Immortal Empire didn't know that their floating queen was about to break through. Now, the scene in front of them shocked them. Kneel down and thank the Dragon King. An expert shouted in a low voice and kneeled on the ground, kowtowing.
Thank you, Dragon King.
Thank you, Dragon King. All the disciples of the Celestial Nation kneeled on the ground. They were a little absent-minded, but also a little excited.
Their Celestial Nation was going to have one more Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm expert.
Their Celestial Nation had completely stood at the peak.
At the surrounding area, the disciples of all the races were a little dazed when they saw this scene. This was Phoenix Mountain.
It was the Water Phoenix King who had broken through. They were also here to participate in the Water Phoenix King's ascension ceremony. In the end, they didn't expect the Water Phoenix King to be directly killed by the Dragon King.
The Floating Water Queen continued to break through to the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm. The Dragon King's strength is too terrifying.
He actually killed the Water Phoenix King and allowed the Floating Water Queen to break through, allowing the Floating Water Queen to occupy this spot in the Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm. This is too powerful, too terrifying.
Hiss, the Dragon King's current might is too terrifying. On your stands, one of them is the Dragon King's mount, a lord of the Heavenly Yuan Destiny
Realm. The other is the Dragon King's foster son, a lord of the Heavenly Yuan
Destiny Realm from the other universes. This might is too powerful. It's said that the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor is the oldest and most powerful existence in our 9-origin universe, but now, the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor seems to be a little afraid of the Dragon King. All the powerful disciples around couldn't help but discuss in low voices.
Everything that had happened today was too shocking for them. The Dragon King's tyranny also made them feel deep respect. Boom! Boom! After kneeling down, Queen Floating Water immediately stood up and broke through.
A terrifying aura started to brew once again. Just as the Water Phoenix King broke through, she was instantly killed and Queen Floating Water continued to break through.
In just a few short hours, 2 Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts broke through, and one of them had already been killed. The Celestial Nation's Queen Floating Water is breaking through. After she breaks through, the water attribute slot will belong to her. Over at the Phoenix Clan, all the Phoenixes saw that the experts of the Celestial Nation had broken through at their Phoenix Mountain.
After their Water Phoenix King was killed, they felt extremely humiliated. Killing and killing. Stop.
When the Phoenix Emperor saw that the Water Queen had broken through here, his expression changed drastically. His eyes turned blood-red as he roared. He wanted to move, but at this moment, Wang Xianlin Ox and Tianxi's gazes landed on him. A threat of death appeared in his mind. He was certain that if the Dragon King and the rest wanted to make a move, he wouldn't even have the chance to resist or escape. Hoo-hoo! He began to breathe rapidly as he looked at the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and the rest.
Everyone, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace killed a Heaven's Origin creation stage powerhouse of my Phoenix clan and openly broke the rules. Are we just going to let this go?
The Emperor of Phoenix asked in a low voice with an embarrassed expression. When the calamity was about to arrive and the calamity erupted, the rules of the Nine Origin universe forbade any infighting among Heaven's Origin creation stage powerhouses. Now, Wang Xian had already broken the rules.
When the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor heard his words, he looked at Wang Xian.
His eyes flickered slightly, but he did not speak.
Feng Qinglu, how did Xue Yun die?
What exactly happened back then? Also, it's just a matter of time before you become a Heaven Origin creator. You can be disrespectful to a Heaven Origin creator. At the side, the Elven Empress suddenly asked the Emperor of Phoenix. The Elven race used to have a good relationship with the Divine Dragon race. Now, the relationship between the Dragon Palace and the Elven race was also good.
At this time, the Elven Empress speaking was undoubtedly a stance. It was a bias.
In the Nine Origin universe, the relationship with the Dragon Palace was relatively good. It was between the Elven race and the Wizard race. The Wizard race was friendly with the Dragon Palace and had something to do with the blessed land that the elemental god had turned into. Both sides had mutual interests. The strength of the Skeleton Clan and the Dragon Palace could be considered decent. I don't know anything about the Divine Dragon Clan. The Emperor of Phoenix's expression darkened when he heard the Elven Empress suddenly speak. His expression was extremely unsightly as he replied.
At this moment he had a bad premonition in his heart.
The calamity is about to arrive. In our Nine Origin universe, peace is the most important thing. The overall situation is the most important.
The Hetian Saint was a good person. He glanced at them and said,
The Hetian Saint, don't tell me that the Heaven Origin creator of our Phoenix tribe is dead.
The Emperor of the Phoenix looked at him and said, Dragon King, give us an explanation. Give the Phoenix tribe an explanation.
The Hetian Saint looked at Wang Xian and said. Wang Xian glanced at the Hetian Saint and was very familiar with his way of doing things. Back then, before he had reached the Dominator level, he had heard all sorts of legends about the Unity Saint. Wang Xian had a good impression of him. He was a pretty good saint.
Let's talk about it after the Queen of the Floating Waters has made a breakthrough. Wang Xian smiled and said. After he finished speaking, he looked at the place where the Queen of the Floating Waters was.
The Unity Saint was deep in thought. After that, he nodded and watched quietly as well. The rest of the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm powerhouses didn't say anything.
Now, they could see the situation very clearly.
The Dragon King's power was beyond their imagination and expectations. In addition, the Dragon King's mount and his foster son were also very powerful, especially his foster son. Most importantly, they were all able to burst out with all their strength in the Nine Origin universe and not be suppressed by the power of the universe. This was very terrifying.
The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was too powerful.
Even though they had a good relationship with the Emperor of the Phoenix in the past, they didn't say anything at this moment. All the powerful disciples in the surroundings also quieted down and stared blankly at the breakthrough of the floating queen of the celestial nation in the sky. The powerful breakthrough power appeared again.
The floating queen began to transform.
But at this moment, all the powerful disciples of the Phoenix clan felt very uncomfortable when they saw this scene. They even had a bad premonition in their hearts.
The celestial nation's floating queen's breakthrough would definitely be on the Dragon King's side. At that time, their celestial nation would have one more enemy.
Boom, boom, boom. The power of the breakthrough continued for dozens of minutes. The queen of the floating water tribe had completely transcended.
She was floating in the air, emitting a powerful aura. Below, all the strong disciples of the celestial nation were trembling in excitement.
Floating water tribe, we have succeeded in breaking through. One of the elder brothers of the Queen of the Floating Water Tribe said excitedly.
The Queen of the Floating Water Tribe in the sky was also excited and happy.
She slowly looked in the direction of Wang Xian.
Dragon King, do you want to destroy the Phoenix Clan? Dragon King, do you want to destroy the Phoenix Clan? Queen Floating Water broke through. She floated in the air and looked at Wang Xian as she spoke. This was also a way of expressing her stance.
She was able to break through this time because of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. This favor was greater than the heavens. From now on, she would do whatever she wanted. Previously, when the Floating Queen received the Dragon King's investment, she wanted to stand on the Dragon Palace's side and fight against the Phoenix Clan. Now, she would act without the Dragon King's permission. This was gratitude. All the disciples of the Celestial Nation will fight for the Dragon King. When the Floating Queen spoke, all the powerhouses of the Celestial Nation immediately cupped their hands and replied loudly to Wang Xian. All the disciples from the Celestial Nation were fighting for the Dragon King. At this moment, a sharp killing intent erupted from their bodies.
At this moment, the expressions of all the surrounding powerhouses' disciples changed drastically.
No one expected that after Queen Floating Water broke through, she would fight for the Dragon King. She would become the enemy of the Phoenix Clan. No one expected that the entire Celestial Nation would start a war against the Phoenix Clan. When the group of Heaven Origin Destiny Realm powerhouses heard the words of Queen Floating Water, their brows instantly furrowed. The expression of the Emperor of the Phoenix changed drastically as hints of fear appeared on his face. What are you guys trying to do? The Emperor of the Phoenix roared loudly. Roar, roar, roar.
Roar, roar, roar. As the Emperor of the Phoenix's voice faded, Wang Xian's crown and the black and white dragon cannon on his body let out.
A roar at the same time. One on the left and one on the right, they turned into two divine dragons.
5 elements divine dragon, yin-yang divine dragon. The power of the 2 divine dragons was no weaker than that of a beginner-level Heaven Origin creator.
Roar, roar. In the next moment, another divine dragon flew out from Wang Xian's body. It was a special illusory divine dragon. However, the power it emitted caused the space around Wang Xian to crack.
A special energy surged towards the surroundings.
Space energy?
When the body of the void divine dragon flew out, the 12 ancestral witches' eyes narrowed as they shouted in a low voice.
Roar! Roar! The unicorn ox roared and came to Wang Xian's side, revealing its true form. Tianxi held the branch of the ancient tree of destiny in his hand and was on the other side. Their might was fully displayed. Our dragon palace is inherited from the divine dragon clan. Today we will help our ancestors resolve their grudges.
I hope everyone will not stop us. Wang Xian stood there quietly and began to speak.
This? At the side, a few other powerhouses of Heaven's Origin creation saw that Wang Xian was really going to attack the Phoenix clan. When they saw the might displayed by Wang Xian, they took a deep breath. How? How can the Dragon King be so strong?
Not counting the few divine dragons of the Heaven's Origin realm around Wang Xian, his body still contains a majestic energy that can easily kill me. How is this possible?
Didn't he just break through? The Emperor of Angels saw this scene and spoke while trembling.
Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead.
What the fuck? What kind of strength was this? How long had it been since the Dragon King broke through? In the past, under the pressure of the Angel and Phoenix clans, even the disciples of the Dragon Palace didn't dare to appear in the 9 Origin universe.
Later on, because the Dragon King had broken through, he had a mount of the Heaven's Origin creation level.
At that time, he thought twice and decided not to make the Dragon Palace his enemy. He resolved the past grudges.
Now, it seemed that this decision was the best decision he had ever made in his life. The current Dragon Palace, not to mention killing the Emperor of the Phoenix, even including his Angel clan, was not enough for the Dragon Palace to kill.
He was 100% sure that the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor would avoid the Dragon King's power. He would have to avoid it. This power had reached the Great Tao level, and the ordinary Great Tao level would have to be suppressed by the Dragon King and the others. It was too terrifying. I don't know. The other Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts also shook their heads with grave expressions.
Saint Hetien pursed his lips, not knowing what to do at this moment.
Stop the Dragon King?
But with his strength alone, how could he stop it?
Moreover, even if the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor spoke up and stopped it with him, wouldn't that be making things difficult for the Dragon King?
With the current power of the Dragon Palace, if the Dragon Palace didn't get along with the Nine Origin universe, it would also be a huge loss to the Nine Origin universe.
The main reason was that this power of the Dragon Palace was too powerful.
If the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor didn't exist, they would probably need all the other Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts to fight against him.
He looked at the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. If the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor did not speak, he would not have the right. There's something fishy about the Divine Dragon Clan being exterminated. I don't know what role the Phoenix Clan is involved in. Feng Qinglu, if you can't come up with a reasonable explanation, we won't help you. Dragon King, if the Phoenix Clan really did something, my Angel Clan will also stand on your side.
The expression of the Emperor of Angels kept changing. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to curry favor with the Dragon King.
After all, the Dragon Palace and the Angel Clan had a grudge. Although it was resolved in the end, the way they dealt with it at that time was only to put the grudge on hold and neither side would pursue it. However, what if the Dragon Palace pursued their Angel Clan in the future?
Fuck, with the power of the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King's strength, he might not even know who killed him.
The Dragon King already had the strength to kill him in an instant.
Now he absolutely couldn't let the Dragon King have any opinions about the Angel Clan.
Otherwise, who knew if he would secretly take revenge? Who could stop him? As for the agreement between the powerhouses of the Nine Origin universe, what was the use? They didn't even know how they died. What did it have to do with the Dragon Palace? Emperor of Angels, you? The Emperor of Phoenix's expression changed drastically when he saw the Emperor of Angels saying such words. He roared in shock and anger. Roar, 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 roar.
At this moment, Prime Minister Gue waved his arm from below.
Divine dragons, the peak dragon species of the Dragon Palace, rose up directly. They swayed their huge bodies and came to the back of Wang Xian. They stood in opposition to all the strong disciples of the Phoenix Clan. Next, as long as Wang Xian gave the order, a huge battle would break out at any moment. Oh my God! Is this a fight? It's not a fight. They are going to destroy the Phoenix Clan. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the rest are too strong. Their power is too strong. Which peak race in the Nine Origin universe can compete with this power? Even the Demon Clan can't do it, right? Are the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace going to make a move next? The Emperor of Angels is on the side of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. At this moment, all the powerful disciples of the other races in the surroundings saw this scene.
They saw the powerful disciples of the Dragon Palace making their move. They watched the might of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the faint killing intent.
They were all filled with shock.
Were they really going to kill the Phoenix Clan?
Not good.
Oh no, the Dragon Palace is too powerful. They want to destroy our Phoenix Clan. What should we do?
Will the other Heavenly Yuan Creator Realm experts help us? In Phoenix Mountain, all the Phoenix Clan's disciples turned pale when they saw this scene.
Their faces were filled with fear. Now, what should they do?
They looked at their Emperor of the Phoenix. They looked at the group of Heaven's Origin powerhouses.
Emperor of the Phoenix, if you don't have anything to say about the matters of the Divine Dragon Clan, just die.
Wang Xian stared at the Emperor of the Phoenix and spoke with a cold expression. When the Emperor of the Phoenix heard his words, he instantly became alert. His body slowly transformed into the form of a phoenix and the phoenix wings all over his body exploded.
He did not reply to Wang Xian's words.
This was because the destruction of the Divine Dragon Clan was a breach of his promise. It had a lot to do with his plan.
Once he lied, the surrounding Heaven's Origin powerhouses would be able to tell.
Buzz.
In just a second, Wang Xian started to move.
The 5 elements millstone, the Tai Chi dragon disc, and the body of the Void Divine Dragon started to move at the same time.
In an instant, Wang Xian erupted with an extremely terrifying energy. The moment this energy erupted, the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor's gaze focused. A wave of energy directly enveloped the top of all the powerful disciples of the demon race and the skeleton race beside the demon race.
What a terrifying power! When the Hetian saint sensed this wave of energy, his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly used the energy to envelop the saint's lineage as well as the powerful disciples of the divine tiger race beside him. The expressions of the Elven Empress and the rest changed as well. The energy enveloped their disciples. Dragon King, PM going to fight it out with you. When the Emperor of Phoenix saw Wuxia attacking him, he knew that he couldn't let this pass. He roared furiously. However, he didn't attack Wuxia. Instead, he turned around and fled. He knew that he was definitely no match for Wuxia. However, in Wuxia's eyes, his speed was too slow. His strength was not even at the control level. The gap between them was at the level of 7 of the weakest heaven origin destinies. The gap was huge. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Emperor of Phoenix let out a wild roar as nirvana flames bloomed all over his body. Buzz. Wuxia was very close to the Emperor of Phoenix. The body of the void divine dragon appeared in front of him almost instantly. The terrifying spatial blade slashed directly at the Emperor of Phoenix. Wuxia's original body also appeared in front of the Emperor of Phoenix in an instant. The 9-colored dragon claw tore open the space in front of him and destroyed everything around him, including the space. The energy that was filled with deathly stillness landed on the body of the Emperor of Phoenix. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Emperor of Phoenix felt this attack and his body trembled violently. However, he could not resist at all. The energy enveloped him and his vitality quickly disappeared. A wisp of nirvana fire flew out directly. In the center of the nirvana fire, there was the appearance of a fire phoenix. Boom. The nirvana fire ignored Wuxia's attack and flew out directly. It expanded in the wind and transformed into the body of the Emperor of Phoenix. His body began to turn illusory and he wanted to fly over a long distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 elements, yin-yang wind and thunder seal. When Wuxia saw this scene, his entire body emitted 9 colored rays of light. The 9 rays of light condensed into a line and enveloped the surrounding space. Under this space, all the energy was frozen. It was as if time had frozen. When the Emperor of Phoenix who was escaping saw this, his face was filled with despair. The gap was too big. Even if he unleashed his powerful trump card, he still couldn't dodge it. Roar! Roar! Wuxia let out a dragon's roar as his dragon claws attacked the Emperor of Phoenix once again. Crack! 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 Beneath the Emperor of Phoenix, a divine parasol tree suddenly rose from the ground to meet the dragon claws. Bang! The dragon claws that were strong enough to kill the Emperor of Phoenix landed on the divine parasol tree, and the divine parasol tree collapsed. However, the Emperor of Phoenix managed to dodge this fatal attack. Dragon King, stop. Can you let our Phoenix tribe go? The Emperor of Phoenix saw Wuxia's invincible strength and looked to the side. The fallen Shadow Devil Emperor and the rest did not stop him at all. At this moment, they were completely in despair. He stared at Wuxia and roared loudly with an embarrassed expression. Fine. If you die, I will let your Phoenix tribe go. You can consider it. Use your life to save your entire Phoenix tribe. Wuxia looked at him and spoke directly. It was not impossible for him to let the other powerful disciples of the Phoenix tribe go. The prerequisite was that he wanted the Emperor of Phoenix's life. This life was not just his life but his origin life. The kind that could be killed and completely exterminated. As a veteran of the Tianyuan Destiny realm, the Emperor of the Phoenix had an extremely deep foundation. Even if Wuxia had robbed the entire family of the Phoenix clan, he would definitely be able to revive after killing him. There were definitely resurrection treasures that he had hidden in other places. Some of the resurrection treasures might even be hidden in the chaos. It was extremely difficult to truly kill a Heaven's Origin creator. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, do you have any other conditions? The Emperor of the Phoenix's expression changed drastically when he heard this condition. He stared at Wuxia with a dark expression. Unless you die completely, all the disciples of your Phoenix clan will die. In the 9 Origin universe, your Phoenix clan will no longer exist. Make your choice. Wuxia said indifferently as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Wishful thinking. Dragon King, you can't kill me. As long as PM alive, your Dragon Palace will not have an easy time. I will make all of you perish just like the divine dragon clan in the past. The Emperor of the Phoenix roared crazily.
Let him die? He didn't want to die.
Even if he had to sacrifice the entire Phoenix clan. He couldn't die. Hee, what a selfish fellow. Then die. Let your entire Phoenix clan die with you. Wang Xian revealed a cold expression on his face. He moved and attacked the Emperor of the Phoenix clan once again.
Ha ha, this is your emperor. This is the heaven's destiny of your Phoenix clan. For the sake of your own lives, I will let all of you die. Then all of you shall die.
A mocking expression appeared on Lin Nyo's face from the side. His body moved, and a terrifying blood-red energy sea attacked all the powerful disciples of the Phoenix clan. Phoenix Love Tower, what's the point?
You made your own decision back then, but you want the entire Phoenix clan to bear it.
The Shadow Devil Emperor looked at all this and shook his head as he spoke. Dragon King, I will fight with your Dragon Palace to the death. If my disciple dies, your disciple will die in the future as well. Ha ha ha. The Emperor of Phoenix did not respond to the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor's words. Instead, he roared crazily.
Just now he suffered another fatal blow from Wang Xian. However, he was resurrected by the side with a special revenge.
However, at this moment he was completely aware of his ending. At this moment, he was filled with hatred. This is crazy. The Emperor of Phoenix is completely crazy.
The Dragon King of Dragon Palace wants the Emperor of Phoenix to sacrifice his own life for the lives of all the powerful disciples of the Phoenix clan. The Emperor of Phoenix doesn't agree at all.
In the eyes of the Emperor of Phoenix, his own life is more important than the lives of the powerful disciples of his own clan. Isn't the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace too strong?
He was able to kill the Emperor of Phoenix in an instant before he even unleashed his full strength. Did you see that?
The Emperor of Phoenix hasn't died yet because he has a treasure that can instantly dodge the damage and revive him.
He's too strong. The Emperor of Phoenix, who is at the heavenly fate level, couldn't resist the Dragon King at all. Is this the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? In the Phoenix Mountain, streams of energy enveloped the sky above the disciples of the peak-level powerhouses.
In the outside world, Wang Xian had killed the Emperor of the Phoenix time and time again. This shocked all the powerhouse's disciples.
At the same time, they despised the Emperor of the Phoenix's actions. Many powerhouses were willing to die for their loved ones.
In the end, the Emperor of the Phoenix didn't hesitate to exterminate the entire Phoenix clan for his own life. His actions made many powerful disciples despise him. Lord Emperor of the Phoenix clan, you must avenge us. Destroy the Dragon Palace and kill the disciples of the Dragon Palace. Lord Emperor of the Phoenix clan, you can't die. We can die. You must avenge us in the future. Kill the Dragon King and the disciples of the Dragon Palace. However, some experts of the Phoenix clan roared with bloodshot eyes. Their faces were also filled with madness. It was as if they were willing to die for their emperor.
The idea of being willing to die for the Emperor of the Phoenix clan had already entered their minds.
They could die, but their Emperor of the Phoenix clan couldn't die.
Their Emperor of the Phoenix clan would take revenge for the Phoenix clan in the future. Very loyal, then die. Lin Nyo didn't hold back at all, the terrifying energy covered them. Facing Lin Nyo's attack, the Phoenix clan's disciples didn't have the slightest chance to resist. In fact, when the energy swept over, they didn't even have time to react. In addition, Lin Nyo was a heavenly Yuan creation-level powerhouse. Ordinary resurrection treasures were useless against a heavenly Yuan creation-level kill. Only those powerful resurrection treasures could resurrect them under the annihilation of an elite in the heaven's origin realm.
Good. The Emperor of Phoenix roared crazily when he saw his disciple being killed.
He stared fixedly at Wang Xian as though he wanted to remember it in his mind.
Boom. Wang Xian stared at him indifferently. With a wave of his arm, a wave of energy covered him directly. The destructive energy annihilated him. This time, the Emperor of Phoenix did not dodge. His corpse fell to the ground quietly. He was resurrected elsewhere.
Wang Xian waved his arm and kept the corpse.
He looked to the side where the disciples of the Phoenix clan were. At this moment, all the corpses had been kept.
When they died, there was no pain at all.
Under the attack of the Linyu, they lost consciousness in an instant. The grudges on the Dragon King's side have been resolved. Do the others have any grudges?
If so, let's resolve them as well. After all the grudges have been resolved, our 9-origined universe will become one. We will advance and retreat together to welcome the upcoming calamity.
The Shadow Devil Emperor saw that everything was over and spoke.
Since Wuxia had already made an exception who could continue to make a move if they had any grudges.
The current 9-origin universe was already powerful enough.
It was much stronger than the previous calamity.
The main reason was that during the previous calamity, he was the only existence at the Great Tao level. Now, he could be considered to have an additional Dragon King. This caused the strength of the entire 9-origin universe to increase by a lot. It did not matter even if 1 or 2 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses died. The other Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses shook their heads when they heard the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor's words. Strength is king. Dragon King, with your current strength, you can break the rules. Next, are you willing to set a new rule with us? We will abide by it together. The Hetian Saint looked at Wuxia and said, "Thank you, everyone. I broke the rules this time to avenge the entire Divine Dragon Clan. If it wasn't for the Phoenix Clan, the Divine Dragon Clan wouldn't have perished. The hatred between us cannot be resolved. I don't have any conflicts with the rest of you. We are creatures of the 9-origin universe. Next, I am willing to fight with you to defend our 9-origin universe."
Wuxia looked at the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and the rest. He cupped his hands at them and said, this was also a statement.
Although he was very strong, he was still a creature from the 9-origin universe.
Naturally, he did not want to see the universe where he was living in suffering and being invaded by other universes.
It's understandable. Now that the Phoenix Clan has been exterminated by you, Dragon King, your Dragon Palace will take over this place. Queen of the Floating Waters, congratulations on your breakthrough. Should we arrange a celebration ceremony in a few days to celebrate it properly? The Royal Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm Powerhouse looked at Queen Floating Water and said with a smile. He was not strong and the time for his breakthrough was not too long. Now that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was so powerful, he naturally wanted to be closer to him. He also wanted to be friendlier. Queen Floating Water smiled and nodded. Thank you, everyone. She cupped her hands and said, in 10 days, my immortal nation will invite you to a banquet. Hee. Queen Floating Water's breakthrough is a blessing for my 9-origin universe. Black Tortoise Patriarch smiled faintly and said politely. Since things had come to this point, everyone had already accepted this fact. See you in 10 days, the Elven Queen said, and then led all the powerful disciples of the elf race away. After that, the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts also left with their disciples. This was the territory of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace would have to clean up the Phoenix Clan as well.
Thank you again, Dragon King.
Queen of Floating Water saw the powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin Realm leaving one after another. She bowed to Wuxia once again. Dragon King, I'm really sorry that I wasn't able to help you this time. There's no need. It's your good fortune to be able to achieve a breakthrough. Refine some resurrection treasures first. This is very important to the new powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin Realm.
Wuxia smiled at her.
This time the result. Wuxia is very satisfied. And more than expected, the harvest is greater. This time, not only accepted the entire Phoenix Clan, beheaded the Phoenix Emperor.
In addition, he also obtained a Tian Yuan Destiny Strong Man's corpse.
A whole body. A complete Heavenly Yuan Creation corpse was equivalent to the entire essence of a Heavenly Yuan Creation expert. Its value was extremely high. Back then, the Unicorn Ox had broken through without touching the shackle and had absorbed the Asgard Heavenly Demon God's corpse. Of course, this had a lot to do with them being of the same origin. The two bodies could not be said to be the greatest harvest.
There were also a large number of Phoenix race experts' bodies.
The Phoenix race had over a dozen Peak Universe Ruler Realm experts. Of these over a dozen, a portion of them had broken through from the Tree of Chaos, while a portion had been secretly nurtured by the Emperor of the Phoenix race. There were over a dozen Peak Universe Ruler Realm experts' bodies.
In addition, there were a large number of level 9 universe rulers and level 8 universe rulers. Secondly, besides the large amount of corpse resources, the Phoenix clan, as a peak race that had survived several eons, had a large amount of treasures and resources. Just the venerable level divine parasol trees were a terrifying amount of resources and treasures. In addition, the Phoenix clan's land of treasures, the treasury of the Phoenix clan, all belonged to the Dragon Palace. Dragon King, the treasures of the Phoenix clan are very huge, much more than the resources of our Dragon Palace. This is their divine land, and there are a lot of divine herbs and divine trees planted in it. The place in front is the Phoenix clan's treasury of the Phoenix clan. We can't open it with our strength. We need you to open it yourself, Dragon King. All the powerful disciples of the Dragon Palace began to investigate the entire Phoenix Mountain and transfer all the resources that could be transferred to the Dragon Palace. The divine herbs and divine trees of the Phoenix clan were extremely numerous. They were completely incomparable to the Dragon Palace. Among them, there were more than 100 divine trees at the peak of the Universe Overlord realm. However, many of these divine trees did not bear fruit. This was the accumulation of the Phoenix clan for generations. The Phoenix clan did not only give birth to one of the heaven's origin destinies, the Phoenix clan's heritage. It was also not just the accumulation of the Phoenix clan by the Phoenix clan alone. Wang Xian looked at the huge amount of resources and his eyes glowed. After all, the Dragon Palace had just been established not too long ago. All kinds of heritage could not be compared to the Phoenix clan. Transfer all the divine herbs, divine trees, and parasol trees to the Dragon Palace. Open up a divine field in the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian instructed them one by one. With the ancestral tree in the Dragon Palace, there was an immense amount of energy in it. Regardless of what divine tree or divine grass it was, it could grow in the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded. Wang Xian moved and flew forward. In front of him was the treasure vault of the Phoenix clan. It was the core treasure vault of the Phoenix clan. In the Phoenix clan, other than the Phoenix Sentiment Tower, only a few powerhouses of the Phoenix clan were able to open it. Wang Xian came to the spot in front of the treasury and sized it up. There were 3 gigantic phoenixes standing at the entrance of the treasury. In the middle of the 3 phoenixes, there was a huge door. The door looked extremely sturdy. This door could not be opened by a strong practitioner at the peak of the Overlord realm of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian walked over and placed his palm on the door, forcefully breaking it open. The door to the Phoenix treasury is very sturdy. I reckon that even an existence at the control level would not be able to break through it. Wang Xian mumbled. As expected of the Phoenix clan with a deep foundation. The defense of the treasury was not inferior to that of the Divine Dragon clan. Back then, the Divine Dragon clan and the Emperor of the Phoenix clan could not open the door. When the door to the treasury was opened, a space with 3 attributes appeared in front of him. Metal, fire, and water attributes. The 3 types of energy were extremely majestic. At the same time, there were all kinds of sharp and special energy fluctuations inside. These were all the energy fluctuations of the treasury. Wang Xian took a glance and realized that there were many ruler-level phoenix claws and wings inside. As a powerful Phoenix clan, their claws and wings were extremely precious materials. There weren't many innate supreme treasures because the Phoenix clan was the same as the Dragon clan. They didn't rely too much on treasures. Of course, if they had the fragments of the Heaven Origin Destiny Supreme Treasure or treasures from the Chaos, they would be able to increase their strength. This is... At the center of the Phoenix treasury, Wang Xian saw a small pond, a 2-meter-wide pond. In the middle of the pond, there were pools of phoenix blood. These phoenix blood emitted an extremely rich energy. There were also strands of special flames on them. Golden flames, fiery red flames, and aqua blue flames. This is a treasure. Wang Xian walked over, his gaze focused. With a wave of his arm, drops of phoenix blood appeared in his hand. Feeling the energy in the blood, Wang Xian had an understanding of it. These phoenix blood could also be said to be nirvana blood. The strong practitioners of the Phoenix clan could recover instantly when they burned their life force to unleash their powerful strength. They could even burn these fresh blood to unleash their strength. Other than that, these phoenix blood had another effect, which was to increase their strength.
The effect was extremely heaven-defying. However, such precious nirvana blood was usually used as a trump card of a phoenix. The disciples of the other races were not allowed to use these nirvana blood. However, the Dragon Palace had a peak dragon seed, the Heavenly Lightning Earth Fire Dragon Phoenix seed.
The Heavenly Lightning Earth Fire Dragon Phoenix seed could be used.
The nirvana blood in the 2-meter pond could improve the Heavenly Lightning Earth Fire Dragon Phoenix seed significantly.
After all, this was the ultimate treasure that was kept in the Phoenix treasury.
Wang Xian kept all the treasures one by one. Then, he began to search the surroundings. After that, he found a lot of treasures, but none of them were as valuable as the nirvana blood. Some of the ultimate treasures that were too powerful must have been kept by the Emperor of Phoenix in his divine kingdom. As for the Emperor of Phoenix's divine kingdom, it was not kept in Phoenix Mountain.
Choo-choo, choo-choo. Choo-choo. Choo-choo.
At the same time, in the middle of the chaos, in the middle of a huge gray meteorite, there was an extremely huge palace.
In the palace, the Emperor of Phoenix flapped his wings and roared furiously.
The might on his body had decreased, but it had reached the level of a heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouse. It was obvious that the resurrection treasure he had used was extremely powerful.
Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, you destroyed my Phoenix clan. One day I will destroy your Dragon Palace and bury your Dragon Palace and my Phoenix clan together. Just you wait.
And Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, you guys will have to pay the price for watching the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace break the rules. The Emperor of the Phoenix roared crazily. The Phoenix clan was destroyed, and his clan completely disappeared. As long as the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King were here, he would never be able to step into the 9 Origin universe.
He had to take revenge. Wang Xian didn't know that the Emperor of Phoenix had fallen into a crazy state.
He didn't know that he wanted to take revenge and destroy the Dragon Palace.
However, even if he knew, he didn't care. The Dragon Palace was strong enough now. Lin Yo was enough to guard the Dragon Palace and fend off most of the enemies.
If Wang Yun was in charge, there was no need to mention it.
After 3 days, the Dragon Palace had completely received the treasures of the Phoenix clan.
Dragon King, these are all the resources and treasures. With these treasures, the disciples of the Dragon Palace will be cultivating at the Tree of Chaos. Next, we will have a huge increase in strength. In the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Gue handed a set of documents to Wang Xian and said excitedly, "This time, the Dragon Palace's gains were too great."
Okay.
Wang Xian swept his gaze and revealed a satisfied expression. Following that, he looked at Prime Minister Gui and said, "Call all the disciples at the peak of the Universe Dominator realm in the Dragon Palace over." "It's the Dragon King." Prime Minister Gue nodded. Soon, 20 disciples at the peak of the Universe Dominator realm flew over. Recently, the Dragon Palace had added 2 more existences at the peak of the Ruler realm.
Ao Qitian, Ao Qi, Muze, San Ao Jian, and the other leaders had all reached the peak of the Ruler realm. Bei Shuang had also reached the peak of the Ruler realm. Apart from them, there were 10 purebred divine dragons.
Greetings, Dragon King. Greetings, Master. The 20 disciples of the Dragon Palace came over and immediately bowed respectfully. Wang Xian glanced at them and nodded his head in satisfaction.
I called you here because I have something to tell you. It's a good thing for you.
All of you have already reached the peak of the universe's ruler. Our Dragon Palace currently has me and Lin Yo, the 2 Heavens Origin Destiny Realm cultivators. We still need more Heavens Origin Destiny Realm powerhouses to appear.
I have some resources here for you to cultivate. Try to reach the peak of the Ruler Realm as soon as possible. Try to touch the threshold of the Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm as soon as possible. Once you have reached this realm, I will bring you to the universe for a breakthrough. Ao Qitian, Yamuzisan, all of you have many attributes in your bodies. It will be difficult for you to break through. You can ask Lin Nyo about this. He has many attributes as well. You can also take this path by using the bloodline method to break through. Wang Xian spoke to them one by one.
Ao Qitian and the rest all had 3 attributes. It would be too difficult for them to combine the 3 attributes and achieve a breakthrough at the same time.
Currently, there were no cases of multiple attribute breakthroughs in the 9 Origin universe. However, apart from attribute breakthroughs, there was also a bloodline breakthrough.
A bloodline breakthrough was just like the Linyu. It would increase the strength in the bloodline and complete the breakthrough. Aochitian and the others, as peak dragon species, could also be considered as a special bloodline species.
They were equally powerful and could also make a breakthrough.
The Divine Dragon clan cultivated not only the attributes but also the physical body and bloodline. It was also a powerful foundation. However, if Aochitian and the others wanted to make a breakthrough, it would probably be a little more difficult than a group of purebred divine dragons. In addition, they also had to find those special universes. It's the Dragon King. Thank you for your cultivation. We will definitely work hard to cultivate and strive to reach the heavenly Yuan destiny realm to serve you, Dragon King. Aochitian and the others said with excitement and loyalty.
The loyalty of the disciples of the Dragon Palace was beyond doubt.
Cultivate well. I'll give you a corpse of an expert who believes in the heavenly Yuan destiny realm. There's a heart of faith in the corpse. You can absorb it together. In addition, the resources in the Dragon Palace can be mobilized as you wish when you can improve your own strength. Wang Xian continued to speak to them. If the Dragon Palace could produce more Heaven Origin Creator powerhouses, then the Dragon Palace would be truly powerful, truly invincible.
His expectations were not high. It would be enough if he could reach the Void Universe.
The Void Universe was controlled by the Void Dynasty, and they had only one king.
The king of the Void Dynasty was the supreme existence in the Void Universe.
They were equivalent to a force, and they had many powerhouses in the heavenly Yuan destiny realm.
It was not very difficult to train the disciples of the Dragon Palace to the heavenly Yuan destiny realm.
Most importantly, the Dragon Palace had too many resources at the moment. The most important thing was the Heart of Faith. The Heart of Faith at the heavenly fate realm. And there were two of them. For a master at the peak of the Dominator realm, this was simply an unparalleled treasure.
It was far from being comparable to the God of Elements fragments and the corpses of other heavenly fate realm masters.
Of course, apart from the Heart of Faith, there was also a complete body of a heavenly fate water elemental master. This body was comparable to the Heart of Faith.
That was because it was a complete body.
With such a huge amount of resources, it should not be a problem to nurture a Heaven's Origin powerhouse. I hope the Dragon Palace can have more Heaven's Origin powerhouses. It will be a little difficult for me to break through now.
Wang Xian mumbled.
Even if all the resources of the entire Phoenix clan were devoured by Wang Xian, they were still far from enough for him to level up.
According to his estimation, he would need at least 3 Phoenix clan's resources to allow him to make a breakthrough. This also made Wang Xian less anxious.
The resources of the Phoenix clan would be used to upgrade the disciples of the Dragon Palace first. His strength could be improved after the arrival of the apocalypse. When the apocalypse arrived, there would be a big battle. There would be a fight for resources. They would fight for a spot.
The 9 Origin universe would not be spared.
They were enemies with the Void universe. When the time came, there would definitely be a huge battle. It would be a stalemate for a long time.
Next, let's wait for the calamity to arrive. Wang Xian thought to himself. A few days later, the Floating Queen held a celebratory ceremony.
A group of powerhouses from the Heaven's Origin realm gathered.
They also took this opportunity to chat a little.
In the following period of time, the 9 Origin universe completely stabilized. The grudges between the various races had all been settled. The disciples of the various races all buried their heads in cultivation. This time, the Tree of Chaos appeared beside the 9 Origin universe, making the power of the 9 Origin universe unprecedentedly strong.
According to the Elven Empress, this time, the strength of the 9 Origin universe was the strongest state that she knew of.
The number of experts at the disciple side had also far surpassed the previous Aeon tribulations. It was even double the number of the previous Aeon tribulations. The strength of the Heaven Origin creation stage experts had the addition of Wang Xian, as well as their combat strength that was comparable to the Great Tao level.
This time, the 9 Origin universe might be able to attack the void space. During the last calamity, the void universe occupied the upper sky. Some void towers in the void universe even invaded the 9 Origin universe and killed many living beings.
This time, it was hard to say. From the Elven Empress, Wang Xian also learned about the origin of the grudge between the Void Universe and the 9 Origin Universe.
It was all because of the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan, the artificial intelligence.
Within the Nine Origin universe, there was no space attribute, and there were no space cultivators. The Void universe only had space attribute, and there were no other attributes.
Logically speaking, there was no need for the Void universe and the Nine Origin universe to fight.
However, everything was because of the universe AI that was born a long time ago in the Nine Origin universe.
This heavenly creation true treasure was very special. It was able to create a virtual space, a very real virtual space.
The Void Space Dynasty of the Void Space Universe took a fancy to this universe-L.
This universe-L was very useful to them. The Nine Origin universe was not a weak universe like the Six Paths universe. It was a joke to take away the heavenly creation true treasure that belonged to the Nine Origin universe.
Even if the universe-L was a true treasure that the Nine Origin universe could not use, it was not something that could be taken away just like that. Following that, the Nine Origin universe and the Void universe had a huge battle. This battle lasted for a very, very long time.
It lasted for several eons.
Now, once the eons erupted, it would be a direct war. Time passed day by day. 100 million years, 100 million years, all of them passed very quickly. During this period, Wang Xian did not go out. He stayed in the Dragon Palace and stayed in the Nine Origin universe. As time passed, the Dragon Palace's foundation and the disciples of the Dragon Palace became stronger and stronger.
The Dragon Palace had been established for a relatively short period of time, so the Dragon Palace's foundation was lacking. After absorbing the Phoenix clan and after time, the Dragon Palace had become the top race in the Nine Origin universe.
The only race that could faintly contend against them was the Demon Clan. In the blink of an eye, more than 1 billion years had passed. The arrival of the apocalypse was getting closer and closer. Buzz, buzz. On this day, the communication stone plate in Wang Xian's hand rang. When he saw the news, his body moved and he immediately flew out. He was currently at the position of the Tree of Chaos. Soon, they arrived at the top of the Tree of Chaos. Around them, the heavenly Yuan creation powerhouses from the Nine Origin universe were also flying over.
The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was already sitting in one of the seats.
Wang Xian swept his gaze over them and sat down in one of the seats.
Very soon, all the Heaven Origin creation powerhouses from the Nine Origin universe had arrived. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, Patriarch Xuanwu, the Hetian Saint, the Elven Empress, the 12 Ancestral Witches, the Floating Water Queen, the Royal Ancestors, the Emperor of the Netherworld Race, and the Emperor of the Angels.
In addition, there were Wang Xian and Lin Niu. Everyone is here. The calamity is about to arrive in 100 million years. Everyone, please sit down and have a detailed discussion. Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor looked at them and said, Senior Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, we are much stronger than last time in this calamity. Last time, the Void race hunted down many of our disciples. This time, it's time for us to take revenge.
The Elven Empress said with a face full of killing intent. Wang Xian was a little surprised to see such a strong killing intent on her exquisite face. We must kill the Void universe.
The 12 Ancestral Witches also agreed with a face full of killing intent. We must kill the Void universe. However, we are not sure if the Void universe's strength has increased. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor said, The early stages are mainly for testing. We'll fight in the middle and late stages.
Our Nine Origin universe is very strong this time. We can consider escorting some disciples to make a breakthrough.
In the past, I needed to guard the Nine Origin universe. Now that the Dragon King is here, we can consider adding 1 or 2 heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouses. The Skeleton Emperor of the Skeleton Clan has reached his limit. As long as there are spots, he can make a breakthrough.
As for the Divine Tiger Clan and the Saint lineage, there are experts who can break through.
Adding 2 or 3 more Heaven Origin creation realm experts to our Nine Origin universe in the early stages is a good upgrade for our Nine Origin universe. In addition, we also have to consider the Tree of Chaos. Once the calamity arrives, the energy in the chaos will be gentle. The Tree of Chaos is very eye-catching.
This place is a precious place for cultivation for any universe. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor began to speak to them one by one.
Increase the number of Heaven Origin creation experts in the Nine Origin universe. The Tree of Chaos was safe here. The tree of chaos was a holy land for cultivation, and any universe would be envious.
All of this had to be planned out.
Increasing the number of heaven origin creation experts was not a small increase for the 9 origin universe. The heaven origin creation quota in the 9 origin universe had already been used up, but there were still experts at the peak of the ruler realm who could break through at any time. This required going to a universe with this quota, going to another universe to make a breakthrough.
However, if an expert at the peak of the ruler realm wanted to go to another universe to make a breakthrough, there was a slim chance of survival or even a slim chance of survival. It was impossible for the experts in the other universe to let you occupy this quota.
This required a protective array. In the past, to prevent sneak attacks from the Void universe, the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor needed to oversee the 9 origin universe. But this time, with Wuxia, he could escape. At that time, the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor could bring his disciples to other universes to make a breakthrough. With a great Tao-level existence protecting him, it would be very safe for him to make a breakthrough. In the past, as there was only one great Tao-level existence in the 9 origin universe, if an expert could make a breakthrough, he could only rely on himself and his race to fight in the outside world. However, this time his days were going to be better.
Regarding the matter of leading the disciples to achieve a breakthrough, I can go with Senior Fallen Shadow Demon Empress. I have not achieved a breakthrough for long. There is a problem. How long will the cataclysm last? If there are any special circumstances, please tell us in detail for a year. Wuxia asked them. Regarding the cataclysm, Wuxia asked the Elven Empress, but he did not go into too much detail.
Now that the cataclysm was about to arrive, it was time for him to properly understand and prepare. Let me answer. Xuanwu's ancestor spoke. As everyone knows, the chaotic space is dead silent. It is difficult for a powerhouse who is not in the heaven's origin realm to survive.
However, there are experts who have guessed and verified that the chaotic space is actually the condensation and integration of all energy. However, the energy that is fused together is unusually violent and cannot be absorbed.
There is a cycle in the chaotic space. After a certain period, the chaotic space will become gentler and be able to absorb all kinds of energy. Under such circumstances, there will be no universe boundaries. The energy in the chaos will also pour into the various universes. Therefore, the suppression of the living beings in the outside world by the various universes will also disappear.
During this period, which is known as the cataclysm, it is not certain how long it will last. Sometimes it will be 5 billion years, sometimes it will be 6 billion years.
Most of them will last between 5 and 8 billion years. The duration of the apocalypse was not continuous. It was more than 5 billion years.
During this period of time, the various universes no longer had any suppressive force. The battle for the spot of the heavenly Yuan creator. The battle for resources.
There was even the battle for blood and food. The battle for life. The ordinary cultivators of the universe mainly focused on resources. But there were also many universes where they cultivated in different directions. For example, to believe in the universe, they need to believe in life. To develop a universe of life into their own believers. They don't slaughter life wantonly, but after becoming their believers, they have no idea.
They can change the mind of a living creature and make it their own slave. A thought to make it die.
This was completely equivalent to raising livestock. This was a type of. There was also something even more cruel.
The cultivation of some creatures in the universe was not resources, but blood food. What was blood food?
It was to use living creatures as food to increase their strength. Before the apocalypse, they were natural disasters to the weak universe. These demons ate humans and other living beings as food and devoured them.
The quota battle was only one part of it.
To put it bluntly, the quota battle was only a battle between top-tier experts. Some of the demons that hadn't reached this level, the experts that believed in the universe, would sneak into a universe and secretly devour living beings to develop believers. This was also very terrifying for the weak. Of course, these demons were also resources for some cultivators. They could hunt demons and refine weapons and pills.
Hunters and prey existed together.
This was why the calamity was called the calamity. It was bloody and cruel.
There was no morality at all.
The law of the cataclysm was that the strong preyed on the weak. Of course, there were also some merciful powerhouses and some formations. When Wang Xian and the rest heard what Patriarch Xuanwu said, they nodded their heads slightly.
The cataclysm lasts for a very long time. Although the cataclysm is extremely cruel, there is a general division of camps. In general, there are 3 camps: sequence massacre, sequence justice, and sequence neutrality.
After Black Tortoise Patriarch finished speaking, the Elven Empress began to add, 3 factions. From the name, we can see that our 9 essences universe is sequence neutral. What is a neutral faction? A neutral faction has a unique characteristic, and that is to not kill the innocent. Of course, there is a prerequisite. Others must not provoke us. If they do, they will similarly massacre the city and wipe out the entire race. Sequence neutrality is the division of our 9 origin universe by the other universe masters. Sequence neutrality means that most of the living universes are dominated by humans. Some of the weaker universes, for the sake of safety, would form a group to resist the invaders.
Over time, they also gave birth to powerful heavenly fate.
Their main focus is on defense and killing the sequence slaughterers. However, we can't treat them as good people. There are many hypocrites among them, as well as secretly massacring cities and exterminating races.
However, there are very few of them. As for the serial killer camps, they are the true raiders and killers of the apocalypse. Facing the serial killer camps, you can kill them if you want to. If you can cooperate with them, you can also cooperate with them. We are focused on benefits.
Of course, be it the justice or the serial killer camps, they are also focused on benefits. In their camps, some universes will have wars or even slaughter.
To put it bluntly, everything is still for their own interests. It's just that their methods are different. Some are cruel and radical while some still have justice.
The Elven Queen told Wang Xian and the rest about the 3 factions. When Wang Xian and the rest heard that, they nodded their heads slightly. The 9 origin universe was not a universe dominated by humans. It was a universe dominated by the various peak races.
Although Wang Xian belonged to the human race, he also belonged to the
divine dragon race. The calamity was all for the sake of benefits.
There was no absolute camp.
It was just divided according to the degree of cruelty. However, the people in the serial killing camp could be said to be extremely cruel. Most of them ate the living beings with blood. Wang Xian would not be lenient when he faced the serial killing camp. After all, with the integration of the bloodthirsty insect race's technology, the Dragon Palace's dragon transformation pool could be said to be an existence comparable to the blood-eating creatures.
Wang Xian was not a bloodthirsty person. However, he felt at ease killing some of the creatures from the serial killer faction.
We have added some new members this time. I would like to say something here. If we provoke a powerful enemy outside, if we are not their opponent and the other party wants to kill our way into the 9 origin universe, if we want all the other powerhouses to help us defend, we need to take out resources to invite others.
Otherwise, we will negotiate with the other party and allow them to enter the 9 origin universe.
That's one point. In addition, everyone should also try to cooperate and help each other. After all, we are comrades from the same universe. Only by uniting will other universes fear us and fear us. The fallen shadow demon emperor said. The other heavenly creation powerhouses nodded.
Let's talk about the Tree of Chaos. During the calamity, there might be other universes that want to occupy the Tree of Chaos. We need to make some preparations.
The Shadow Devil Emperor continued to speak. Every peak race will take out a portion of divine stones. Our wizard clan will set up a powerful formation here.
The 12 ancestral wizards spoke. For this cataclysm, I will let Lin Yo stay on the Dragon Palace's side. We can completely take care of the Tree of Chaos. Wang Xian spoke. The formation of the 12 ancestral wizards and 1 heaven origin creation stage powerhouse is enough. We can let your Dragon Palace's heaven origin creation stage powerhouse stay here for free. We have to give them sufficient rewards.
If there are really 3 or 4 heaven origin creation realm experts who want to occupy our Tree of Chaos, then we will ask our disciples to leave. All the other experts will rush over and start a war with them. We will keep 1 heaven origin creation realm expert to prevent our disciples from being massacred.
Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor said.
It was impossible for the heaven origin creation realm experts in the 9 origin universe to stay here at the Tree of Chaos forever. It was sufficient as long as one of them was in charge. When the time came, they would be able to be on guard in case of an accident. As for the invasion of 3 to 4 Heaven Origin Creator powerhouses, it was easy to handle. They would step aside and all the Heaven Origin Creator powerhouses in the 9 Origin universe would rush over. War.
The strength of the 9 Origin universe was not weak. One could even say that it was very strong. If a universe dared to wage war against them, they would naturally accept the challenge. Wuxia and the rest nodded.
12 ancestral witches, next, tell the new members of the Dragon King and the rest about the means of the void space experts.
The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor said to the 12 ancestral witches.
The void space was their only enemy at the moment.
The void universe belongs to the same neutral faction as our 9 Origin universe. Their universe only has one attribute, the spatial attribute. However, as a universe, it is impossible for there to be one spot for a Heaven Origin Creator.
Therefore, the void universe can give birth to 5 Heaven Origin Creators. When the 12 ancestral witches heard the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor's words, they nodded and began to introduce it to Wuxia and the rest. The space attribute is recognized as the top attribute in all the major universes. A newly broken through Tianyuan destiny can fight against an old-fashioned beginner-level existence, so they are very powerful. They head to the universes that possess the space attribute to allow their disciples to break through. During the last calamity, they had 8 Tianyuan destiny-level powerhouses. The Void universe is controlled by the King of Void. Their king, the Void Saint, is in existence at the level of Great Tao. The 12 ancestral witches glanced at the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and said, "In terms of strength, we, the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, can barely resist him."
"I can barely resist him too, but I can't stop him."
The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor added on from the side and then looked at Wuxia. A smile appeared on his face. "However, it's not certain this time. The Dragon King is very strong. If I'm not wrong, the Dragon King should have a heavenly Yuan destiny treasure on him, right?" The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor's words surprised the few heavenly Yuan destiny powerhouses. However, the Elf Queen and the 12 ancestral warlocks were not too surprised. Obviously, they had already guessed it.
The Divine Dragon Clan was once wiped out by the Phoenix Clan because of the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin realm.
The reason why Wuxia could rise up so quickly was obviously because of the existence of the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin realm. Would attribute, supplementary attribute. It doesn't have too many buffs in battle.
Wuxia did not hide anything. He smiled and said, "The ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin realm that my foster son has is an offensive type. It's very powerful. If their universe isn't in too much danger, I can call him over to join the battle."
Dragon King, your improvement is really amazing. If your foster son can participate in the battle, the strength of our 9 Origin universe will be greatly improved. He is an offensive type Heaven Origin creation treasure. The Emperor of Angels exclaimed in astonishment. Now, he was showing signs of fawning over him. However, the Dragon Palace was too powerful.
The Dragon King was comparable to the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor. He had a subordinate who was similar to him and an adopted son who possessed the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin.
This was simply too heaven-defying. Now, he was afraid that Wuxia would settle old scores with him.
"Thank you. It's only because I have the heritage of the Divine Dragon Clan."
Wuxia smiled. This smile also made the Emperor of Angels smile. Spatial-type powerhouses are very difficult to deal with. Their teleportation ability is hard to defend against. They can sneak attack and escape in an instant. Powerful spatial-type powerhouses can't even sense us. We are in a very passive position when we fight them. The 12 ancestral witches continued. They looked at Patriarch Xuanwu, He Tiansheng, the royal family's patriarch, and the floating queen. Especially you guys. You guys are greatly suppressed when you fight against spatial-type powerhouses. The other party is unwilling to fight you head-on. There's nothing you can do about it.
Black Tortoise Patriarch nodded silently.
He was good at defense, so he was very passive when facing the experts of the Void universe. I'm good at defense. During the calamity, I can guard the 9 Origin universe.
Black Tortoise Patriarch said,
I can control the universe's Al in the 9 Origin universe, and I can guard the 9 origin universe. He Tiansheng also took the initiative to speak. 1. Have a detection item for space attribute experts. I will give one to each of you. The 12 ancestral wizards said. He Tian, use the universe's AL to simulate the battle of space attribute experts. Let everyone experience it. The ancestor of the Dark Clan said. Okay. He Tiansheng nodded. He could simply use the universe's AL.
Simulation was one of the functions of the universe's artificial intelligence.
This simulation was very realistic. Could be said to be 100% realistic.
Let me do it. There's still 100 million years. In this 100 million years, PLL accompany you guys to practice.
Wang Xian's gaze swept across them. He saw that all of them were preparing for the calamity. They were all preparing for the safety of the 9 origin universe. He spoke directly.
His body moved and the body of the Void Divine Dragon appeared at the side.
Is this your special treasure, Dragon King?
The Elven Empress looked at the Void Divine Dragon and asked with a twinkle in her eyes.
This was not the first time they saw it. When Wang Xian killed the Emperor of the Phoenix, he had already displayed it. However, she thought that it was just a powerful treasure of Wang Xian. A treasure that could create a clone. After all, when he killed the Emperor Phoenix, Wang Xian did not use much of his strength. This is my Void Dragon clone. It has a spatial attribute and achieved a breakthrough in the sword and magic universe. This clone of mine should be able to display a portion of the abilities of a spatial attribute powerhouse.
Wang Xian spoke truthfully.
Clone? How did you manage to create such a clone?
The Elven Queen asked with a shocked expression.
It was an item from the Divine Dragon Clan. I borrowed the vitality of the Heaven's Origin treasure token to create a clone. Wang Xian smiled and explained.
The Void Dragon God?
I know about that. It's just that this plan failed back then. I didn't expect it to succeed now.
The ancestor of Xuanwu said, with this clone of yours, Dragon King, we will have a deeper understanding of the space attribute.
Dragon King, do us a favor. With your help, we will be able to create more arrays and items that target the space attribute experts. The eyes of the 12 ancestor witches lit up as they spoke. No problem. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. All right. Next, Dragon King, get your doppelganger to engage in more battles with them. Also, distribute some energy to the disciples of the various peak races for them to experience. In addition, we need to form a defensive team to protect our 9 origin universe. The strength of the team shouldn't be too strong. Each peak race will produce 2 powerhouses at the peak of the universe overlord realm. Shadow Devil Emperor continued. That won't be a problem. This team will act as a mobile team. If any reckless guys step into our 9 origin universe, we'll kill them, the Dark Clan ancestor said with a murderous look. When the calamity arrived, any other universe master disciples who entered their 9 origin universe would be regarded as an invasion. They could be killed directly, no questions asked.
Their 9 origin universe was not a weak universe. A powerful universe had the power of a powerful universe.
Wang Xian and the rest talked for a very long time, including the safety of the entire 9 origin universe. In fact, during the following period of time, the strong disciples of the various peak races went to other places in the universe and began to receive other life planets. There were countless planets in the 9 origin universe. After the arrival of the calamity, the various peak races and the strong practitioners of the Heaven's Origin manifestation could not take care of all the living beings in the 9 origin universe.
There were still countless weeks in the space around the 9 origin universe.
Many planets were extremely weak. It was impossible for them to gather all the planets together. This was an unrealistic problem. In addition, there was another point. If they gathered all the living beings in the 9 origin universe together and encountered a strong enemy, they would be completely destroyed. Therefore, they would not gather all the planets together.
However, the universe's artificial intelligence could cover the entire 9 origin universe. As a powerful heavenly Yuan creation supreme treasure known to the 9 origin universe, the universe's artificial intelligence was far more special than the ancestral tree.
It did not have any offensive power, only this kind of special assistance.
I am the Hutun Saint. Today with the 9 origin universes supreme. Treasure, the universe's artificial intelligence covers the 9 origin universe. All intelligent life forms can enter the universe's artificial intelligence from today onwards. I will announce that the apocalypse is coming. The saintly beings of the Hetien Saints lineage, the fallen shadow demon emperor, the dragon king of the dragon palace, the elven empress, the 12 ancestral sorcerers, patriarch Xuanwu, the ancestor of the dark race, the emperor of the angels, the ancestor of the royal family, the floating water queen of the celestial nation, the divine throne of the dragon palace, and the rest of the heavenly Yuan destinies are warning all beings in the 9 origin universe. The apocalypse will arrive in 100 million years. During the apocalypse, all beings in the 9 origin universe are forbidden to kill each other. If any beings from other universes step into the 9 origin universe, report to the universe's artificial intelligence immediately. I, the guardian warrior of the 9 origin universe, will kill any enemies who step into my universe. We, the 9 origin universe, are not afraid of any powerful enemies. Those who offend our 9 origin universe will be killed even if they are far away. On this day, in every corner of the entire 9 origin universe, all the living planets, and all the living beings, a voice filled with majesty appeared in their minds. At this moment, all the living beings open their eyes and widen their eyes. The living beings on the heaven-opening desolate continent were fine. The living beings on the periphery of the 9 origin universe on the heaven-opening desolate continent were shocked when they heard this voice. What was the apocalypse? What were the Unity Saint, the fallen shadow demon emperor, the dragon king of the dragon palace, and the others? What were the heaven origin creation realm powerhouses? However, they soon found that their minds could be connected to an illusory space. This space contained all sorts of information. Countless creatures from the 9 origin universe poured into the universe's L. When they saw all sorts of information, they were somewhat dazed. This was especially so for the weaker civilizations that had yet to take off. All the creatures on these planets were either confused or confused. After a few months, the creatures on the major planets finally received this reality. Furthermore, those planets that couldn't connect to the universe's L had their knowledge broadened. This was a good thing for them, because any cultivation technique of the universe's L was a true treasure for the weak living beings to become gods. They were all true treasures that they didn't dare to imagine before. Now, there were many such treasures in the universe's L. This was a terrifying opportunity for the weak planets. The influx of countless creatures also caused the entire universe's AI to become lively. Then, about a year later, many problems suddenly appeared on the universes. Some of them were very hot. These were the problems of the life planets outside the 9 origin universe. One question was, the Hetien Saint and the fallen shadow demon emperor, the dragon king of the dragon palace, the elven empress, the 12 ancestral witches, the Xuanwu patriarch, the nether patriarch, the emperor of angels, the royal patriarch, the celestial nation's floating water queen, the dragon palace's divine ox throne, and so on, who was the most powerful? One question was, which faction was the most powerful in the 9 origin universe? These 2 questions were the most popular. The disciples of the strongest races in the 9 origin universe also started to discuss and rank. Of course, they didn't dare to talk about the destiny-level powerhouses. They only made a simple ranking. One of the wild rankings received the approval of many people. The Heavenly Yuan Destiny Level Ranking. First, the Demon Race's Lord Shadow Demon Emperor. Second, Lord Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Third, Lord Elven Empress, Lord Xuanwu Patriarch, Lord 12 Ancestral Sorcerers, and Lord Ancestor of the Nether Race are ranked side by side, details unknown. Fourth, the rest of the Heavenly Fate powerhouses are ranked unknown. With only 4 rankings, this ranking was still very well recognized. Because according to the information of the powerhouses of the peak races, they only knew this much. The only thing that was controversial was whether the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had the strength of the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. However, in the end, many of the experts' disciples still believed that the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was the strongest and had the deepest foundation. Of course, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was undoubtedly the second strongest.
This was because all the experts' disciples of the peak races had seen that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace instantly killed a Heaven Origin Creation Realm expert who had just broken through. He had killed a Chaos Behemoth. And in the ranking of the forces in the 9 Origin universe, the first place was the Dragon Palace. This was unquestionable. The second place was the Demon race. The third place was given to the Witch race.
The fourth place was given to the Dark race.
The fifth place was the ELF race. The sixth place was the Black Tortoise race. The seventh place was the Angel race. The eighth place was the Saint race.
The 9th Royal Clan. The 10th Celestial Nation.
The 11th Skeleton Clan. The 12th Divine Tiger Clan. Many strong disciples agreed with this ranking.
Why isn't the Dragon Palace's Dragon King's strength the number 1, but the Dragon Palace's strength is?
The creatures outside the 19 Origin universe asked curiously.
Soon, an expert from the Celestial Nation replied to this question. Because in the Dragon Palace, besides the Dragon King, there's also Lord Linyo. In addition, our Immortal Kingdom's floating queen made a breakthrough with the help of the Dragon King. In the future, our Immortal Kingdom will be on the same side as the Dragon King.
Wherever the Dragon King points, the Immortal Kingdom will follow.
The reply from the powerhouse from the Immortal Kingdom shocked the living beings outside the 9 Origin universe.
However, there was another reply besides this one, which shocked them.
Outside the 9 Origin universe, the Dragon King once raised an adopted son. This adopted son of the Dragon King was blessed with great fortune and his strength was comparable to the Lord's ranked 3rd in our 9 Origin universe. The 2 rankings and some information made the name of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace resound throughout every corner of the 9 Origin universe. Later, when all the living beings saw the stories and legends about the Dragon King's life on the universe's Al, they were even more dumbfounded. Lord Dragon King's rise is so fast, so terrifying. This dazzling rise is simply unbelievable. Lord Dragon King's deeds are too awesome. He relied on great perseverance, great wisdom, and great strength to kill his way here. He's too strong. I didn't expect that our 9 Origin universe's extremely powerful Phoenix clan would be easily destroyed by Dragon King. Dragon King and the others are too strong, right?
The Phoenix clan, which is comparable to other peak races, was wiped out by the Dragon King. They are simply invincible. The Dragon King has killed his way here. He is invincible all the way. Invincible. But then again, the rise and growth of the Dragon Palace's Dragon King and the others were all because other forces coveted the Dragon Palace. They were the ones who wanted to deal with the Dragon Palace's Dragon King and the others. The Dragon Palace endured many times and took revenge after they became stronger. This is the rise of a true powerhouse, the rise of a truly powerful force. The universe's Al was extremely lively. When all the outer disciples of the 9 Origin universe saw what happened to the Dragon King, they all became excited.
They started to discuss.
This also made the Dragon Palace's Dragon King's reputation thoroughly resound throughout all corners of the universe's Al. The reputation of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace even surpassed that of any other Heaven Origin creator. Naturally, Wuxia knew about the matters regarding the universe's Al. Recently, when he was bored, he would check the information on the universe's Al.
During these billions of years, Wuxia did not receive much improvement.
Now, if Wuxia wanted to continue his breakthrough, he would need too many resources. When the cataclysm arrived, Wuxia would go out to take a look while ensuring the safety of the 9 Origin universe and the Dragon Palace. He would look for some opportunities and resources for his breakthrough. Once he made another breakthrough, he would be able to match the great Tao level of Heaven's Origin creation without the aid of any treasures. At that time, the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor might not be his match. However, although he did not improve, he had obtained another powerful treasure.
At this moment, on top of the ancestral tree, there was another flower apart from the mother fruits.
This was a flower that was half white and half black.
The flower looked extremely strange and emitted a special energy.
This was the Resurrection Lily. The fusion of darkness and light Resurrection Lily. The Dragon Palace had the black flower of the other shore, and the white flower of the other shore of light was owned by the Angel clan. The flower of the other shore of light could travel back and forth between life and death. The flower of the other shore of darkness represented the reincarnation of the other shore. One could bring people back to life in an instant, and the other could go back to a few seconds ago. Now, the flower of the other shore of light and darkness had fused with the assistance of the ancestral tree. It became the flower of the other shore.
There was no division between light and darkness.
The flower of the other shore had the same ability as the flower of the other shore of light and darkness. Furthermore, it had an additional powerful ability. That was foresight.
It could predict how much damage the other party's attack could cause to it. This was a very powerful ability.
Could predict the strength of the other party's attack. This was a great guarantee when facing some old silver coins. Moreover, it could prevent sneak attacks.
There was only one such resurrection lily, and it would take a long time to recover after using it. The radiant resurrection lily was a gift from the Emperor of Angels to the Dragon Palace.
Could also be considered as an apology to the Dragon Palace. This resurrection lily was also very precious in the Angel clan. There were at most a dozen of them. Wang Xian's strength did not improve much. However, the strength of the entire Dragon Palace had improved tremendously.
This was especially so when the Dragon Palace had the corpses of the powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm.
The corpses of these powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm were too precious and hard to come by. The other peak races had to pay a huge price and resources to obtain these corpses from Wang Xian. With the help of these corpses, the disciples of the powerhouses in the Dragon Palace had improved tremendously over the past billion years.
The number of peak universe masters had reached 55.
Yes, it had reached more than 50. Currently, the number of experts at the Dragon Palace's level could be ranked first in the 9 Origin universe.
In addition, out of the more than 8 million disciples of the Dragon Palace, 1 million had already reached the ruler realm. There was a reason why there were so many disciples at the ruler realm. That was the seed of advancement that Wang Xian had obtained back then. By devouring the seed of advancement, a master at the peak of the universe night realm could break through the shackles and reach the realm of a master of the universe.
This seed of advancement took root and sprouted on the ancestral tree. Now, due to the maturity of the ancestral tree, one seed of advancement could be born every 100,000 years. One seed per 100,000 years, 1,000 would be born every 100 million years, and more than 10,000 would be born every billion years.
Plus, they were all cultivating in the Tree of Chaos, so the number of rulers in the Dragon Palace had reached a terrifying 1 million. Of course, the number of rulers in the other peak races had increased by 3 to 4 times in the past billion years.
It had reached 500,000 to 600,000. In terms of disciples, the Dragon Palace's strength was still very terrifying.
After all, the Dragon Palace had the Heavenly Yuan Creation's Supreme Treasure Ancestral Tree, which was auxiliary, and the technology of the Bug Clan and the Divine Dragon Clan.
They had obtained all the resources of the Phoenix Clan and all the corpses of the Phoenix Clan. 1.3 million ruler realm experts. This was the exact number of experts of the Dragon Palace. Time passed day by day again. The arrival of the apocalypse was getting closer and closer. The atmosphere of the various peak races became more and more solemn.
When the apocalypse arrived, they would no longer have the peace they had now. When the time came, they might have to go to the battlefield and face a powerful enemy. Some of them were excited and a little apprehensive. Most of them were indomitable and had an invincible aura.
They believed that they were not weaker than the powerhouses from other universes.
100 million years passed very quickly.
The countdown to the cataclysm began gradually. There's still 1 year before the cataclysm. Fellow Taoists, please make your final decision. There was still a year before the cataclysm.
A piece of news reached Wang Xian.
Upon seeing this news, he did not hesitate and flew out immediately. The cataclysm was about to begin. There were still some things that they needed to make a decision on. Greetings, Dragon King. When Wang Xian arrived, there were already many strong disciples there.
Among them were the Skeleton Clan and the Divine Tiger Clan.
This time, all the strong practitioners from the peak races had arrived. Although the Skeleton Clan and the Divine Tiger Clan did not have any strong practitioners in the Heaven's Origin manifestation realm, their strength was not weak in the 9 Origin universe. Especially the Skeleton Clan. There were many strong practitioners in the Dominator realm in their clan. They were comparable to other forces with strong practitioners in the heaven's origin manifestation realm.
Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head and his gaze landed on Ling Honggu.
Ling Honggu was an expert from the skeleton clan. She had a powerful inheritance in her body. Currently, her strength had already reached the pinnacle of the universe.
The fact that Ling Honggu was able to reach such a level naturally had something to do with Wang Xian. Although Ling Honggu was the Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace, their relationship was pretty close.
The girls of the Dragon Palace had already acknowledged him. After all, Ling Honggu had fought side by side with the Dragon Palace back then. She had survived a crisis. She had spent a long period of time with the Dragon Palace and Wang Xian. However, Ling Honggu did not want to join the Dragon Palace. Her father and grandfather were very good to her. With the support of the Dragon Palace's various powerful resources, she had already become a top-notch master of the Skeleton Clan at the peak of the universe. Furthermore, the Skeleton Clan also knew about the relationship between Ling Honggu and Wang Xian. The other kings of the Skeleton Clan were very polite to Ling Honggu and even respected him.
After all, the current Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was too powerful. Wang Xian nodded his head at Ling Honggu.
Ling Honggu also smiled at him. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. The Skeleton Clan, the Divine Tiger Clan, and the Saint Clan all had powerhouses at the peak of the Overlord realm. The Dragon King is here. Sit.
When the Hetian Saint saw Wang Xian, he gestured with a smile on his face.
Okay.
Wang Xian sat at the side. Soon, the other powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin realm also rushed over.
There's still a year before the calamity begins. Let's have a final discussion. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor arrived. He scanned all the powerhouses around him and asked, "Currently, how many people have already touched the threshold of the Heaven's Origin realm?" "Lord Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, I have already touched the threshold of the Heaven's Origin realm. As long as there's a spot, I will be able to break through." An elder from the Skeleton Clan bowed and said, "Your subordinate, Tiger Roar Mountain, has also touched the threshold of a heavenly Yuan creation realm expert." An expert from the Divine Tiger Clan immediately bowed. "My saint lineage has a water-type disciple who has touched the threshold."
The Hetian Saint also spoke.
My demon clan also has a disciple." The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor nodded. He said, "During the last calamity, my demon race had a disciple who was able to break through. Unfortunately, I was watched by the Void Empire and was unable to leave the Nine Origin universe. He went to break through on his own but never came back. This time, with the Dragon King around, it's an opportunity for us." As the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor spoke, he looked at Wang Xian with a rare smile on his face.
"Senior Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, you are in charge of the Nine Origin universe. I admire you. My current strength is enough to fight against ordinary Great Tao Masters."
Wang Xian cupped his hands at the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was very powerful. Logically speaking, he could bring his powerful disciples to other universes to make a breakthrough. With him protecting them, the chances of success were very high.
However, because of the Void universe, he had to guard the Nine Origin universe and could not go far away. That was why the demon race had never produced a second Heaven Origin creator.
It could be said that the demon race had sacrificed themselves in exchange for the peace of the entire Nine Origin universe.
Wang Xian still respected this point.
"This time, I will take charge of the Nine Origin universe. Senior Shadow Devil Emperor can lead the disciples to break through and protect the array." Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before speaking again. "Let me handle the matter of taking charge of the Nine Origin universe. After all, I have experience and I have a very good understanding of the Void."
Shadow Devil Emperor shook his head. "I still can't leave the Nine Origin universe. Dragon King, you will protect them."
The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was a little worried about Wang Xian. After all, if he failed, it would be a huge blow to the Nine Origin universe. Countless lives would die. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and Wang Nihility of the Void Dynasty had been fighting for a very long time.
Both parties were more familiar with each other, so he was more confident. "That's fine too."
Wang Xian nodded. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor's presence was beneficial to Wang Xian. After all, this way he could move around in peace. If we can increase the number of Heaven Origin Creator powerhouses in our 9 Origin universe, I suggest that we attack the Void universe. A hint of killing intent flashed in Wang Xian's eyes as he spoke. In the early stages, both of us and the other party should investigate the strength of both parties. We will consider whether to attack after the initial stages have passed. The eyes of the fallen shadow demon emperor flickered as he spoke. Wang Xian nodded. The few of you who can make a breakthrough, go and look for a universe that can make a breakthrough. Look for a universe that has a quota for your attributes. After you find it, contact the Dragon King. The Dragon King will protect you. The fallen shadow demon emperor spoke to the experts of the Divine Tiger Clan's skeleton clan. As for the powerhouse from his tribe and the Saint tribe, he would naturally not let them take the risk. They would help in the search. This was the benefit of having a powerhouse of the Heaven's Origin manifestation in their tribe. The Skeleton tribe and the Divine Tiger tribe could only search for a suitable universe on their own. Moreover, this universe could not be too strong. Wang Xian and the rest could not help in the search for the universe. After all, their relationship was just that. Moreover, protecting the array was already a great gift to the powerhouses of the Divine Tigers of the Skeleton race. It was not difficult to find a universe that could be broken through. The difficulty was how to make the breakthrough and how to leave after the breakthrough. This was a huge problem. To them, it could even be described as a narrow escape. The probability of success was only 1/10. If Wang Xian protected the formation, the probability of success would reach. After all, an existence at the level of the Great Tao was still very terrifying. It was a strong guarantee for their breakthrough. Thank you, Lord Shadow Devil Emperor. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you all. The powerhouses from the Skeleton Clan and the Divine Tiger Clan expressed their gratitude immediately with excitement and excitement. With the Dragon King protecting their formation, their chances of breaking through would be as high as 90%. Unless they were too unlucky. Otherwise, the chances of them breaking through would be very, very high. This made them extremely excited. This was the benefit of a powerful universe. There's no need. Wang Xian shook his head lightly. According to what we've said before, in the early stages, we'll focus on observing the situation of the nearby universe. We'll investigate the situation of the Void universe. We'll have to make some arrangements for this. The fallen Shadow Devil Emperor continued. The Dragon King is busy protecting the path. Leave the investigation of the Void universe to me. The 12 ancestral witches were the first to speak. All right, the investigation of the Void universe is the most dangerous. You must pay attention to your safety. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor said to them. If there's anything, you can contact me directly. Wang Xian also spoke to the 12 ancestral witches. Wang Xian was having a discussion with the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and the rest. During the early stages of the cataclysm, which was the first 100 to 200 million years, the main focus was on scouting for all sorts of information. At this time, the 9 Origin universe would not take the initiative to start a battle. After scouting and helping a few disciples of the 9 Origin universe to achieve a breakthrough, they would proceed with their next action. They would decide whether to attack the Void universe or something else. After everything was discussed, Wang Xian and the rest returned to their respective races. 1 year was too fast for them. Buzz. On this day, Wang Xian felt something and flew out of the palace. Countless disciples of the Dragon Palace were in the surroundings. A group of disciples from the peak races also sensed something. They flew out of the palace where they were cultivating. Countless strong disciples stood on the branches of the Tree of Chaos and looked around. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the entire chaos seemed to be trembling. The chaos that was filled with dead silence seemed to have survived. The gray, chaotic, destructive power slowly began to become gentle. Chaos was no longer a place of death that could not be lived in for other living beings. A large amount of energy surged into the surroundings. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, wind, thunder, space, and so on. The power of chaos seemed to have transformed into all energy. In this place, all the disciples of experts could absorb all kinds of energy. All of them could cultivate. Buzz. At this moment, There was a huge ball of light in the distance in front of the Tree of Chaos.
The ball of light was emitting light. One could vaguely see the planets and meteorites inside the boundless starry sky.
Wang Xian stood on top of the Tree of Chaos and watched everything quietly. This scene was like the creation of heaven and earth.
It was like the chaos had been separated.
And the place where the light ball was located was the Nine Origin Universe. The calamity is coming. We should strengthen ourselves and protect the Nine Origin Universe and our homes. All the strong disciples in the surroundings were filled with shock when they saw this scene.
The Unity Saint stood on top and shouted loudly,
"Strengthen ourselves and protect the Nine Origin Universe."
Strengthen yourself and protect the Nine Origin Universe.
All the powerful disciples of the peak races shouted loudly.
Nine Origin Universe Protection Team, get into position.
The Hetian Saint continued to shout.
Tree of Chaos Protection Team, get into position.
Lin Yo stood beside Wang Xian and shouted as well. Lin Yo was currently guarding the Tree of Chaos. Similarly, Lin Yo could only reach the Dragon Palace in an instant if he wanted to. The cataclysm has begun. All the universes have erupted with huge lumps of light. This lumps of light makes all the universes extremely eye-catching in the chaos. Can be seen from afar. Wang Xian muttered as he watched all the changes. The cataclysm has begun. Energy could be absorbed in the chaos. At this moment, all the universes were like glowing suns. They could be seen clearly in the chaos. I am here to guard the Nine Origin Universe. Everyone, the place that you are heading to must not exceed the area that your divine kingdom can sense. If there is any accident, everyone should be able to rush back immediately. The voice of the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was transmitted into the ears of Wang Xian and the other Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses.
The Nine Origin Universe had a very powerful point.
It was the cultivation system of the Nine Origin Universe, the Divine Kingdom. The powerhouses in the Nine Origin Universe could return to their divine kingdom in an instant. Of course, there was a limit to this. Before the calamity broke out, one could not sense their divine kingdom in the chaos. However, now that the calamity had broken out, the chaos was calm and gentle. One could sense one's divine kingdom. However, there was a limit to sensing one's divine kingdom.
The stronger one was, the further one could sense one's divine kingdom. Just like Wang Xian and the rest, they could sense the existence of their divine kingdom even if they came to the nearest universe.
They could also return to the divine kingdom in an instant.
However, the masters of the universe could not sense the presence of the divine kingdom from such a distance.
All right. The group of heavenly Genesis masters nodded at the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. Prime Minister Gue, send the disciples of the Dragon Palace to explore. Tell them to pay attention to their safety. If they encounter danger or die, get in line to bring them back to life with the soul returning wood branch. Wang Xian said to Prime Minister Gue. With the arrival of the calamity, the Dragon Palace was going to send a portion of their experts to explore the surrounding areas. They were going to search for treasures and various information. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue replied immediately. Wang Xian stood on top of the Tree of Chaos and looked at the world around him quietly. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he waited quietly for some news.
The Void Dragon body had already arrived at the Sword and Magic Universe through the teleportation formation.
The Sword and Magic Universe was very far away from the Nine Origin Universe. If Wang Xian reached there, he would not be able to sense the existence of the Divine Kingdom.
However, the Sword and Magic Universe was too weak. He needed to take charge of it.
The calamity had already begun. All the living beings in the Nine Origin Universe could sense some changes in the heaven and earth. Even at the periphery of the Nine Origin Universe, the energy had suddenly increased explosively.
To some cultivators, this was a huge surprise. The rest of the Heaven Origin creation powerhouses in the Nine Origin Universe did not act rashly.
They were all waiting for some news. With the cataclysm beginning, the Nine Origin Universe had instead sunk into a short period of peace.
However, before Wang Xian and the rest could calm down for a few days,
a message was sent by the Guardian Army of the Nine Origin Universe.
When Wang Xian saw this message, he was slightly taken aback.
In the mountains and seas of the Nine Origin Universe, There are galactic beasts from the starry universe that came through the passage. They are extremely violent and have been killed for the time being.
At this moment, a message was sent by the Guardian Army formed by a group of peak races. There were more than 20 pinnacle great beings at the level of universe masters in the Guardian Army. They were definitely part of a powerful army.
They were responsible for the safety of the Nine Origin universe during the calamity.
Any living being that entered the Nine Origin universe would be immediately killed by them.
The passageway between the Nine Origin universe and the starry universe had existed for a very, very long time.
However, after the discovery of the Tree of Chaos, the various peak races evacuated all the strong disciples.
Even the starry city was empty. To the Nine Origin universe, there was nothing left to exploit in the starry universe. As for the center of the starry universe, that was not something they could enter. The starry universe was a very powerful universe. There were terrifying space beasts there.
However, this time there were actually space beasts that entered the Nine Origin universe from the passageway. Moreover, there were more than 1,000 of them. This made Wuxia and the rest very curious. There are 15 slots for the space beasts in the starry universe.
Furthermore, this slot is already full.
Wuxia thought to himself, back then the group of space beasts from the mountain and sea region entered the starry universe.
What's the situation now? Did something happen in the starry universe?
The starry universe was very close to the Nine Origin universe. The starry universe was also a rare universe where there were no intelligent creatures.
The space beasts born there had the instinct to hunt, evolve, and hibernate. However, at that time, the terrifying existences of the Nine Origin universe, Chaos, Phyllian, Ekastrodon, Yayu, and Suhao led a large group of intelligent space beasts back to the starry universe.
Wuxia did not know the exact situation.
However, Wuxia knew Chaos and had made a deal with him.
I'll go to the starry universe and take a look.
Wuxia thought for a moment and sent a message to the Guardian Army. At the same time, he moved and arrived at the Nine Origin universe. He flew rapidly towards the starry universe. When he entered the starry universe, Wuxia called the body of the Void Divine Dragon over temporarily. Wuxia had set up quite a number of formations in the Sword and Magic universe. He could teleport to the passageway instantly. The passageway could also teleport him to the Dragon Palace.
Therefore, if he rushed over, it would only take him about 10 minutes.
After the body of the Void Divine Dragon entered his body, Wuxia arrived at the passageway in his complete body. The passage between the Nine Origin universe and the starry universe. This passage was opened by a few powerful starry beasts.
At that time, after Wuxia obtained the starfield fragment, he still felt an intense threat from the starry beasts, Chaos.
According to Wuxia's estimation, the chaotic Phyllian, Yiya, and Su Shi, these starry beasts, should have reached the peak of the universe's ruler.
Furthermore, it was very likely that they had touched the threshold of the Heaven's Origin realm.
As there were no spots for them to break through in the Nine Origin universe, they opened a passageway and returned to the starry universe. Wuxia entered the starry universe. It was completely different from the previous entry. The suppression of the universe had completely disappeared.
There was no difference between here and in the Nine Origin universe.
Here, he could also unleash his peak strength.
Let's go look for Chaos.
Without the suppression of the universe, when Wuxia entered the Nine Origin universe, he would not be detected by the powerful cosmic behemoth of the Heaven's Origin creation.
Buzz. Buzz.
Buzz.
Wuxia channeled the power of space and continued to teleport in the direction of the boundless starry sky.
After a full year, Wuxia arrived at the edge of the infinite starry sky.
He continued to fly forward.
After entering the ocean, Wuxia continued to fly at a rapid speed.
After flying for a few more days, Wuxia had already entered the infinite starry sky. At this moment, he suddenly heard a terrifying roar from an extremely far distance.
However, this roar was getting further and further away from him. When Wuxia heard this voice, his eyes flickered slightly. This was the voice of an existence at the Heaven's Origin level. Wuxia did not pursue the source of this voice. Instead, he continued to fly forward.
Soon, numerous huge mountain ranges were suspended in the void.
These mountain ranges were connected to one another. Each of them was the size of a planet. Wang Xian saw that there were space beasts shuttling through the mountain range. Moreover, there were quite a number of space beasts. Wang Xian concealed his figure and continued to fly forward. These space beasts at the ruler level couldn't sense Wang Xian's existence at all. Very soon he sensed a powerful aura.
This aura was somewhat familiar.
Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is here to pay a visit. Wang Xian came to the front of a huge mountain and shouted,
Roar! Roar! As soon as Wang Xian finished his sentence, Han Dun's figure appeared immediately. He looked at Wang Xian with his huge eyes and his face was filled with shock. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, you actually broke through to the Heaven's Origin creation stage. The aura on your body.
Han Dun stared at Wang Xian in disbelief.
From his senses, the energy in Wang Xian's body was extremely terrifying. It was far from what an ordinary Heaven's Origin creation cosmic beast could compare to.
This shocked him greatly. One had to know that the last time they met was not too long ago. At that time, he could easily kill Wang Xian. But now, under his senses, the Dragon King was like a few terrifying existences in the depths of the boundless starry sky. Senior Han Dun, long time no see. Wang Xian smiled and nodded at him. Naturally, Han Dun was no longer aware of what had happened in the Nine Origin universe.
Back then, when they were completely integrated into the starry sky, they would be suppressed when they entered the Nine Origin universe.
From then on, they could be considered to be completely separated from the Nine Origin universe. I dare not. Lord Dragon King, you have already made a breakthrough. You can just call me Han Dun from now on.
Han Dun said hurriedly with a respectful tone.
Now that Wang Xian had achieved a breakthrough, he could easily kill him. Naturally, he did not dare to pretend to be a senior in front of Wang Xian. In fact, he even needed to curry favor with him. All right. When I met you back then, you were almost able to achieve a breakthrough. It seems that the quota for the starry universe has been used up. Wang Xian spoke to Han Dun. Yes. This is something that we didn't expect. Han Dun shook his huge head bitterly. We entered the starry universe and initially wanted to achieve a breakthrough. However, when we reached the threshold, we realized that the quota for this universe was already full. It had already been occupied by 15 beast kings. Later on, we thought of activating our intelligence on the other starry universes in the universe. In the end, we also failed. As he spoke, he was filled with helplessness.
When he saw Wang Xian's gaze, he was extremely envious. Oh? What happened?
Wang Xian revealed an astonished expression. Just now, I sensed that there was a powerful beast king flying out of the infinite starry sky. Now that the calamity has begun, what happened? We returned to the starry sky from the Nine Origin universe. Initially, we submitted to a beast king. Initially, we wanted to help this beast king to activate his spiritual intelligence. But in the end, we realized that it was very difficult to succeed. The beast king accepted our tribute and allowed us to stay in its territory, but it didn't communicate with us. We tried other methods to help it open its mind, but we failed.
In the end, we realized that it was impossible to help the Nine Essences universe's space beast open its mind. We were born in the Nine Essences universe and were nourished by the energy of the Nine Essences universe, thus giving birth to our mind. The space universe has special energy. Special energy forms a special way of thinking. The stronger the space beast, the harder it is to change its way of thinking.
That's why we failed. In addition, we realized that there were no more spots for us to break through. Now that the apocalypse has begun, the universe in which we can help the space beasts to break through is too rare. We have never even heard of it. Chaos replied. As for the beast king that left, he must have entered the chaos to look for food. Wang Xian was astonished when he heard Han Dun's words.
The Heaven Origin creation level space behemoth went on a long journey to look for food?
The space behemoths don't like the destructive power of the chaotic space.
However, when the calamity arrives, they will leave the space to look for food.
They will devour all kinds of resources and also all kinds of living beings.
Han Dun continued to speak.
Will all the space beasts go out? Wang Xian asked curiously.
Yes, including the space beasts below the Heaven's Origin realm. The resources in the universe are too little for the space beasts. Before the apocalypse, most of the space beasts at the Heaven's Origin realm are in a deep sleep.
In their opinion, when the apocalypse comes, it is the time for them to hunt and eat.
Hun Dun opened his mouth and asked,
A group of heaven-origin cosmic behemoths. Are they acting together or alone?
When Wang Xian heard that, he was slightly surprised and asked,
Most of them are acting alone. There are also 4 cosmic behemoths that belong to 2 different species. Those of the same species will act together. Hun Dun answered truthfully. The strongest cosmic behemoth has already reached the level of the Great Tao, and there are 3 of them.
3 great Tao-level space beasts?
When Wang Xian heard that, his pupils constricted slightly and a shocked expression appeared on his face.
Yes. In the eyes of the space beasts, the apocalypse is actually the time for them to hunt and eat. During this period, they will eat in large quantities and store food to tide over the long years after the apocalypse.
Hun Dun nodded his head.
When he understood the situation, he was also a little shocked. To the space beasts in the starry universe, the cataclysm was not a disaster. Instead, it was the time for them to hunt and eat. This made him extremely shocked. For the space beasts to hunt, naturally there would be experts hunting the space beasts. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he spoke.
Yes, Dragon King. Space beasts are full of treasures, especially those at the heaven's origin manifestation level. They don't have any treasures that can revive them. All their essence is on their bodies, and their bodies contain a terrifying heaven and earth essence. However, every powerful space beast possesses a powerful innate ability. A control-level heaven's origin manifestation expert would not be able to kill a space beast that has just entered the level. The life force of space beasts is the most terrifying existence in the various universes.
Compared to us, 4 or 5 of us at the same level would find it difficult to kill me completely. Chaos replied. Space beasts were very powerful creatures.
From their extremely terrifying bodies, it could be seen.
Their energy was concentrated on their bodies, and they had all sorts of powerful innate abilities. They did not have intelligence and did not use other weapons or life-saving treasures.
However, each of them had all sorts of powerful talents.
Just like Little Blue House and the others, they were space beasts.
A long time ago, when Qingyu was in danger, she was close to Little Blue House and the others, so she was able to avoid the pursuit of powerful enemies. It was too difficult to kill a space beast.
In addition, the breakthrough of a space beast was easier than other cultivators.
If they could consume a large amount of food and energy, their strength would continue to increase.
Not long ago, there was a group of space beasts that entered the 9-origin universe through a passageway. Were they hunting for food?
Wang Xian looked at the chaos and asked. It should be. However, the strength of those space beasts shouldn't be too strong. There are many powerful space beasts. They can sense if there are any threats to them in a universe. The 9-origin universe isn't weak. The powerful space beasts shouldn't go to the 9-origin universe to search for food. Hun Dun nodded and explained.
The space beasts eat. To the weak universe, it can be said to be a natural disaster for the space beasts. They hunt and eat, and the strong ones in the heaven's origin creation realm can hunt them as well.
Wang Xian spoke with a thoughtful look on his face. I believe that in every calamity, the space beasts that go out will die, right? Yes, Dragon King. Every time the space beasts of the heaven's origin destiny realm went out to hunt and eat, there would be some who didn't return. Those who didn't return would die outside. However, if a space beast died, other space beasts would immediately break through and reach the heaven's origin destiny realm. According to what I know, there are many space beasts that can break through the shackles in the universe. The only thing that is missing is the quota. There are more than 20 of them. As Hun Dun spoke, his face was filled with a solemn expression.
He was on the verge of breaking through, but there were no more quotas.
Not only did he have 15 space beasts of the heaven's origin creation realm occupying his position, he also had more than 20 competitors.
If you kill a space beast of the heaven's origin creation realm, will you be able to break through?
Wang Xian looked at Hun Dun and asked. There is a 1 in 20 chance. Unless I know that a heaven-grade cosmic beast will die immediately, I will have to depend on my luck. Hun Dun replied. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. Are you interested in cooperating with me? Help me investigate the traces of the heaven-grade cosmic beast. I will go and kill it. Oh?
Dragon King, is your 9-origin universe going to make a move against the Starry Universe?
Hun Dun was slightly taken aback and looked at Wang Xian with a stunned expression.
I'm here to find someone to make a move. A beginner-level cosmic beast should be able to kill it. However, I don't know much about the Starry Universe and I don't know the traces of the cosmic beast.
Provide me with information and I'll go and kill it. If it succeeds, you can also use this opportunity to make a breakthrough. Of course, I have another condition. Wang Xian spoke to him. Dragon King, just tell me. As long as I can accept it, everything will be fine. Hun Dun's eyes glowed as he spoke. If you succeed in making a breakthrough, I will need your help to provide information on the other space beasts. During the billions of years of this calamity, you must listen to my orders. Wang Xian stared at him and said,
he would help him break through the heaven's origin creation realm and make him listen to his orders. As long as he listened to his orders, he would be able to ask him for information on the other space beasts in the heaven's origin creation realm.
At that time, he would be able to prepare for Xiaolan and the rest's breakthrough. Currently, Xiaolan and the rest had already reached the peak of the Universe Dominator realm. However, they were still some distance away from breaking through. However, if Wang Xian was really able to kill a cosmic beast at the heaven's origin creation level, then, after Xiaolan and the rest devoured it, they should be able to touch the threshold of a breakthrough. As long as they could kill another cosmic beast, Xiaolan and the rest would be able to achieve a breakthrough. When Hun Dun heard Wang Xian's words, his eyes sparkled. Wang Xian's conditions were very high, but his own gains were even higher. It was too difficult for him to break through to the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm. Not to mention waiting for the death of the other heavenly beasts in the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm. He also had to win against more than 20 other competitors.
The chances were very small.
He could only rely on luck.
However, once his luck was bad, he would never be able to break through after the cataclysm ended. He would also die after the cataclysm as time passed.
Although he had to obey the Dragon King's orders during the cataclysm, it was all worth it for his own gains. Dragon King, if you can help me break through to the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm, as long as you don't send me to my death, I will listen to your orders. Dragon King. Hun Dun finally spoke up and made his decision. As long as he didn't die and allowed him to break through, so what if he listened to the Dragon King's orders during this calamity?
In his opinion, everything was worth it.
All right. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. Next, you will investigate the location of this group of Heaven's Origin Manifestation Space Beasts. Inform me immediately once you confirm their location. Sir Dragon King, the consciousness of the cosmic beasts is very strong. If there is a Heaven Origin Cosmic Beast battle in the universe, it might attract all the Heaven Origin Cosmic Beasts. Hence, if you want to kill the other cosmic beasts, you need to do so when they leave the universe.
Hun Dun spoke.
Do you need them to leave the universe?
All right, you keep an eye on them. I will send the disciples of the Dragon Palace to enter the universe from the passageway. Once there is news, inform the disciples of the Dragon Palace and I will rush over immediately. Wang Xian spoke to Hun Dun.
All right, Dragon King. Hun Dun nodded. Wang Xian nodded at him and left immediately. His trip to the starry universe this time was not in vain. Although it was not 100% certain that he could kill a space beast.
Although it was something that could not be confirmed.
However, this also planted a seed. If he could really kill a space beast created by the heaven's origin, he would have one more subordinate by then. One more subordinate of a cosmic beast.
In addition, Wang Xian had more or less grasped the situation of the starry universe. After returning to the 9-origin universe, Wang Xian told the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor's Protection Legion about the starry universe.
In the past, the 9-origin universe had nothing to do with the starry universe. There were no disputes either.
They didn't know much about the specific situation of the starry universe.
When the heavenly Yuan creator powerhouses in the 9-origin universe received the news, they didn't have any fluctuations. As for asking them to hunt the space beast,
unless they had 5 or 6 heavenly Yuan creator powerhouses working together. Not only could they work together, but they also needed to know the exact location of the heavenly Yuan creator space beast.
When would they leave the starry universe?
The probability of success in the hunt was too low.
Therefore, the heavens origin creation powerhouses in the Nine Origin universe were not interested in the space behemoth. However, Wang Xian was very interested in the space behemoth. Buzz.
Not long after returning to the Nine Origin universe, Wang Xian arrived at the Six Path universe under the lead of Enlai.
Sensing the location of Tianxi, Wang Xian flew over quickly. The apocalypse had begun, but there was not much commotion in the Six Paths universe at the moment.
The Six Paths universe had 6 attributes, and it could only give birth to 6 Heaven Origin Destiny Realm powerhouses. Currently, it had taken up 4 spots.
There were still 2 spots left.
However, the strength of the Six Paths universe was not very weak. If the powerhouses from other universes wanted to invade this place, they would have to think twice.
After all, when the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan creation appeared in the Six Paths universe, many of the powerhouses of Tianyuan creation had some understanding of the strength of the Six Paths universe. The undead in the Six Paths universe was still very powerful. Foster Father is here. It was located at the junction of the grassland and the water source of the Six Paths universe. A huge tribe was located here. In the tribe, Tianxi sensed Wang Xian's aura and stood up immediately. Foster Father.
In the next moment, Wang Xian's figure appeared in the main hall.
Tianxi saw it and shouted with a smile. How is the current Six Paths universe? Wang Xian asked Tianxi. Foster Father, we don't have any problems at the moment. What about your universe?
Tianxi asked.
We don't have any problems there either. I'm here to see you. I have something to tell you. Wang Xian told Tianxi about the matter of hunting the cosmic behemoth of the heavens origin creation. Under the circumstance that it would not affect the Six Paths universe, if he wanted to make a move, he would ask Tianxi to come over. Naturally, Tianxi did not have any objections and agreed immediately.
Wang Xian naturally told Tianxi that if the Six Paths universe was in danger, he would help even if there was no danger in the Nine Origin universe.
After staying in the Six Paths universe for more than a year, Wang Xian returned to the Nine Origin universe. With the existence of the dark forces, it was very convenient for Wang Xian to carry out long-distance teleportation. Time passed by little by little. In the blink of an eye, millions of years passed by in the blink of an eye. Millions of years were still in the early stages of the cataclysm. There was no danger in the Nine Origin universe.
There were also no reckless beings from other universes who stepped into the Nine Origin universe.
However, when another million years had passed, there was news from the chaos. Buzz. After Wang Xian received the news, he immediately asked Enlai to bring him to the starry universe.
Greetings, Dragon King. When he arrived at the chaotic domain, Hun Dun immediately greeted him respectfully when he saw Wang Xian.
You don't have to be so polite. Just tell me directly. What level is the heavens origin creator, and where is he currently?
Wang Xian immediately asked Hun Dun.
Dragon King is one of the 15 great beast emperors, the Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor. The strength of the Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor should be ranked behind the 15 heavens origin cosmic beasts. His strength is definitely not at the level of control. Currently, the Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor has already left the infinite starry sky and is flying towards the east. Beast Emperors usually do not leave the infinite starry sky. Once they leave, they should be preparing to eat and hunt.
Hun Dun immediately replied.
Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor? How much do you know about him?
What special abilities does this space beast have?
Wang Xian's eyes focused as he asked. I don't know about that. I have never seen a space beast of the heavens origin creation level attack before. The Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor has a human form with 9 arms. Its entire body is emitting a foul stench. The name Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor was given by us back then. Hun Dun said.
All right, I'll go and take a look.
Wang Xian nodded his head. With a wave of his arm, a wave of energy enveloped him. You come with me.
Hun Dun nodded.
His eyes were filled with anticipation. Wang Xian brought along the chaos and flew towards the direction he was pointing at.
Their speed was very fast, much faster than the speed of an ordinary heavens origin cosmic behemoth.
After flying for more than half a year, Wang Xian sensed a strong energy fluctuation in front of him. This energy fluctuation was not concealed at all. The aura of the wilderness was surging around. There was also a stench mixed in. It's right in front, Wang Xian said to Hun Dun. With a move of his palm, he took out the investigative treasure.
This was the investigative treasure that he had traded with the 12 ancestral warlocks. After Wang Xian opened it, some information about the space behemoth was displayed on it. According to the information displayed on the investigative treasure, Hun Dun was right. This 9-corpse beast emperor was in existence that had just entered the heavens origin creation level. Due to the characteristics of the space behemoth, even if it was in existence who had just entered the heavens origin creation level, Wang Xian was not 100% certain that he could kill it completely.
This was similar to how Wang Xian's current strength was very strong. He could kill an existence at the control level. However, although an expert at the control level could be killed by Wang Xian, they all had resurrection treasures. The space behemoths didn't have such treasures. They didn't know how to use such treasures either. However, there was a catch. Their talents, their life-saving means, and their abilities were numerous.
It was still extremely difficult to completely kill a space behemoth.
The difficulty was no less than completely killing a Heaven-S origin creation powerhouse who had a resurrection treasure. Therefore, when Wang Xian approached, he did not act rashly. Moreover, battles could not erupt in the starry universe.
There were also Heaven's origin creator-level space beasts in the infinite starry universe that did not leave. Wang Xian had been following behind the 9-corpse beast emperor. He followed closely behind based on its aura.
A year passed very quickly. During this year, Wang Xian and the rest had arrived at the edge of the starry universe. However, just as Wang Xian and the rest were about to step out of the starry universe, a few red dots suddenly appeared on the investigative treasure in his hand.
This made Wang Xian slightly stunned. His gaze focused and he immediately stopped.
Hun Dun was slightly stunned when he saw Wang Xian suddenly stopping. He revealed an astonished expression. Dragon King, what's wrong? There are other heaven origin creator-level powerhouses appearing. 4 of them. Wang Xian opened his mouth and said. His eyes flickered slightly. What? Hun Dun was slightly shocked when he heard that.
3 of them are at the mastery level and 1 is at the beginner level. They are located in front of the 9-corpse beast emperor. Their goal should be the 9-corpse beast emperor.
Wang Xian started guessing and frowned slightly.
To think that there were still powerhouses of the heavens origin manifestation who had their eyes on the 9-corpse beast emperor.
Was this a coincidence or something? No, the possibility of a coincidence was too small.
How is this possible?
Why would there be other powerhouses of the heavens origin manifestation who want to attack the 9-corpse beast emperor? How did they know? Hun Dun also focused his gaze and whispered. There are 2 possibilities. First, there are powerhouses of the heavens origin manifestation from other universes who have their eyes on the starry universe and have set up all sorts of scouting treasures in the starry universe. Second, there are creatures from the starry universe who have contacted the powerhouses from other universes and obtained traces of the 9-corpse beast emperor in advance. Wang Xian spoke.
He was more inclined towards the second possibility. If it was the first possibility, then Wang Xian would have been discovered by now. However, it was obvious that he had not been exposed yet.
Furthermore, if the starry universe was set up with all sorts of scouting methods by the powerhouses from other universes, under normal circumstances with Wang Xian's strength, he should be able to discover it in advance. After all, he was not the 9-corpse beast emperor without intelligence. His strength was also much stronger than the 9-corpse beast emperor.
It was very rare for him to be able to hide from his scouting.
If it was the second case, it would be interesting.
Hun Dun was floating at the side with his eyes flickering slightly.
Clearly, he had some guesses.
Wang Xian stood there quietly. He did not move forward nor did he retreat. He was waiting.
At the same time, at the position in front of him. In human form, both of his legs were stepping on the void. He had 9 arms. The head of a humanoid was filled with corroded flesh and blood.
Each of them had huge teeth that were exposed outside. They were emitting a dark glow. His body was extremely huge. A planet in front of him was only the size of a ping-pong ball.
He was flying in the starry sky. In front of him was the primal chaos. The peaceful primal chaos.
He's about to come out. Get ready to make a move later.
At the same time, in the primal chaos space outside the starry sky, 4 figures were located in 4 different directions.
Their bodies were emitting pure white holy light. Different from the white of light attribute, this white was even purer. They all looked towards the interior of the starry universe. Obviously, they were waiting for the arrival of the nine-corpse beast emperor. They were heaven origin destiny realm powerhouses who believed in the universe. They paid a huge price to break through the starry universe's passageway ahead of time. It wasn't for that little bit of the starry universe's resources. It was for the starry universe's starry behemoths. The starry behemoths could use their powerful willpower and the power of faith to make them submit and become believers. Furthermore, because of the vitality and strength of the starry behemoths, a single starry behemoth believer was equivalent to tens of billions of powerful human believers. Of course, the heavenly fate-level starry behemoths couldn't develop into believers. However, by hunting them, they could help their believers increase their strength. Once the space beast was developed into a believer, they would never betray it. Through some methods, the few experts from the belief universe accurately learned some information about the nine-corpse beast emperor. It's out. At this moment, a heaven origin creation realm expert from the belief universe focused his gaze and said, "Get ready." For heaven origin creation realm experts suddenly sat cross-legged. The power of faith radiated from their bodies as they quietly sensed the nine-corpse beast emperor fly out of the universe. "I will lead all living beings to heaven. I will lead all living beings to heaven." When the four heaven creation realm experts saw the nine-corpse beast emperor come out, when they saw the nine-corpse beast emperor enter the position they had set up, they muttered. A majestic power of faith erupted from their bodies. A phantom image of heaven instantly enveloped the nine-corpse beast emperor. Following that, the nine-corpse beast emperor's figure disappeared instantly. Following that, the four heaven origin creation powerhouses who believed in the universe also disappeared. At the same time, at the back, Wang Xian had been quietly sensing the situation in front of him. When he sensed that their figures had all disappeared, his expression changed slightly. "Let's go." Wang Xian's figure moved and flew forward quickly. He took a look at the scouting treasure in his hand. There was no longer any indication on it. What's going on? Are the four heaven origin powerhouses the ones who transferred the nine-corpse beast emperor away? Wang Xian was astonished. Wang Xian did not expect an accident to happen to the nine-corpse beast emperor. After all the auras disappeared, he flew forward quickly. At the same time, his brain was thinking crazily. If I want to hunt down the space beasts in the starry universe, in order to prevent them from escaping into the starry universe and alerting the other heaven origin creation space beasts, I will definitely lure them to somewhere far away from the starry universe. Now that the nine-corpse beast emperor and the four heavens origin creation realm powerhouses have suddenly disappeared, the four powerhouses must have used some kind of method to teleport the nine-corpse beast emperor to another place. There are three heavens origin creation realm powerhouses at the control level and one who has just entered the beginner level. Their strength is already very terrifying, comparable to an existence at the great Tao level. Wang Xian pondered in his heart and flew forward quickly. When he arrived at the spot where the nine-corpse beast emperor had disappeared, he stood there quietly and sensed it. The power of faith. Wang Xian sensed this familiar energy and his eyes flickered slightly. He moved his body and continued flying forward. It was impossible for the nine-corpse beast emperor to be killed in an instant. They must have used a special method to teleport him to another place. The best place was a place far away from the starry universe. In other words, a straight line was the furthest. It should be in front, he thought to himself. You wait here first. I'll go ahead and take a look. Wang Xian instructed the nine-corpse beast emperor. Then he concealed himself and flew forward rapidly. While flying in the chaos in front of the universe, Wang Xian kept scanning his surroundings. After flying for 2 days, he did not sense the aura of the nine-corpse beast emperor or the fluctuation of faith energy. This made him frown slightly. It seems that the nine-corpse beast emperor has been teleported very far away. Wang Xian mumbled and continued flying forward. The time required to kill a space beast was definitely not something that could be achieved in a few days. It would take at least more than 10 days. And this was based on the powerful combat strength of the belief universe. Buzz buzz. When Wang Xian flew forward for another 2 days, an energy fluctuation was transmitted from the front. Roar roar roar.
Following that, another roar was heard. As expected, when Wang Xian heard the roar and the terrifying energy fluctuation, his eyes lit up.
He took out the treasure for investigation. When he saw the investigation situation on the compass, he was astonished. On the investigation compass, not only were there 4 heaven origin powerhouses and the 9 corpse beast emperor, but there were also hundreds of thousands of universe masters. They formed a circle and surrounded the 9 corpse beast emperor. Wang Xian concealed his energy and slowly approached.
Soon, the scene in front of him appeared in his sight. In his sight, hundreds of thousands of universe masters formed a circular encirclement. They did not launch any attacks. Instead, they sat cross-legged in the void, closed their eyes, put their palms together, and chanted continuously. Waves of faith power surged out of their bodies, forming a chain. The chain was connected to one place.
There, a faith universe great being who had just entered the initial stage of heavenly creation was also sitting cross-legged.
All the chains were concentrated on his body. He was also chanting, and an even larger and stronger faith chain came out of his body and wound toward 9 corpse beast emperor in the center. At the triangle of the 9 corpse beast emperor, there were 3 figures. 2 of them held magic staffs and 1 held a huge sword. They didn't attack, but instead formed a triangular barrier.
The extremely dense power of faith completely surrounded the 9 corpse beast emperor in the center.
At the center, symbols and weapons formed from the power of faith continuously attacked the 9 corpse beast emperor.
The 9 corpse beast emperor was trapped in the middle and had no way of resisting at all.
Clearly, the experts from the belief universe had set up an altar here in advance.
The 9 corpse beast emperor was trapped in this powerful altar and had no way of escaping.
After Wang Xian arrived, he didn't attract the attention of the experts from the belief universe. His strength far surpassed any of the experts from the other party. In addition, all the experts from the belief universe were gathered on the body of the 9 corpse beast emperor.
Wang Xian sized up everything around him. His gaze landed on one spot and flickered slightly. There were 4 gigantic space beasts there. They were located at the back. They were nervous but also a little excited as they watched this scene. These should be the space beasts that are reporting the news to the belief universe.
Wang Xian sized them up and sent their images to Hun Dun through the communication device.
Dragon King, that's Philian, Gongya, Yayu, and Su Hao. Why are they together with the experts from the belief universe? Very soon an unbelievable message came from Hun Dun.
Philian, Gongya, Yayu, and Su Hao. The 4 of them had come to the starry universe together with Hun Dun from the 9 origin universe.
Now, the 4 of them, without his knowledge, were mixed together with the heaven's origin creation of the belief universe.
This shocked him greatly. They must have been taken in as believers by the powerhouses of the belief universe. Wang Xian looked at Philian, Gongya, Yayu, and Su Hao and replied to Hun Dun. The 4 powerful starry beasts looked at the heaven's origin creation powerhouses of the belief universe with burning eyes. Apparently, they had been taken in as believers. However, they did not know how they had quietly taken in the 4 space beasts as their believers. After all, the 4 space beasts had already touched the threshold of breaking through. They should have been taken in by the people who believe in the universe through insidious means. Because of the special energy in my body, the power of faith is ineffective against me, so I escaped a disaster. Primal Chaos City leader said.
Then he thought of Philian, Gongya, Yayu, and Suyu. The space beasts under them must have been subdued by the great beings from the belief universe.
He was furious and terrified. If it weren't for the special energy in his body.
If it weren't for his strong resistance to the power of belief, he would have become a lackey of the belief universe.
It seems that after the disciples of the 9 origin universe left, the belief universe made a lot of arrangements. After more than 1 billion to 2 billion years of arrangements, they were able to subdue even space behemoths like Philian, Gongya, Yayu, and Su Hao. Wang Xian was also amazed. Philian, Gongya, Yayu, and Su Hao, the 4 beast kings, were subdued. Naturally, the space behemoths that followed the 4 beast kings were subdued as well.
Now, they began to attack the heavenly creation-level beasts.
The strength of the belief universe in this calamity far exceeded that of the previous calamity. Because of the previous calamity, they had conquered a universe. This allowed their strength to receive a terrifying increase.
The power of faith was a very special energy.
The power of faith had become a supreme god, a saint of creation. It had nothing to do with the quota of the universe. As long as they had enough power of faith and enough believers, they would be able to unleash the might of a heaven-origin blessed powerhouse. They did not need a quota for their breakthrough. Everything depended on faith. Everything depended on believers. This could be said to be the power of numbers. Of course, in order to become a saint through faith, the number and quality of believers was a huge number. If they had enough believers, they would need the strength of the believers. The stronger they were, the more power of faith they would produce.
It was obvious that the experts who believed in the universe now had their eyes on the space beast.
The space beast's strength was terrifying. One believer was equivalent to 10 billion. In addition, the improvement of the space beast was relatively easy. They only needed to kill a heaven-origin creation-level space beast, and its flesh and blood would be able to greatly increase the believers they had subdued.
In addition, they could make the beast kings they had just subdued breakthrough.
Of course, they would still consider whether they should break through or not.
This was because they were still worried that a heaven-origin creation-level space beast might break through their power of faith. They could regain their self-awareness. However, no matter what, as long as they destroyed the space beast, they would be able to obtain far too many benefits. For this, they had already planned for more than 1 billion years.
Roar! 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 Roar!
At this moment, Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor, who was surrounded and attacked by a group of universe gods from the Faith universe.
Faced with the endless attacks from the Faith energy, his eyes became redder and redder. The energy on his body also became more and more violent.
At this moment, one of his arms suddenly broke off from his body.
The corrosive arm turned into a black light and wanted to break through their defense. Prepare to defend. Even a drop of the Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor's blood can't let him escape. Don't be stingy with your trump cards. If you need to use your trump cards, we'll share the burden. A heaven-origin creation realm expert who believed in the universe shouted loudly.
The other two heaven-origin creation realm experts nodded.
They naturally understood. In order to deal with the heaven-origin creation realm space beast, they even called their followers over. Hundreds of thousands of followers of the gods used a beginner-level heaven-origin creation realm expert to set up a powerful belief chain. The belief chain sealed all energy. They had prepared a lot for this hunt. Naturally, they couldn't let the space beast escape.
Even a drop of blood.
Once the space beast escaped, even a drop of blood could revive it. Even a bit of hair could revive it. This couldn't be allowed. They wanted the corpse of the space beast, and the spot to break through to the universe they wanted it too. Boom! A master-level king of all gods of faith waved his arm. The power of faith condensed into a mountain and headed straight for the unparalleled arm of the Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor. Buzz!
Buzz! Buzz! The terrifying mountain of faith pressed down on the arm of the Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor. The sound of corrosion rang out continuously.
Faced with the suppression of this mountain, the arm of the Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor was completely helpless. It was directly suppressed to the side and floated in the void.
From a distance, Wuxia watched the scene quietly. His eyes flickered slightly.
This time, the belief universe has invested a lot. With 3 existences at the control level and such meticulous arrangements, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to kill the Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor.
Wuxia thought to himself. His gaze landed on 2 figures. One of them was sitting cross-legged and had just entered the heaven's origin realm. He believed in the king of all gods.
The other one was a master-level king of all gods. To Wuxia, these 2 were acquaintances. And they were also the 2 existences who coveted the sword and the magic universe. However, their target had shifted very quickly this time. With the Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor's condition, it should be able to hold on for more than 10 days. Wuxia looked at the position of the Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor in the middle. Although the Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor was severely injured, the most serious injury was only the arm that was suppressed. It's hard to say who this Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor belongs to.
Wuxia mumbled as he watched quietly.
As time passed, the injuries on the Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor became more and more serious. The Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor also became more and more violent. He wanted to escape. Streams of terrifying energy attacked the attacks and defenses of the belief universe's king of gods. The corrosive flesh turned into zombie-like creatures, constantly breaking through. But unfortunately, the belief universe's king of gods prepared too perfectly, not giving the Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor a chance. This Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor was, after all, in existence at the beginner level of knowledge. If it wasn't a space beast, its vitality would be extremely tenacious. If it was an ordinary heaven origin creation realm expert, they would have killed it within 5 minutes. It didn't have the ability to resist at all. But now killing the space beast at the beginner level would require more than 10 days. The difference was huge. As time passed day by day, the Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor's body became smaller and smaller. The severe injuries and the consumption of a large amount of energy also caused his body to shrink. Buzz. Wang Xian immediately contacted Enlai and asked him to bring Tianxi over. Hun Dun, return to the starry universe first. I will tell you the time of the death of the Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor. When the time comes, seize the opportunity and make a breakthrough. Wang Xian looked at the situation in front of him and instructed Hun Dun. Yes.
Hun Dun nodded and replied respectfully.
Philian, Gongya Yayu, Su Hao and the other 3 have been brainwashed. If there is an opportunity this time, I will kill them. If they are resurrected in the starry universe, you can take care of them. Also, if their subordinates are confirmed to have been brainwashed, you can destroy them after you make a breakthrough. Wang Xian looked at Hun Dun and continued to speak. It's the Dragon King. They have already lost their sense of self. A pained expression appeared in Hun Dun's eyes. Philian, Centipede, Yayu, and Su Hao, although they were not brothers, they had a deep friendship. But now they had changed.
They were no longer the same person as before. Chaos was not an indecisive beast king.
He also knew that Philian, Gongfu, Yayu, and Su Hao were better off dead.
A life form without self was worse than a void beast without intelligence.
Chaos glanced angrily at the king of gods who believed in the universe, then turned and flew into the void. Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor's roar continued from the front. From the beginning, when one of his arms was suppressed, 6 of his arms had been completely suppressed. Among them, there was one of his teeth. It was a tooth that was emitting a terrifying aura. The tooth wanted to break through the defense of the universe god king, but it was still blocked.
The Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor didn't have the ability to resist at all.
What awaited him was death. His life force was also dissipating bit by bit.
Buzz.
Not long after, Tianxi and Enlai appeared beside Wang Xian. Foster father. Tianxi saw Wang Xian and shouted immediately. Wang Xian nodded and gestured at him. Tianxi looked over. Foster father, what kind of existence is this? It's so huge and terrifying.
When Tianxi saw the Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor, his face was filled with shock.
It's a space beast from the starry universe. It's an existence at the destiny level of the heaven origin. It doesn't have intelligence, but its vitality and special abilities are very powerful. Wang Xian spoke. When the kings of the gods from the belief universe were attacking the Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor, Wang Xian saw that the Beast Emperor had displayed several powerful talents. However, they were all blocked by the kings of the gods in the belief universe with special treasures and abilities. The gap between them was still too big. What a terrifying existence! Tianxi's eyes sparkled as he looked at the Beast Emperor. His expression was filled with astonishment. Following that, he exclaimed, Foster father, weren't we the ones who killed the middle-aged man and the old man last time? Yes, we coincidentally met them this time. When the Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor was about to be killed, we will immediately take action and snatch the corpse of the Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor away. Also, Tianxi, kill the 4 space beasts beside you.
If there's a chance, kill those gods who believe in the universe and disturb them.
Wang Xian instructed Tianxi.
Yes, foster father.
Tianxi nodded and stood beside Wang Xian, watching quietly. Wang Xian also stared ahead coldly as he watched them besiege the Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor.
Time passed by minute.
The Nine-Corpse Beast Emperor would occasionally unleash its powerful talents. It wanted to fight back and escape.
However, it was blocked by the king of the gods who believed in the universe.
This time, in order to completely destroy this 9-corpse beast emperor, they had also paid quite a bit of resources.
This 9-corpse beast emperor is about to die. Make preparations to prevent him from making a final counterattack. At the last moment, we can't let him escape. In addition, leave a trace of his life force behind. Another few days passed and a king of the gods shouted loudly.
His face was filled with excitement. At this moment, the power of the 9-corpse beast emperor was very, very weak. It was about to be completely destroyed by them. However, they didn't intend to directly kill it. They wanted to preserve a trace of its life force.
This was to prepare for the next action. Next, they wanted to evolve. Should they make a believer of the space behemoth breakthrough?
How to completely control it after a breakthrough. This was a very important matter. Leaving a trace of life was also to prevent the other space beasts in the universe from finding an extra spot and directly making a breakthrough. The 4 space beasts, Fei Lian, Gongya, Yu, and Su Hao in the surrounding area, let out low roars. Their eyes were burning as they stared at the 9-corpse beast emperor that was about to be suppressed. Even though they had become believers of the universe. But in their hearts, they still yearned to become heaven origin creation level existences. Prepare to completely suppress it. After suppressing it, we can obtain huge benefits. Ha ha ha.
The vitality of the 9-corpse beast emperor was getting weaker and weaker. The strength of its resistance was also getting weaker and weaker.
It was almost on the verge of death. A king of the gods shouted excitedly, "Get ready." At the front, Wang Xian saw this scene. His eyes were sparkling.
The 9-corpse beast emperor was already very weak. It was so weak that it didn't even have the combat strength of a peak-level universe overlord. Now, it was almost time to make a move. Tianxi nodded and the phantom of the Tree of God slowly appeared behind him. Prepare to suppress.
Another king of gods shouted from the front. They were prepared to completely suppress the 9-corpse beast emperor, leaving only a trace of life. They wanted to split the corpse of the 9-corpse beast emperor. These corpses were priceless. It was enough for them to nurture more than a dozen followers of the space beasts who were at the peak of the universe overlord realm.
At that time, their power of faith would be greatly enhanced.
At the moment when they were about to suppress it, Wang Xian shouted softly and was ready to take action immediately. His figure immediately disappeared from the spot. The power of space. Teleportation.
Buzz buzz.
Buzz buzz.
Teleportation was a very powerful travel skill. The reason why the Void universe was so powerful was that they could escape easily if they could not defeat them. They could carry out instant assassinations.
The speed of their teleportation was much faster than those of the same level.
Wang Xian completed a teleportation instantly. This allowed Wang Xian to be very close to them.
In the next instant, he didn't hesitate at all. He instantly transformed into the body of the divine dragon.
Following that, he teleported again.
This time, he arrived directly in front of the 9-corpse beast emperor.
The Tai Chi dragon plate, the 5 elements grinding, the body of the divine dragon in the void, and his own strength were all activated. He attacked the 9-corpse beast emperor directly. Not good, there's a strong enemy. However, when Wang Xian teleported for the second time, the 3 kings of Pantheon who were at the control level had already sensed Wang Xian's terrifying aura. An expert who was hiding in the dark actually wanted to hunt the cicada. This made their faces filled with shock and anger. They did not hesitate at all and attacked Wang Xian directly.
Wang Xian let out a low roar as the energy in his entire body boiled.
9 attributes.
No, including the power of space, the energy of 10 attributes wrapped around his body. Streams of energy shot out in all directions.
Boom, boom,
boom,
boom,
boom, boom, boom. The attacks of the 3 god-level believers landed on Wang Xian's body. However, when their attacks landed on Wang Xian, his body trembled. Cracks appeared on some of the dragon scales.
The combined strength of these 3 kings of the gods was slightly stronger than Wang Xian.
However, their attacks were a little scattered and was blocked by Wang Xian. Hit the god! At this moment, Tianxi, who was at the back, also started to move.
He immediately used the strongest branch of the ultimate treasure of Tian Yuan in his body, the Hit the God branch. The God-striking branch attacked toward a control-level king of gods.
Boom! Boom!
Boom!
Boom!
Boom!
Boom! The moment Tianci made his move, the god-striking branch instantly arrived in front of the body of a king of all gods.
It ignored the distance in space and launched an attack instantly.
This caused the expression of the king of all gods who was at the control level to change drastically. He hurriedly tried to defend himself.
He tried to dodge.
A treasure at the heaven origin creation level had a terrifying offensive power. It would cause tremendous damage to other powerhouses. Buzz. At the moment when Tianci made his move, Wang Xian moved again. He did not charge at the nine-corpse beast emperor. Instead, his body shook. The 5 elements grinding mill and the Tai Chi dragon plate immediately transformed into a divine dragon and attacked a king of Pantheon who was at the control level.
At the same time, Wang Xian moved his body and attacked the 3rd king of Pantheon.
You recording death. You actually want to snatch the spoils of war from our belief universe. You really courting death.
The faces of the 3 king of Pantheon who were at the control level were filled with rage.
Surround and attack him. One of the king of Pantheon shouted loudly at the son of a beginner-level heaven origin creation stage powerhouse who was sitting cross-legged at the side. The gaze of the heaven origin creation stage powerhouse who was sitting cross-legged at the side froze. He made use of the chains around him to attack the Tai Chi dragon plate directly. One of the kings of Pantheon who was at the control level was dealing with the Tai Chi dragon plate and the 5 elements grinding mill. One of the kings of Pantheon who was at the control level was being held back by Tianci. The 3rd king of Pantheon who was at the control level charged straight at Wang Xian. With your strength, you still want to snatch our spoils of war?
Die!
When the king of gods, who was at the control level, saw Wang Xian attacking him, he let out a furious roar.
He moved his palm and held a huge sword. It was filled with the power of faith as he slashed at Wang Xian. A sword ray broke through the chaos.
Within the sword ray, there was a bewitching sound. Facing this sword ray, it gave people an illusion. It felt like this wasn't the sword of execution. It wasn't the sword of judgment. It was the sword that led to heaven. Strange and terrifying. When Wang Xian saw this scene, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. His dragon horn emitted a radiance, and a 9-colored ray of light attacked the sword ray directly. Bang bang. At this moment, the 5 elements grinding Tai Chi dragon disc was facing the attack of a control level and a beginner level heaven origin creation level powerhouse. It had no ability to resist. At this moment, they were sent flying in an instant. Buzz.
However, the moment the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon disc stopped them. On Wang Xian's body, the body of the void divine dragon had already disappeared.
At this moment, he was already very close to the 9-corpse beast emperor.
When the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon disc were sent flying backwards,
the body of the void divine dragon had already arrived beside the 9-corpse beast emperor. The body of the void divine dragon waved his arm, and a stream of space energy directly cut his body. The void divine dragon, which was already on the verge of death, was instantly wiped out of all its life force.
Following that, the body of the void divine dragon brought the corpse of the 9-corpse beast emperor away in an instant.
Not good. At the side, the king of gods, who believed in the universe, saw that the body of the 9-corpse beast emperor was divided into half and stored in the spatial storage. His expression changed drastically when he saw that it was taken away. All the king of all gods were trying to stop Wang Xian and the rest. However, they did not expect that a space-attributed heaven origin creator would fly out from Wang Xian's body. When Wang Xian teleported over earlier, the 10 types of energy in his body were mixed together. They did not sense that Wang Xian's body still had the power of space. Even though he had teleported, they thought that it was another type of energy.
However, the sudden appearance of a space-attributed heaven origin creation level powerhouse made them look extremely embarrassed.
It made them feel anxious and anxious.
They had spent more than 1 billion years in order to hunt down a heaven origin creation level space beast. Now that they were about to succeed, it was snatched away by other powerhouses.
This was something they could not accept.
Retreat.
Wang Xian saw that he had succeeded. His eyes lit up as he let out a wild roar and transmitted his voice to Tianci. Its foster father. Tianci waved the god-slaying branch in his hand. His body moved and he immediately flew towards the direction of the starry universe. Wang Xian also did not hesitate at all. He immediately fled to the back. He was prepared to leave immediately. When Tianxi was fleeing, the god-slaying branches did not land on the four kings of Pantheon.
Instead, they landed on the Philian, Gongya, Yayu, and the four space behemoths.
Although the life force of the space behemoths was extremely terrifying, they could not resist against a destructive force that was comparable to the control level. The terrifying god-striking branches landed on their bodies and instantly wiped them out completely.
Stop. Don't even think about escaping.
The four kings of the gods who believed in the universe roared with murderous intent. Their eyes were bloodshot. They immediately unleashed terrifying attacks and attacked Wang Xian and the rest. However, their strength was not stronger than Wang Xian and the rest. In the heaven's origin-blessed realm, it was impossible for them to kill their opponents with similar strength. Faced with their attacks, Wang Xian quickly dodged and flew forward. The four kings of Pantheon trembled slightly as they chased after them furiously. Tianxi, let's go. Wang Xian's face was full of smiles at this moment. Looking at Enlai, who was waiting in front of him, a smile appeared on his face.
They flew to the front of Enlai and disappeared instantly under the cover of Enlai's energy.
At the back, the king of Pantheon, who was chasing after Wang Xian, saw that they had disappeared instantly. His face turned grim. They immediately used their treasures to sense their surroundings.
However, their faces turned grim very quickly.
Their faces were almost bleeding. Who are they? How dare they snatch our spoils of war? One of the kings of the gods couldn't help but roar in anger. Their long-planned plan had been completely ruined. Even the four space beasts that they had spent a lot of effort to subdue were killed. This was something that the four kings of the gods couldn't accept. Father, it's the dragon god of the 9 origin universe, and those two damn fellows again. The newly promoted king of gods looked at his father and said with a gloomy face, "It's them. The Dragon Palace Dragon King from the 9 origin universe killed many of our disciples in the starry universe."
The old man nodded coldly and his breathing was a little hurried.
They had planned to go to the sword and the magic universe, but they were attacked by the great beings from the 9 origin universe and a godly dragon, and they were killed.
Because he was afraid of that godly dragon who was comparable to a great Tao, he gave up on the sword and magic universe.
Instead, he went to plan this place with the kings of the gods from other universes. Unexpectedly, it was destroyed by this guy again. Dragon Palace Dragon King from the 9 origin universe? The other two heaven origin creation great beings at the control level murmured with cold expressions.
But soon their faces were filled with unwillingness and helplessness.
They were a little unwilling. Such a long plan was about to succeed. They would be able to reap a huge harvest. Now everything had failed.
However, they were very helpless.
Just now, the strength that the other party had displayed was not weaker than theirs. In fact, if they did not join hands, they would not be the opponent at all. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace displayed the might of a great Tao.
Revenge? Revenge was a must. This grudge had already been formed. But it would be difficult to take revenge now.
The Dragon King was so strong. Although they weren't weak themselves, they had to fight him head-on. This would disrupt many of their plans. The strength of the 9 origin universe and the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace weren't easy to deal with. In fact, it would take them billions of years to deal with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
With these billions of years, they could obtain more things.
If they continued to fight with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, they would be injured instead. This made them shake their heads helplessly. Father, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has sabotaged our plan twice. Are we just going to let it go?
The middle-aged man who had just entered the heavenly Yuan creation realm said angrily,
"For now. If there's a chance, we'll make him pay 10 times the price," the old man said with an uncertain expression.
The middle-aged man was still unwilling, but he didn't say anything when he saw his father's cold aura. His father was more thoughtful than he was. What about the starry universe?
Should we continue? A king of gods frowned and looked at the others. Since the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was able to ambush us, they must have set something up in the starry universe. They killed the 9-corpse beast emperor directly, and it's possible that they've also subdued the space beasts that can break through. Our strength is not weaker than theirs. Send someone to keep an eye on them. If any space beasts at the beginner level come out of the starry universe, continue to inform us. That Dragon King has obtained a space beast's corpse this time. He must want a second one as well.
If he wants to continue hunting, then we will also attack in secret. Even if we can't kill them, we have to ruin their plan. A control-level king of Pantheon said. The other two nodded slightly.
They couldn't take revenge immediately, but they could wait for an opportunity. They had arranged many followers in the starry universe. As long as there was a slight movement, they would know.
If the Dragon Palace Dragon King continued hunting the starry behemoths, then they would change their roles and ruin the Dragon King's plans.
Of course, they would not continue to waste time with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. At the same time in the starry universe.
Under the lead of Enlai, Wuxia and the rest arrived in the starry universe in an instant. When he was about to kill the 9-corpse beast emperor and destroy its last bit of life force, Wuxia had already passed the news to Hun Dun.
Without needing Wuxia to say anything, Hun Dun had been sensing the space beasts ever since he arrived in the starry universe.
He was sensing the quota in the starry universe. The moment the quota appeared, he did not hesitate and immediately proceeded to make a breakthrough.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Wuxia came to the starry universe and sensed waves of powerful energy fluctuations. He sensed this majestic power and smiled.
This was the aura of Hun Dun.
He had a breakthrough. Wuxia's body moved and flew rapidly towards the direction of Chaos's breakthrough.
When they arrived, Chaos was floating in the starry sky, absorbing the energy between heaven and earth. It was undergoing a transformation.
This process of transformation would last for a period of time.
Foster father, this space beast is about to have a breakthrough. His body is huge too. Who is he?
Tianci looked at the chaos and sized it up curiously. I knew a space beast in the past. It was born with intelligence. I will help him improve this time. In the future, he will listen to my orders. Wuxia said. Foster father, you are the best. It has only been a short while, and you have managed to subdue another powerful subordinate. Tianci flattered him. Wuxia smiled. With a wave of his arm, he passed 1/5 of the 9-corpse beast emperor's body to Tianci. Wuxia said to Tianci. Tianci took the interspatial ring. When he saw the huge amount of flesh and blood inside, his eyes widened. Foster father, this? The value of this flesh and blood is extremely high. I brought you here to help me. I can't let you run away for nothing. Wuxia smiled at him and said, Take it. You can use this flesh and blood to nurture your tribesmen and increase their strength. It should be enough to increase your Muli tribe by 5 to 6 masters at the peak of the universe. Overlord Realm.
This foster father, I didn't do anything. Tianci opened his mouth. The value of this flesh and blood was extremely terrifying.
I have more in my hands. Furthermore, your Muli tribe cultivates in the water element. There are slots for the water element in the 6 Paths universe and the water element in the Heaven's Origin creation. See if you can nurture a water element in the Heaven's Origin creation realm. If you have the potential, bring him over. I will ask your floating queen of the 9 Origin universe to teach him.
Wuxia continued to speak to Tianci.
Based on his relationship with Tianci, if the Muli tribe could increase the number of Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses, it would be equivalent to the number of people on his side.
There was no doubt about that.
Most importantly, there was a quota for water element Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses in the 6 Paths universe. Yes, foster father.
Tianci had an excited expression on his face as he nodded his head heavily.
Wuxia smiled and looked at Hun Dun. After Hun Dun's breakthrough, the Dragon Palace had another Heaven Origin creator.
Other than that, the resources of the 9-corpse beast emperor could allow the Dragon Palace to add more than 10 existences at the peak of the universe.
Overlord Realm. There was also the most important point. After Hun Dun's breakthrough, he had a powerful subordinate in the starry universe.
Hun Dun could pay close attention to the other starry universes in the starry universe. This way he could find an opportunity to hunt them down.
Whether Xiao Lan's little house and Xiao Bai could make a breakthrough depended entirely on Hun Dun. Moreover, Regardless of which breakthrough Xiao Lan's little house and Xiao Bai made, Qing Yu would make a breakthrough. Wang Xian had an idea. He wanted Qing Yu, Shu Qing, and the other girls to complete the breakthrough. It would be best if he could do it in these 5 billion years. Of course, if he wanted to increase the number of Heaven's origin powerhouses in the Dragon Palace, he would need to reach the chaos level.
In other words, he would need to level up 2 levels consecutively. In addition, he would need to obtain unimaginable resources.
Wang Xian did not have the confidence to do so in these 5 billion years. I will start helping them bit by bit. The duration of the calamity is around 5 to 8 billion years. It has only just begun. Wang Xian mumbled. Roar, roar. Greetings, Dragon King.
In the starry universe, the breakthrough of chaos had been completed.
He swayed his huge body, and his eyes sparkled with excitement.
He bowed respectfully to Wang Xian.
Wang Xian smiled and nodded. Chaos, stay in the starry universe for the time being. Filian, Gongyan, Yayu, Su Hao, and the others have been killed. I don't know if they will be revived. These are not important.
See if all 4 of their subordinates have been brainwashed and submitted to the universe. If they are all subdued, then kill them. Also, keep an eye on the rest of the Tianyuan universe. Inform me immediately if any exit-level space beasts come out of the universe. I will bring Xiaolan and the rest here and let them follow you.
Wang Xian instructed Han Yi. He was going to start setting up the universe.
He had 4/5 of the corpses of the 9-corpse beast emperor in his hands. Xiaolan and the rest had already reached the peak of the universe overlord realm. Xiaolan had absorbed all the corpses of the 9-corpse beast emperor by herself, so she should be able to touch the threshold of a breakthrough.
In the starry universe, it was much easier for a space beast to break through to the heavenly Yuan creation realm compared to ordinary cultivators. For example, there were more than 20 space beasts in the starry universe that had already touched the threshold. They hadn't broken through, but they just didn't have a spot.
The difficulty of the space beasts in the starry universe could not be compared with the difficulty of a breakthrough in the 9-origin universe.
It's the Dragon King. You can rest assured and leave the matters in the starry universe to me, Dragon King. Hun Dun nodded. He continued. Also, Dragon King, you have to be careful of the experts who believe in the universe. They have been in the starry universe for more than 2 billion years. Filian, Gongfu, Yu, Su Hao, and the others have all fallen into the trap. They will definitely not be so satisfied.
I know.
Wang Xian nodded with a smile. You have to be careful too.
Don't worry, Dragon King. As long as I don't leave the starry universe and there are other powerful space beasts in the starry universe, I will not be in danger.
Hun Dun said with a smile. Although the space beasts did not have intelligence, their territorial awareness was very strong.
Although the apocalypse was coming, the heaven origin manifestation experts from other universes could enter the starry universe.
However, if they were to engage in a big battle in the starry universe, the powerful space beasts in the starry universe would treat it as a provocation. They would all attack. Therefore, chaos was very safe. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head. If you have obtained a large number of space beast corpses here, tell me. I need to nurture the disciples of the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King.
After chatting with Hun Dun for a while, Wang Xian left the starry universe immediately.
He ordered Enlai to send Tianzi back and followed him back to the Dragon Palace. After that, Wang Xian ordered Enlai to bring Xiaolan and the rest to Hun Dun.
Wang Xian also gave Xiaolan the corpse of the 9-corpse beast emperor so that she could reach the threshold of a breakthrough as soon as possible.
He was preparing for the next advancement.
He returned to the Dragon Palace and calmed down once again. Wang Xian stayed in the Dragon Palace to cultivate and rest. He was very relaxed.
There was nothing special in the 9-origin universe. Everything was very stable.
Millions of years passed very quickly. On this day, news came from Hun Dun.
After he received the news, he immediately asked Enlai to bring him to the starry universe. Greetings, Dragon King. When he came to the side of Hun Dun immediately greeted him respectfully.
Is there a beginner-level heavenly Yuan creation-level space beast about to leave? Wang Xian nodded and asked Hun Dun immediately. Yes, Dragon King. Beast Emperor Qian Jiang is flying out of the starry universe. According to my senses and understanding, its strength is at the beginner-level heavenly Yuan creation level.
Hun Dun nodded his head. Beast Emperor Qian Jiang? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Beast Emperor Qian Jiang is a giant beast in the starry universe. It is located around itself, and there is an incomparably huge river flow that covers its entire body. We call it the Beast Emperor Qian Jiang. Beast Emperor Qian Jiang has a water attribute, but it also contains other energies.
Hun Dun replied.
Where is he now?
Wang Xian continued to ask.
He is flying towards the south. He has already left the infinite starry sky. If he leaves the starry sky, it will take him another year or so. Hun Dun replied.
Wang Xian nodded. He didn't need to be anxious for a year. His gaze swept across the surroundings. There were more than 100 space beasts in the domain of Hun Dun.
Xiaolan and the rest were here as well. However, Xiaolan was absorbing the corpse of the 9-corpse beast emperor to increase her strength. Let's go and take a look.
Wang Xian instructed Hun Dun. After that, they flew quickly in the direction of the river-migrating beast emperor.
Wang Xian's speed was much faster than that of the space beasts at the beginner level.
Even with Hun Dun, it was still not something that the river-migrating beast emperor could compare to.
Furthermore, Wang Xian's strength far surpassed Beast Emperor Qian Jiang. Before he could sense him, he had already sensed Beast Emperor Qian Jiang. Dragon King, we have to be careful. The matter of Beast Emperor Qian Jiang leaving the starry universe should be known by the belief universe. They have been in the starry universe for such a long time. There might be a lot of space beasts being controlled by them secretly. Hun Dun reminded Wang Xian.
Yes, we do need to be careful.
Wang Xian nodded his head. Last time, he had ruined the good deed of the belief universe. He did not believe that the belief universe would let it go so easily.
There was a high possibility that it would take revenge. However, this was something that could not be helped.
Back then, the Dragon Palace had formed a feud with the belief universe and killed a large number of their gods.
It would be difficult to reconcile.
This time, the king of the gods who believed in the universe might make a move. However, Wang Xian could not take action. What if he gained something? After flying with the river-migrating beast emperor for more than half a year, the boundary of the starry universe appeared in his sight. Wang Xian contacted Enlai and ordered him to take Tianxi over. I have to make a move this time. This is an opportunity. Also, Wang Xian's eyes flickered. He had a plan in mind.
This plan would take some time. However, as long as there was something to gain, it didn't matter even if he wasted some time.
Foster father. Not long after, Tianxi's figure arrived again. Get ready. The target is still a space beast king. Also, be careful this time. You might be attacked by the previous wave of people.
Wang Xian instructed Tianxi.
Tianxi nodded.
They followed closely behind the river-migrating beast emperor. Soon, they had opened up the starry universe.
Wang Xian and the rest did not make a move immediately. They continued to follow behind the river-migrating beast emperor. If they made a move now, the river-migrating beast emperor could return to the starry universe quickly. The last time the king of all gods who believed in the universe made a move, he would teleport it to a very far location. To prevent the beast king from returning to the starry universe. A beast emperor who has been detected in the starry universe has left the starry universe. Similarly, we have also detected the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the space behemoth who had just broken through. Just as Wang Xian followed the beast emperor Qian Jiang into the chaos. The kings of the gods who had learned their lesson the last time rushed over as soon as they received the news.
They also made many arrangements.
Information was quickly transmitted to them. This time, even if we don't gain anything, we can let that Dragon King succeed. One of the kings of the belief universe said with a cold expression.
The other two kings of the belief universe also nodded heavily. Keep a close watch. That Dragon Palace Dragon King won't make a move at the edge. At least after flying for a few days, we'll make our move. We'll do our detection methods along the way. Don't be discovered.
One of the kings of the gods gave another order and flew off in a certain direction. The other three followed closely behind. With the powerful means of their belief in the universe, it would be difficult for the powerhouses from other universes to discover their detection methods. The belief power of the belief in the universe was a very special kind of energy.
Wang Xian followed closely behind the Qianzhong Beast Emperor. He was also very vigilant as he scanned his surroundings.
However, he did not find any clues. He did not find any traces of the king of the gods who worshipped the universe.
Is he not here, or is he hiding around?
Wang Xian pondered in his heart. He was more inclined towards the latter. An existence that could occupy a universe, with the ability and background to hide around him without being discovered. Tianxi, follow the king of Qianzhong Beast Emperor. If you encounter any danger, leave immediately. I will go and investigate the surroundings. Wang Xian instructed Tianxi and flew to the surroundings.
He wanted to look for the king of the gods who believed in the universe. Although he was very strong and had Tianxi with him, he still had to be wary. However, he still had to be wary of whether the king of the gods who believed in the universe had set up some powerful altars to target them.
After all, according to his understanding, there were powerhouses in the universe of belief who were at the Great Tao level. If they were to join forces, Wang Xian would also die here.
Wang Xian checked his surroundings carefully, but he didn't find any fluctuations of the power of belief. No matter what, we'll take action in 2 days. Since he couldn't find it, Wang Xian gave up immediately. He returned to Tianxi and continued to follow behind the Qianzhong Beast Emperor. Let's take action here.
It had been 5 days since they left the galaxy. Wang Xian said to Tianxi. Tianxi nodded his head. Swoosh. In the next moment, Wang Xian transformed into his divine dragon form and flew straight ahead. Wang Xian's speed was very fast. It was far from what the Qianzhong Beast Emperor could compare to.
Roar. However, when the Qianzhong Beast Emperor sensed Wang Xian's aura, he suddenly let out a low roar. Splash.
All of a sudden, the water flow around his body transformed into a water sword. With a speed that was 2 times faster than before, he fled to the left.
Seeking good fortune and avoiding bad luck? When Wang Xian saw the scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately reduced his speed. The body of the Void Divine Dragon flew out from his body. Bringing along the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Disc, he teleported away instantly and chased after him from the side. When Beast Emperor Qianjiang sensed that Wang Xian was not chasing after him, he also slowed down slowly.
However, after flying for an hour, the body of the Void Divine Dragon appeared. Roar! Roar! Roar!
The body of the Void Divine Dragon teleported and arrived directly in front of Beast Emperor Qianjiang.
He waved his dragon claws at him. Even though he was far away, he instantly appeared in front of Beast Emperor Qianjiang when he arrived at the spatial rift. Roar! Roar! When Qianjiang Beast Emperor saw the Void Dragon body that suddenly appeared, he did not immediately run away. Instead, his body moved and he charged forward violently, not afraid at all. Roar! Roar! The Void Dragon body let out a low roar and teleported to the right side of Qianzhong Beast Emperor.
The dragon claw that contained the power of space tearing clawed at his body. When the dragon claw that was filled with the power of space tearing landed on the side of the Qianzhong Beast Emperor, the river water around him condensed into a huge shield. Bang bang!
The shield blocked the attack of the Void Dragon body. Roar! Roar! Roar!
The Void Dragon body let out a low growl and waved its dragon claw. The 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Disc flew out.
The Tai Chi Dragon Disc's 5 elements millstone turned into Yin-Yang and 5 elements divine dragons. They swayed their huge bodies and attacked Beast Emperor Qianzhong directly, at the back. When Wang Xian saw that the body of the Void Dragon was trembling together with Beast Emperor Qianzhong, his body trembled.
The transformation of the Netherworld Dragon.
His figure appeared directly beside the body of the Void Dragon.
The moment Wang Xian arrived here, his dragon horn emitted a 9-colored glow. A beam of light shot straight towards the Qianzhong Beast Emperor.
Boom! Boom! The 9-colored glow penetrated the flow of water around the Qianzhong
Beast Emperor and entered his body. Roar!
Roar!
A blood-curdling scream was heard instantly. The Qianzhong Beast Emperor sensed Wang Xian's powerful strength and wanted to escape in a hurry. He knew that he was no match for Wang Xian. Starfield Spatial Lock.
Wang Xian took out the starfield fragment without any hesitation. The chaotic space around him immediately underwent a huge change. Numerous gigantic planet meteorites appeared around the entire starfield, It was as if they had entered another universe in an instant. Whoosh! 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 Wang Xian waved his arm and planets and meteorites that contained various types of energy charged towards Beast Emperor Qianjiang. Bang! 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 The next moment, intense sounds of collision rang out. The water flow around Beast Emperor Qianjiang shot out in all directions. The planets landed on his body and struck him heavily. Roar! 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 Qianjiang Beast Emperor felt intense pain and let out a roar. The water flow around him started to spin and formed a terrifying whirlpool. An incomparably huge black hole appeared in the whirlpool. His body entered the black hole directly. When Wang Xian saw the scene, his eyes focused. He knew that this was Qianjiang Beast Emperor's innate skill. Crack, crack, crack. The black hole in the vortex spun continuously. He heard a sound that sounded like glass shattering. This was the sound of the space lock shattering in the starfield. Wang Xian sensed it and his gaze flickered slightly. It was indeed difficult to kill this space beast. The difference in their strength was so great that it was actually able to escape. If it was an ordinary beginner-level Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouse, he would have already been killed by Wang Xian. His vitality was really tenacious. Then the Dragon King has made his move. At this moment, in the distant surroundings, such a powerful commotion caused a huge commotion. The four kings of the gods in the belief universe immediately sensed something. Make your move. Even if we can't get it, the Dragon King can forget about getting it. The four kings of all gods in the belief universe said with killing intent on their faces. The last time, the Dragon King had ruined their plans that had lasted for more than 1 billion years. This time, they would definitely not let the Dragon King succeed. The four of them followed the direction of the strong energy fluctuation and flew away quickly. At the location of the battlefield, Wang Xian was completely suppressing the Beast Emperor Qianjiang. Tianxi had just arrived and was about to make his move. However, Wang Xian sensed something and frowned slightly. As expected, he's still here. He thought to himself and immediately sent a voice transmission to Tianxi. Voila! At the same time, Wang Xian's body shook and the incipient saint wings appeared on his body. Boom! 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 Waves of powerful wind and thunder energy attacked the Beast Emperor. The power of the wind and thunder locked onto the enemy surged into the body of the Beast Emperor. Roar! 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 Miserable screams kept coming from the Beast Emperor. Faced with the attacks of Wang Xian and the rest, the Beast Emperor had no room to resist. He could only use his innate ability to dodge. He relied on his strong vitality to support himself. Whoosh! The incorporeal holy wings turned into a shadow and the power of wind and thunder filled Beast Emperor Qianjiang's body. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Just as Wang Xian was about to attack, an angry roar was heard. Accompanied by a terrifying holy sword light, it slashed directly at Wang Xian's enormous body. Humph! You guys who believe in the universe, you guys have hidden yourselves quite well. Wang Xian saw the holy sword that was attacking him. He waved his arm and the Tai Chi dragon coiled in the void and turned into a Tai Chi pattern to block it directly. Last time, you ruined our plan. This time, you want to hunt down the space behemoth? Wishful thinking. A king of Pantheon who was at the control level spoke with a face full of killing intent. Chant, convert. As the king of Pantheon spoke, holy words came out from his mouth. Chanting and rumbling sounds could be heard from the surroundings. This was a special type of energy. The power of faith condensed into symbols and attacked Wang Xian. The symbols were densely packed and filled with strange energy. Once the symbols of faith entered one's body, one's mind would be attacked. Great Dharma celestial phenomenon. Belief in the body of the gods, exorcism. The other three kings of the gods immediately displayed a series of powerful attacks. There were strange symbols of faith. There was a huge and majestic body condensed from the power of faith. There was a holy temple suspended high in the sky. There were also many bald and naked saints. This time, the four kings of the gods had clearly used all of their strength. They wanted to challenge Wang Xian. They wanted to teach Wang Xian a good lesson. Even if they couldn't kill him, they had to make him pay the price. Tianxi, let's play with them.
When Wang Xian saw the scene, his eyes focused as he shouted with a cold expression.
Mighty heavenly dragon! Wang Xian growled and a gigantic dragon head appeared in the sky above him. The dragon head spat out 9 colored rays of light and attacked them directly. Good. Tianxi's eyes were filled with fighting spirit.
He waved his arm and a branch appeared in his hand.
The phantom of the divine tree appeared behind him. He held the branch in his hand and waved it forward. In the void, countless vines appeared. They pierced through the void and attacked a king of Pantheon who was at the control level. Roar! 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 Qianjiang Beast Emperor saw waves of terrifying energy from the side.
When he saw that Wang Xian didn't care about him, he let out a low roar in fear. He didn't hesitate at all and instantly used his powerful innate skill.
Splash!
His gigantic body carried a terrifying and endless river as he disappeared into the void. It was as if his body had disappeared into the sea and disappeared in an instant. Wang Xian sensed that the Beast Emperor Qianjiang had escaped and didn't pay it any attention.
He swayed his humongous body and the 5 elements millstone floated above his dragon head.
He was wearing the Tai Chi dragon disc and was facing the 2 kings of Pantheon.
2 of them were at the mastery level. The last one who had just entered the mastery level, Hun Dun, who was at the side, rushed forward. The battle erupted in an instant. Daluo Heavenly Seal. The 2 kings of Pantheon, who were at the mastery level, saw Wang Xian charging toward them. When they saw that their other 2 companions were blocked, their expressions changed slightly.
The 2 of them immediately unleashed numerous gigantic hand seals to meet the gigantic dragon head phantom in front of Wang Xian.
Boom! 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 The sound of the collision rang out. These 2 people are not as strong as me when they join forces. Wang Xian's gaze froze when he saw the collision. There were also differences in the strength of the heaven's origin creation at the mastery level.
Some at the mastery level could fight against the weakest mastery level as well as the weakest beginner level.
Some at the mastery level could even fight against 2 at the mastery level. Under normal circumstances, there were experts who divided the 4 levels of beginner control into 4 levels. Beginner levels were divided into 2 levels. Beginner level 1 was the weakest, beginner level 2 could fight against 2 beginner level 1.
Then there was control level 1, control level 1 was the weakest, control level 8 was the highest. After control level 8 was the Great Dao level.
Great Dao from level 1 to level 26. As for those above level 26, they would be at the level of chaos. The specific classification was based on those who had just stepped into the heaven's origin realm. Wang Xian had reached the level of Great Dao. It could be said that he was equivalent to a level 9 powerhouse. In other words, he could fight against 9 existences who had just stepped into the heaven's origin realm.
The 2 King of Pantheon who believed in the universe were not the weakest masters at the level of mastery.
The combined strength of the 2 of them was about level 7 or 8. There was still a gap between their strength and Wang Xian's. Buzz. Wang Xian's body trembled. The void dragon body in his body led his body to teleport.
In the next moment, Wang Xian's figure appeared in the test of a king of the gods who believed in the universe.
He waved his dragon claw instantly. A burst of energy attacked him. The dragon claw contained 9 types of energy. The collision of the 9 types of energy was extremely chaotic. The path of belief.
The expression of the king of all gods who was attacked changed drastically. He waved his arm and an infinitely long path appeared in front of him. His body arrived at the end of the path at a strange speed.
In front of him, his body had also dodged to an extremely far position. Be careful, he has the power of space. The king of all gods shouted loudly with a solemn face. If you don't believe in the gods, don't enter the cycle of reincarnation and die. The other king of all gods had an unsightly expression. He raised the staff in his hand and a huge white circle appeared.
This white circle seemed to be a terrifying existence that could devour living beings. It directly covered Wang Xian. Explode!
Wang Xian's dragon tail swept out and the huge white circle exploded. Roar! Roar!
Wang Xian let out a furious roar. His gigantic body of the divine dragon was exuding a terrifying aura.
Dragon claws and tail attacked the bodies of the 2 kings of Pantheon one after another. We have to join hands. Otherwise, we won't be able to fight against them. The attacks of the two kings of Pantheon were easily destroyed by Wang Xian. This caused their expressions to change drastically. The short exchange of blows made them understand that they had to coordinate perfectly. Otherwise, once their attacks were dispersed, they were no match for the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. After all, Wang Xian was a single entity. All of his powers could be mobilized at will. The two kings of Pantheon were weaker than him. If they didn't join forces completely, they were no match for Wang Xian. Damn it! The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace's strength is already comparable to the Great Tao Realm. Even if we join forces, we would not be a match for him. One of the kings of the gods felt Wang Xian's attack and spoke with an embarrassed expression. They could only fight against Wang Xian if they joined forces perfectly. Otherwise, they would be suppressed miserably. They would even have to pay a price. After all, the Dragon King was much stronger than them alone. We are working together after all.
Wang Xian stared at the two kings of Pantheon. His gaze focused as the yin-yang taiji power revolved around his body and locked onto one of the kings of Pantheon. Buzz. Using the power of space teleportation, Wang Xian arrived in front of him in an instant and attacked with all his might.
Life Dragon Breath. Soaring Dragon Horn. Water Forbidden Spell. One violent attack after another attacked him directly.
Damn it, support me.
The king of Pantheon, who had suffered from Wang Xian's violent attacks, had a drastic change in expression. He immediately roared loudly.
He picked up a small figure condensed from the power of faith and placed it on his chest.
The small figure emitted a radiance that enveloped his body. He focused his attention and the majestic power of faith surged into the small figure. However, Wang Xian's attacks continued to land on his body. The radiance emitted by the small figure became dimmer and dimmer.
Cracks started to appear slowly.
Stop! When the other king of Pantheon saw this, his expression was extremely cold. He moved his palm and a beating heart of faith appeared in his palm. He threw it directly at Wang Xian. Boom! 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 The heart of faith exploded immediately after it touched Wang Xian's outer defense. The explosion contained special symbols of faith.
It contained broken arms and heads.
These severed limbs and heads of the symbols tore at Wang Xian's body. Wang Xian did not dodge the powerful attack at all. The dragon claws continued to attack the other king of Pantheon. The violent dragon claws reached out and directly wrapped around the king of Pantheon.
Oh no, this guy wants to kill me even if he is injured.
When the king of Pantheon saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he took out a treasure that looked like a pupil. The pupil emitted a radiance that reflected a path. The king of Pantheon felt a little heartache as he stepped onto that path.
This was a powerful escape treasure.
It was about to be used up.
Retreat, retreat, we are not the Dragon King's match. The king of Pantheon, who was attacking Wang Xian, saw his comrade using his treasure to dodge. His expression changed slightly and he immediately shouted loudly.
At the side, Tianci was fighting against a king of Pantheon who was at the control level in the belief universe.
Tianci had the divine tree of heaven's origin creation. His current strength was equivalent to the control level 1, which was equivalent to 4 existences who had just stepped into the heaven's origin creation level. His opponent was equivalent to the control level 2.
He was slightly stronger than Tianci. In addition, his powerful battle experience was not something Tianci could compare to.
Tianci had always been suppressed. However, although Tianci had always been suppressed, it was not a one-sided battle.
He could also put up a tenacious resistance.
In another position, Chaos was fighting with a king of the gods who had just entered the level.
Their strength was equal and neither of them had the upper hand. Now, hearing the king of the gods' words, the two kings of the gods' expressions changed slightly. Retreat! They did not hesitate at all. They knew that the other two king of Pantheon were no match for the Dragon King, and they were completely suppressed. At this time, they had to retreat as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would have to pay a price.
The price of fleeing and the treasures of fleeing were very precious.
With one, there would be one less. The two kings of the gods immediately broke away from Tianci and Hun Dun and fled in one direction. Chase after them. Wang Xian did not stop immediately when he saw this scene. He focused his gaze and shouted loudly. Immediately, he chased after them.
He had his own plan.
However, for this plan, he had to chase away the gods who believed in the universe first. Wang Xian swayed his huge body and charged forward. The injuries on his body that were left behind by the King of Gods' attack were recovering at a terrifying speed. The mature ancestral tree had allowed Wang Xian's recovery ability to reach a terrifying level. Roar, roar, roar.
8 dragon pillars.
Wang Xian let out a low roar. Dragon pillars descended from the sky one after another and attacked the 4 kings of the belief universe.
This damn guy, he still wants to chase after us. When the 4 King of Pantheon saw that Wang Xian did not give up, their faces darkened.
They immediately counterattacked and attacked the dragon pillars in all directions. After that, they saw Tianxi and Han Dun attacking and continued to flee into the distance. They knew that the 4 of them were weaker than the Dragon King. If they continued to fight, they would not be able to gain any advantage. Following closely, the 4 kings of Pantheon were in pursuit.
Wang Xian and the rest were in pursuit.
The terrifying power surged in the chaotic space. The unparalleled power caused the chaotic space to tremble. The 4 of them fled while Wang Xian and the rest pursued. Soon, the day of pursuit passed. The 4 kings of the gods looked gloomy. However, a day's worth of fighting was nothing to them. They continued to flee. They fought as they fled. Although Wang Xian was above them, when the 4 kings of the gods were together, they would not be seriously injured when faced with the attacks of Wang Xian and the rest.
After chasing for 3 days, Wang Xian's eyes flickered. Heaven bestowed chaos, get ready to leave. I'll go hunt down the river-migrating beast emperor.
On the 3rd day, Wang Xian spoke to heaven-bestowed chaos and the rest directly.
The river-migrating beast emperor was severely injured by Wang Xian's powerful attack.
His body was still filled with the power of wind and thunder.
Through the power of wind and thunder to lock down the enemy, Wang Xian could sense the location of the river-migrating beast emperor. He could even use the netherworld dragon to chase after the beast emperor and arrive at his side in an instant.
He had been fighting with the king of all gods who believed in the universe for 3 days in order to drive them to a faraway place.
By the time they reacted, his plan had already been completed. Foster father, please be careful.
Tianxi nodded when he heard Wang Xian's words. Wang Xian immediately called Enlai over and ordered him to bring Tianxi and chaos away. Buzz. His gaze swept across the 4 kings of the gods in front of him. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. With a movement of his body, he disappeared instantly. At the front, the 4 kings of the gods wanted to escape from the pursuit of Wang Xian and the rest.
All of a sudden, they sensed that the aura of Wang Xian and the rest had disappeared.
This caused them to be slightly stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment. What's going on? Did the Dragon King and the rest just leave? One of the kings of Pantheon frowned and asked. Their departure doesn't seem to be a direct return in a normal state. Instead, they disappeared in an instant. Something's not right. A king of Pantheon frowned.
The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had been chasing them for 3 days.
Why did they suddenly leave? It's a bit strange. They were chasing us in vain, so they couldn't pose much of a threat to us. But the Dragon King still chased us for 3 days, and now he's suddenly disappeared. It must be premeditated. A king of the gods said with certainty. Not good. Could he have done something to the Qianjiang Beast Emperor? Driving us out of a certain distance and going back to hunt the Qianjiang Beast Emperor himself? A king of the gods in the center said with a slight change in expression. It's really possible.
The other 3 kings of the gods said with grim expressions.
This was the only reason.
Damn it, we've been played by him.
One of the kings of the gods said with a gloomy face. Come, let's go. We can't let the Dragon King have his way. The 4 kings of the gods didn't hesitate at all and flew directly to the spot they had just been at.
With their strength, although they would be suppressed by the Dragon King and the others, they wouldn't be in any danger. Therefore, they were not afraid that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had other plans.
They must not let the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace have his way.
Let the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace hunt down the Beast Emperor Qianjiang.
They must not let him have a good time.
Buzz.
However, when the four kings of Pantheon flew towards the location just now, at this moment, Wang Xian's figure had already appeared beside the Beast Emperor Qian Jiang. After Qian Jiang Beast Emperor was severely injured by Wang Xian, he immediately used his powerful innate skill to escape. He was also extremely far away from where they were fighting. Wang Xian used the Netherworld Dragon to give chase and locked onto him. Roar! 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 When Qian Jiang Beast Emperor saw Wang Xian appearing, he was instantly shocked. He fled into the distance with a face full of fear. Splash! The surrounding water currents condensed into water droplets and dispersed in all directions. He used his powerful innate skill to escape. The Beast Emperor Qian Jiang also knew that he was no match for the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. If he didn't escape, he might be killed. Buzz. When Wang Xian saw this scene, he moved his palm and the Book of Water Forbidden spell floated in the air. Waves of water energy were swirling towards the Qian Jiang Beast Emperor, using water energy to create water energy. Wang Xian's usage of the water attribute was far superior to the Qian Jiang Beast Emperor. Buzz. Wang Xian's body trembled and the power of space vibrated. In an instant, he teleported to the largest body of the Qian Jiang Beast Emperor. His dragon claws were clawing at his body. Awoo! Awoo! A blood-curdling scream was heard. A huge piece of flesh and blood of the Qian Jiang Beast Emperor was directly grabbed out by Wang Xian. Dragon Tomb Burial. Wang Xian let out a low growl as 9 types of energy circulated around his body. The 9-colored light slowly turned earthy yellow. A huge dragon tomb was directly buried toward the Qian Jiang Beast Emperor. When the Qian Jiang Beast Emperor saw the scene, he let out a terrified roar. Splash! The long river around him was divided into dozens of sections. Each section of the river was escaping in a frenzy. Among them, half of the river was spinning and forming a whirlpool. Slowly, the river water seemed to sink into the river and disappeared. When Wang Xian saw the scene, his expression changed slightly. Divine dragon chains? With a low growl, numerous gigantic chains appeared around him. The gigantic chains entwined with the river flows. Inside these river flows, there were some bodies of the river-moving Beast Emperor. These bodies were all alive and could even unleash a powerful attack. Wang Xian destroyed the vitality of more than 10 parts of the body of the river-moving Beast Emperor and continued to pursue it according to the power of the wind and thunder to lock down the enemy. This time, the Beast Emperor was still very far away. Wang Xian, who had just used the chasing power of the Netherworld Dragon, could not continue to use it in such a short period of time. However, his speed was still very terrifying. The flight of his body coupled with the teleportation power of space. Wang Xian's speed was about 10 times that of the Beast Emperor. However, according to Wang Xian's senses, the Beast Emperor did not merge the more than 10 parts of his body. Instead, they were fleeing in different directions rapidly. 2 hours later, Wang Xian caught up with the first part of the body. After he easily suppressed and killed it, Wang Xian continued his pursuit. In the next 10 days, Wang Xian continued his pursuit. The last one. More than 10 days later, Wang Xian stared at the last part of the body of the Qian Jiang Beast Emperor. His eyes were glowing. He flew over and waved his arm. The severely injured Beast Emperor was easily caught by Wang Xian. Wang Xian held it in his hand and smiled. He did not destroy all the vitality of the Beast Emperor. Once the Beast Emperor was completely destroyed, there would be an additional spot in the Starry Universe. However, Xiaolan had yet to reach the stage where she could make a breakthrough. Therefore, he was prepared to preserve the vitality of the Beast Emperor Qian Jiang. However, before that, I can first check if the Beast Emperor Qian Jiang has been completely captured and destroyed. Wang Xian's mind stirred. He cast soul capture on the piece of flesh of the Beast Emperor Qian Jiang that was still alive. A stream of information was transmitted into Wang Xian's mind very quickly. He's still alive. Very soon, from this piece of flesh, Wang Xian discovered that apart from this piece of flesh, there were other forms of energy and life force. In other words, even if Wang Xian destroyed this piece of flesh, the Beast Emperor would not die completely. As expected of a space beast, Wang Xian sighed slightly. It must have been when Beast Emperor Qian Jiang was escaping that some of his flesh escaped and left behind his life.
This life had the foundation of the heaven's origin realm and could recover very quickly. Wang Xian shook his head. Although it was a pity that he did not get this heaven's origin realm quota in the universe, it was still a huge profit to obtain the flesh and blood of a space beast. This was a huge amount of resources. Wang Xian was prepared to stay for the time being. He wanted to start storing resources for his breakthrough.
Wang Xian wasn't too surprised that he didn't completely destroy the river-migrating beast emperor. If the space beast was so easy to kill, the universe would have been conquered long ago. He was already very satisfied with his harvest this time. He was prepared to exchange the corpse of the river-migrating beast emperor for a treasure to prepare for his breakthrough.
Of course, Wang Xian was also prepared to give a fifth of the flesh and blood to Tianxi.
After all, Tianxi was his son. Although Tianxi's strength was not bad, his tribe was still too weak. He needed some resources.
After returning to the Dragon Palace, Tianxi brought a large amount of the flesh and blood of the river-migrating beast emperor back to the Six Paths universe excitedly. The corpse of the Nine-Corpse beast emperor last time had greatly improved the Mu Li tribe.
The corpse of such an existence was a huge treasure trove for ordinary cultivators. This time they had obtained a huge amount of resources. It was enough to add another 4 to 5 experts at the peak of the ruler realm to their Mu Li tribe.
It was extremely difficult for ordinary heaven origin creation realm experts to obtain such a huge amount of resources. Wang Xian returned to the Nine Origin universe and temporarily had some free time.
However, not long after, the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor suddenly contacted him. Senior Fallen Shadow Devil Emperor.
Wang Xian came to the devil race and saw the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor welcoming him. He shouted with a smile.
Hee. Dragon King. Come in and have a seat. The fallen Shadow Devil Emperor smiled at Wang Xian and gestured. Wang Xian nodded and entered the main hall of the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor. Greetings, Dragon King.
In the main hall, a devil expert greeted Wang Xian respectfully when he saw him. Wang Xian nodded his head and swept his gaze across the hall.
Senior Fallen Shadow Devil Emperor. Have you found a universe that can allow you to break through? Wang Xian asked with a smile.
Yes, I found a universe. It's not far from the Nine Origin universe, but it's not very close either. There's still a slot for the darkness attribute of that universe. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you, Dragon King. The Shadow Devil Emperor spoke to Wang Xian.
It's no trouble. Senior, you're in charge of the Nine Origin universe. It's only right for me to protect the other disciples. When can we set off? How's the strength of that universe?
Wang Xian asked.
The devil race had disciples who could make a breakthrough. They needed to go to the universe with a slot. Wang Xian needed to understand the strength of this universe in detail. After all, occupying a quota in another universe was an invasion for the powerhouses in this universe.
They would suffer intense resistance from their universe. There might even be a huge battle.
Therefore, Wang Xian had to understand the strength of this universe. 3 powerhouses in the heaven's origin realm. All of them are at the beginner level and are not strong. If nothing unexpected happens, Jilly should be able to make a breakthrough easily. The Shadow Devil Emperor said, We can set off at any time.
All right.
Wang Xian nodded. Then let's set off now. I have nothing to do now. Don't worry, Senior. I will let the disciple of the devil race complete his breakthrough. Thank you, Dragon King. The Shadow Devil Emperor cupped his hands at Wang Xian. Thank you, Dragon King, for protecting my path.
At the side, Jili from the devil race thanked Wang Xian excitedly. No need. We are both beings from the Nine Origin universe. This is what I should do. Wang Xian shook his head. This is the coordinates of that universe. Be careful. I have a clone there. Dragon King, contact me when you arrive. The Shadow Devil Emperor passed Wang Xian the coordinates and reminded him.
Oh, all right. Wang Xian nodded and looked at Jili.
Jili bowed to Wang Xian. Buzz. He waved his arm and brought the disciples of the demon race out of the Nine Origin universe. Wang Xian came to the chaos outside the Nine Origin universe. He took out the location given by the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and opened it. I will keep you in my storage space first. I will summon you when we arrive.
Wang Xian spoke to Jili. I'll listen to your arrangements, Dragon King. Jili nodded.
Wang Xian kept him in his mother nest and flew toward the coordinates. The universe that Geely had broken through was found by the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor's clone. It was called the Arnold Universe.
It was a universe with a very strange name. Disciples with a strong background had great benefits.
At the very least, they didn't have to risk their lives to search for a universe that they could break through.
Even an avatar of the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor was still waiting there. This kind of treatment wasn't something that the Skeleton Clan and the Divine Tiger Clan could compare to. Wang Xian was flying rapidly in the chaos. Coupled with the power of teleportation, his speed was extremely terrifying. However, even if Wang Xian was very fast, it wouldn't be a matter of a day or two to reach there.
It would even take him tens of thousands of years to fly there. The distance between the universe and the universe was still very far.
Of course, the Dragon Palace had a bug like in Lai. If Wang Xian wanted to come back, it would be very easy. He traveled quickly through the chaos.
On the way, Wang Xian even saw some creatures from other universes flying in the chaos.
Wang Xian did not linger on the way.
Everything revolved around the breakthrough of the demon disciples. If the breakthrough was completed, he could take a stroll around.
Time passed day by day. Soon, Wang Xian flew in the chaos for more than 10,000 years.
He looked at the distance and saw that there were still a few thousand years of flying time.
5,000 years passed in the blink of an eye once again. In front of him, an incomparably huge universe appeared in his line of sight. The cataclysm had arrived. Each universe was like a sun in the chaos, extremely eye-catching. One could see it clearly from a great distance. Wang Xian took out his communication device and sent a message to the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor.
After that, he continued to fly towards that universe.
More than 10 days later, Wang Xian arrived in front of this universe.
Dragon King.
At this moment, the Shadow Devil Emperor also appeared at the front and flew over.
Senior.
Wang Xian nodded. He waved his arm and let Geely out. Greetings, Lord Shadow Devil Emperor. Geely immediately bowed to the Shadow Devil Emperor. Get up. We will bring people into their universe to make a breakthrough. It will attract the attention of the entire universe. When the time comes, we will need you to intimidate them. Dragon King. The fallen Shadow Devil Emperor spoke to Wang Xian.
No problem. If they don't agree, we will fight. Wang Xian nodded. This was the law of chaos in the Aeon. Strength was king.
If anyone tried to stop them, they would fight and kill them.
Wang Xian and the rest's methods were considered relatively mild during the Aeon.
If some evil-aligned powerhouses encountered a weak universe, they might not even be able to make a breakthrough. They might even slaughter all the living beings in the universe. They would absorb blood and eat flesh to increase their strength.
This kind of thing was very common during the calamity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The clones of Wang Xian, the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor, and Geely flew rapidly into the universe ahead.
They did not hide anything. As long as Geely made a breakthrough, all the powerhouses in the universe would be able to sense it.
Therefore, they did not need to hide anything.
Soon, they stepped into the interior of the Arnold Dao universe.
Geely was wrapped in energy. When he entered this universe, he immediately sensed that he had broken through the shackles.
The next moment, he showed an excited expression. In this universe, he could make a breakthrough.
Wang Yun and the others stopped in the void and did not go deep into it.
They looked at Geely.
Lord Shadow Demon Emperor, Lord Dragon King, I can make a breakthrough immediately.
Geely said excitedly.
Then let's make a breakthrough.
Shadow Demon Emperor looked at Wang Yun and said with a smile. During the last calamity, their demon race had disciples who could make a breakthrough. However, due to the war with the Void Universe, Shadow Demon Emperor could not leave the Nine Origin Universe easily.
That was why he could not help his disciples to make a breakthrough.
However, with Wang Xian around, everything was much simpler.
Wang Xian stood at the side and nodded. Let's achieve a breakthrough. Our Nine Origin Universe will have one more Heaven Origin creator. Yes, my lords. Geely nodded. With a move, he immediately flew to the sky. Rumble. In an instant, the weather changed. A large amount of energy from the entire universe was gathered in this direction.
Breakthrough, begin. The enormous power pulled at the vibration of the universe.
Such a large disturbance immediately attracted the powerful disciples of this universe.
What's the situation? On the planet closest to this place, countless creatures looked over. their faces filled with shock. What terrifying power, what's the situation?
Could it be that other universe experts have invaded our Arnold Dow universe?
I don't know. Report to the lords immediately. Report immediately.
The disciple of the Arnold universe immediately reported the situation here. The calamity had begun, and the various universes had made a large number of arrangements. Especially, the stronger the universe, the more arrangements there were.
There were 3 heaven origin creation level powerhouses in the Arnold universe.
Although they weren't very strong, they had made a large number of arrangements.
When the terrifying fluctuations came from this side, the 3 experts sensed something. Someone wants to make a breakthrough in our Arnold universe and occupy our Arnold universe's quota. Damn it. Let's go and see who it is that wants to occupy our Arnold universe's quota. Intruders appear. Kill. The 3 heaven origin blessed realm experts growled with gloomy faces. They did not hesitate at all and directly rushed over through the teleportation array. When breaking through to the heaven origin creation realm, one could not conceal one's aura. One could not hide it from the heaven origin creation realm experts in this universe. And breaking through in someone else's universe was an invasion. No universe would allow such a thing to happen. The 3 heaven origin creation realm experts quickly rushed to the nearest place through the teleportation array.
There are intruders trying to break through before us.
As they got closer, they were completely sure that someone was trying to snatch the spot in their universe.
This was equivalent to digging up the foundation of their Arnold universe. The 3 heaven origin creation realm powerhouses flew over with murderous intent.
The spot where Jilly broke through.
Wuxia, the fallen shadow demon emperor, stood at the side and watched quietly.
At this moment, Wuxia sensed something and looked to the right. Dragon King, are there any powerhouses here? The fallen shadow demon emperor looked at Wuxia and asked. This was just a clone of the fallen shadow demon emperor. It only had the strength of someone who had just entered the heaven's origin realm. Naturally, its senses were not as good as Wuxia's. They're here. There are 3 of them. It shouldn't be a problem.
Wuxia nodded his head and said,
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In less than 5 seconds, 3 figures appeared in his line of sight. You recording death. How dare you make a breakthrough in our Arnold universe? The moment the 3 figures flew over, the figure in the middle roared with a face full of killing intent.
Buzz.
Wuxia looked at them. With a wave of his arm, an extremely huge phantom image of a dragon head floated in the void and was facing them. The phantom image of the dragon head emitted a 9-colored radiance and contained an extremely terrifying aura.
The phantom image of the dragon head did not move. It stared coldly at the 3 heaven origin creation stage powerhouses. Not good.
The 3 heaven origin creation stage powerhouses felt the terrifying aura from the phantom image of the dragon head. Their expressions changed slightly. From this phantom image of the dragon head, they could feel the threat of death. Oh no, the opponent has a Tao protector, and his strength is extremely terrifying. A heavenly fate realm powerhouse from the Arnold Tao universe had an ugly expression. Tao protector.
A Tao protector for a powerhouse who had broken through. Under such circumstances, the power of the Tao protector was above the control level.
Who are you people? How dare you break through in our Arnold Tao universe? How dare you occupy our Arnold Tao universe's quota? Aren't you afraid of our revenge? How strong are you guys? How can you withstand our sneak attack? The Heaven's Origin creator on the left spoke with a gloomy face. There was a hint of threat in his tone. Wuxia heard it and looked over.
Buzz. In the next moment, his body disappeared.
Following that, his body appeared next to the powerhouse who spoke just now. The powerhouse who spoke was only at the beginner level. The gap between him and Wuxia was too huge.
Before he could react, Wuxia had already appeared in front of him.
Buzz. A terrifying aura pressed down on him. Wuxia stared at him calmly and said, If you want a spot, you can leave.
What?
You.
The powerhouse who was in the Heaven's Origin realm trembled violently under the influence of Wuxia's aura. His face turned pale. He opened his mouth and his pupils revealed a look of horror.
Wuxia's terrifying aura made him tremble. He arrived in front of him in an instant, just by relying on his aura alone. He felt his scalp go numb.
This was definitely not something that an existence at the level of control could do.
An expert at the level of the great Tao. He let out a low roar in fear and stared at Wang Xian. Wang Xian did not say a word. He quietly flew to his previous position and waited for Jili to complete her breakthrough. Hiss, it's an existence at the level of the great Tao. There's another powerhouse at the level of the heaven's origin. They are not someone we can fight against. This is a powerful universe. They are here to protect their disciples. The three powerhouses at the level of the heaven's origin in the Arnold
universe looked extremely embarrassed.
They were somewhat powerless. However, at the same time, they were also somewhat relieved. Fortunately, the other party did not have any intention of attacking their universe. If the other party attacked their universe, they would not be able to resist at all. The three heavenly Kismet powerhouses of the Arnold universe watched helplessly.
The strong preyed on the weak.
Right now, they could only comfort themselves in their hearts. There was no way to stop it.
When the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor saw the scene, he smiled. This breakthrough was successful. Their demon race would have one more heavenly Kismet powerhouse. As time passed, Giuli's breakthrough was also progressing. The three heaven origin creator powerhouses from the Arnold universe watched quietly from afar.
Buzz.
When all the energy was withdrawn, Giuli's breakthrough was completed.
His face was filled with surprise and excitement. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. Jili half knelt and thanked Wang Xian and the rest. There's no need. Get up. Wang Xian smiled and waved his hand. Let's go. We're going back. Shadow Devil Emperor smiled in satisfaction and said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded and the three of them flew out. At the back, the three heavens origin creation powerhouses could only watch quietly.
Wang Xian and the rest were rushing to the 9 origin universe. He did not order Enlai to come and pick them up.
On the way back, Wang Xian also wanted to learn some things from the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. As a veteran heaven origin creator powerhouse, a powerhouse at the level of the great Tao, the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor knew much more than Wang Xian. During the journey, Wang Xian also asked a lot of questions. Although he wasted another 10,000 to 20,000 years flying all the way here, he still benefited a lot from it. However, not long after Wang Xian returned to the 9 origin universe, the experts from the Divine Tiger clan suddenly came looking for him. This made Wang Xian look surprised.
Divine Tiger clan's Huming Mountain, your disciple greets the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
Wang Xian was in the main hall of the Dragon Palace. The experts from the Divine Tiger clan, Huming Mountain, rushed over and greeted him respectfully.
Stand up. What are you here for?
Have you found a universe that can help you achieve a breakthrough?
He looked at Huming Mountain and asked.
This time, Wang Xian was the Tao protector of the 9 origin universe. As long as a group of disciples had found a universe that could help them achieve a breakthrough, they could come to Wang Yun for Tao protection. Huming Mountain was a disciple that could achieve a breakthrough.
Yes, Lord Dragon King. I have found a universe that can help me achieve a breakthrough. Please help me, Lord Dragon King.
Huming Shan knelt down and begged. Get up. It has already been agreed. If you find a universe that can be broken through, I will definitely do my best to protect your path and strengthen the 9 origin universe. Wang Xian waved his arm and a force supported it. He was also a little surprised. Wang Xian was not surprised that Jili could break through so quickly. After all, the one behind him was the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. An expert at the level of Great Tao was using his doppelganger to search for a universe where he could achieve a breakthrough. The Divine Tiger clan did not have an expert at the level of Heaven's origin creation behind them. Yet, they were able to find the universe so quickly. This was even faster than the saint's lineage. Thank you, Dragon King. Huming Shan stood up in excitement.
Tell me about the strength of that universe. You also know what it means for you to achieve a breakthrough in their universe.
Wang Xian spoke to him. Sir Dragon King, I have already inquired about it. There are 4 powerhouses in the Heaven's origin creation realm in that universe. All of them have yet to reach the control level. Huming Mountain immediately reported.
4? If all of them have yet to reach the control level, then it shouldn't be a big problem.
When Wang Xian heard that, he nodded his head slightly. If all of them had yet to reach the control level, the strongest among the 4 powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin Creation realm could only be compared to 8 existences who had just stepped into the Heaven's Origin Creation realm. Wang Xian's current strength was comparable to 9 of them. Therefore, the problem was not too big. Moreover, it was impossible for all of them to be veteran Heaven's Origin powerhouses.
I can set off at any time. You just need to arrange a time for me.
Wang Xian continued to speak to Huming Mountain.
Dragon King, one can set off at any time too. Huming Mountain also spoke with slight excitement.
All right, let's go now. How far is it? Wang Xian stood up and said to him. Dragon King, I don't know the distance either. I accidentally obtained a treasure when I went out this time. It's a fixed-point teleportation treasure. Through this treasure, I can directly reach that universe.
Moreover, through this treasure, I can return immediately. I still have 6 uses for that treasure now.
Huming Mountain said. This made Wang Xian raise his eyebrows slightly.
Oh? You mean we can enter that universe immediately?
Wang Xian asked.
Yes, Sir Dragon King. Huming Mountain nodded.
All right, let's go. Wang Xian nodded slightly and said to him directly. Huming Mountain moved his palm and a treasure that was like a cauldron appeared in front of him.
The cauldron grew bigger and there was a whirlpool inside.
Ming Shan injected energy directly into it, and the whirlpool slowly revealed the appearance of another world. Lord Dragon King, we can just jump in directly, Ming Shan said, his heart full of excitement and anticipation. This time he was lucky. When he went out to search for the universe for millions of years, he killed a group of experts from other universes. He obtained this special treasure from the powerhouses of that universe.
After he entered that universe, he sensed that there was a quota for a breakthrough in this universe. In this universe, he had lurked for tens of thousands of years and understood everything about this universe.
First of all, this universe was called the Mountain Universe.
According to his long-term investigation, he learned that there were 4 Heaven Origin Creation powerhouses in this universe.
4 powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm. If he were to make a breakthrough in this universe, there was a 100% chance that he would be killed. Therefore, he came back immediately and begged the Dragon King to protect him. Buzz.
Wang Xian looked at the scene of the other world in the vortex and nodded there was no danger.
Naturally, Huming Mountain did not dare to harm him.
Furthermore, he could sense if Huming Mountain was lying in front of Wang Xian. Wang Xian flew into the cauldron while Huming Mountain followed closely behind.
Buzz buzz. In the next moment, Wang Xian sensed the changes in the surroundings and arrived in another universe. He could sense that the aura of this universe was completely different from that of the 9 Origin universe. The Mountain Universe was a universe with average strength. The figure of Huming Mountain appeared beside Wang Xian. He scanned his surroundings and said, Sir Dragon King, we are now at the periphery of the Mountain Universe. This universe is very unique. There are no planets and there are mountains floating in the void. The living beings here also live on these mountains. They are located at the center and there is an endless mountain range. That is the center of the Mountain Universe.
Humming Tiger Mountain reported the news he had received.
Wang Xian stood in the sky above a huge mountain and scanned his surroundings. Finally, he looked at Huming Mountain and nodded at him. Let's have a breakthrough here. He opened his mouth and said,
It's the Dragon King.
Huming Mountain nodded his head in excitement. Roar, roar. He growled and transformed into the body of a godly tiger, floating in the void. Wang Xian looked over and revealed a smile on his face. This mountain range universe was mainly made up of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and darkness. Similar to the 9 Origin universe, the Humming Tiger Mountain belonged to the metal attribute and could be used to make a breakthrough here.
The Humming Tiger Mountain was suspended in the air and waves of majestic energy began to gather.
However, when the Humming Tiger Mountain began to gather energy, Wang Xian could feel waves of energy rapidly flying towards him. This energy was very special and did not belong to the power of this universe. Furthermore, this energy was rapidly approaching him.
Wang Xian stood there and looked over quietly. There's a powerful energy over there. Could there be treasures?
Treasures. All the treasures in the mountain range and universe belong to us.
Let's kill our way over. Ha ha. Charge. At the same time, in the distance, many strange-shaped, terrifying creatures were running in the void space.
Among them, some were emitting the stench of blood, emitting an earthy yellow luster. Their bodies seemed to be rotting.
Some were bathed in the lightning, possessing incomparably sharp pupils and savage mouths.
Some of them were pitch black, and their bodies were filled with terrifying sharp thorns. There were more than 10,000 of these creatures flying towards them at a rapid speed. Most of them were at the level of a venerable, while some were at the level of a ruler.
They flew over at a rapid speed.
Wang Xian sensed something before they got close and narrowed his eyes slightly. Boom!
When he saw a group of monsters flying over quickly, he waved his arm and a wave of energy enveloped them.
More than 10,000 creatures were caught in front of him.
Who are you?
Oh no, you are a powerhouse in the heavens origin realm. When the group of monsters suddenly sensed the change in the scene in front of them and saw Wang Xian staring at them coldly, their faces changed drastically. They shouted in horror. Buzz.
Soul-absorbing power. Wang Xian ignored them. With a wave of his arm, a wave of soul-absorbing power enveloped them completely. Following that, waves of information were transmitted into Wang Xian's mind. When Wang Xian sensed the information in their minds, he was slightly stunned. His face was filled with astonishment. Intruders?
From the evil sequence faction. The mountain universe has been invaded. The central area is suffering from a powerful attack.
The intruders from the evil faction are more than twice as powerful as the mountain universe.
When Wang Xian received the information one by one, his gaze froze slightly. He did not expect that this universe was being attacked. Furthermore, the universe that initiated the attack was so powerful. This was not a good thing for Wang Xian and the rest.
Humming Tiger Mountain stopped the breakthrough for now.
Without any hesitation, Wang Xian immediately instructed Humming Tiger Mountain. What? Humming Tiger Mountain, who had already started to prepare for the breakthrough, had a slight change in expression as he looked at Wang Xian. Sir Dragon King, did something happen?
Humming Tiger Mountain asked Wang Xian with an awkward expression.
He glanced at the group of monsters in front of Wang Xian and focused his gaze. He could immediately tell that these monsters were not living beings from the mountain range universe. I received a message from his mind. Currently, the mountain range universe is suffering from a powerful invasion. The intruders are very strong and have already reached the central region. This group of intruders belongs to the evil sequence universe. Their strength is more than twice that of the mountain range universe.
Wang Xian opened his mouth and said. His face turned gloomy as well. This group of intruders might not only be here for the blood and food, but also for the resources. They might also be here for the quota to make a breakthrough in this universe. That's why you can't make a breakthrough now.
Intruders from the evil sequence? Hu Mingshan's expression changed drastically. I've only left this universe for a few decades. How did I get invaded into the central region?
There were at least 4 heaven origin creation realm powerhouses in the mountain range universe.
However, they were attacked in the central region within a few decades.
The strength of the intruders was definitely extremely powerful.
It far surpassed the mountain range universe.
The evil sequence intruders invaded a universe for the sake of obtaining blood, food, and resources.
Now that he had broken through here, he was undoubtedly competing with the intruders of the evil sequence. The intruders could sense that they would definitely charge over.
The intruders were able to invade the center of the mountain range universe.
That meant that they were extremely powerful.
The number of heaven origin creation realm powerhouses was definitely not small. If they really charged over, the Dragon King might not be able to resist them.
Moreover, even if he could resist them, the group of intruders and a large number of experts would still be able to stop him from breaking through. Then, this would be a disaster for him.
Lord Dragon King, what? What should we do now? Hu Mingshan didn't know what to do at this moment. He felt a little helpless.
It was too difficult and dangerous to break through at the peak of the universe ruler realm. Now that he had found a universe, an accident happened. If there was no Dragon King, it would be suicidal to let him break through by himself.
Let's go to the center of this universe to see the specific situation. Let's see if there's still a chance. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and said,
Thank you, Dragon King. I'll listen to your arrangements. Huming Mountain thanked him immediately. If I can make a breakthrough, I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. He thought that the Dragon King would give up and let him find a new place. He didn't expect that he would help him solve this problem. This made him very grateful. Let's go and take a look. Wang Xian waved his hand and instantly killed tens of thousands of creatures from the evil sequence faction. These invaders deserved to die.
After invading this universe, the number of creatures that died in their mouths was countless. They used the creatures from the mountain range universe as their blood food and directly devoured them to increase their strength.
This kind of fellow deserved to be killed. After Wang Xian killed them, he brought Huming Mountain and immediately flew towards the center of the mountain range universe. According to the information that Wang Xian received from the creatures of the evil sequence camp, the number of strong disciples who invaded the mountain range universe this time had reached more than 100 million. It was almost as if their universe had come out in full force.
They were determined to completely destroy the mountain range universe.
Furthermore, the strength of their universe was also very powerful. There were 7 strong cultivators in the heaven origin creation realm. This number is already a lot. Wang Xian quickly flew towards the center of the mountain universe. Wang Xian did not expect such an unexpected breakthrough at Huming Mountain to happen. He did not expect that he would encounter a universe that was invaded by the evil sequence faction. There were 7 heaven origin creation realm powerhouses in this universe that initiated the invasion. If these 7 powerhouses in the heavens origin realm joined forces, there was a high chance that Wang Xian would not be their match. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to join forces. If they were to split up, Wang Xian would be very easy to hunt. However, there was one point. If Huming Mountain made a breakthrough, it would attract their attention. If these 7 powerhouses in the heavens origin realm all flew over, Wang Xian would be able to protect himself easily. However, he could not be sure if Huming Mountain would encounter danger. However, this universe was indeed suitable for Huming Mountain to make a breakthrough. Therefore, Wang Xian was prepared to check out the situation of this universe.
In addition, he also wanted to know if the intruders needed metal-attributed disciples to make a breakthrough.
If they did not have metal-attributed disciples to make a breakthrough, with Wang Xian protecting the formation, the intruders might not dare to offend them.
One had to know that Wang Xian was in existence at the level of the Great Tao. He brought Huming Mountain and flew at high speed.
Oh! Don't kill us! Don't kill us! Please, don't kill us!
Ah!
Wang Xian flew very fast. After flying for more than 10 days, he suddenly heard a loud scream. When Wang Xian heard the scream, he frowned slightly. His pair of dragon eyes looked forward.
In his vision, there was a huge mountain peak in front of him.
The mountain peak was equivalent to the planet in this universe.
Billions of living beings lived on it. In his vision, on top of that mountain peak, various evil invaders were slaughtering and devouring the aborigines on the mountain peak. The aborigines were mainly humans, and there were also other intelligent creatures.
The strongest aborigines on the mountain peak were only existences at the venerable realm. They were completely no match for the evil invaders. The thousands of evil invaders were either flying or galloping.
Human after human were grabbed by them and directly swallowed.
There were also several 100,000 creatures that were sucked into his mouth with his powerful magic power and flapping of his wings. Disaster.
A terrifying disaster. At this moment, life was like an ant in front of them. Ha ha, it's been a long time since I had such a good meal, haha.
Roar, roar. I can have a good meal today. Excited roars came from there, causing Wang Xian to squint his eyes slightly. This was the tragedy of the weak universe.
The arrival of the apocalypse was like hell to them.
At this moment, they were even worse than ants.
Lord Dragon King.
As Wang Xian got closer, Huming Mountain also saw the scene in front of him. He frowned slightly. In the 9 origin universe, although the various races would erupt into fights, there was no such thing. However, such a bloody and cruel scene like this had never happened before. It was extremely cruel to completely eat other creatures alive. Whoosh!
Wang Xian's body trembled and instantly appeared in the sky above the mountain.
He waved his hand and thousands of dragon claws went straight for those evil demons. In an instant, all the evil demons were pierced through by the dragon claws. Wang Xian kept their corpses and continued to fly forward. Since he could make a move, Wang Xian would naturally not sit idly by.
Such evil and wicked people deserve to die. He continued to fly forward.
Not long after, he came across a mountain peak that was filled with the smell of blood. At this moment, the mountain peak was in a state of destruction. Blood was everywhere. The entire mountain peak had lost all signs of life. It was possible that the billions of living beings had all been killed. Wang Xian sighed in his heart. Even though Wang Xian had wiped out a large number of factions along the way, he still felt extremely cruel when he saw this scene.
What crime did these ordinary living beings commit?
As he flew towards the center of the mountain range and universe, Wang Xian saw at least dozens of mountains that had been completely wiped out. These mountains contained countless vengeful souls. Dragon King, we are almost at the center.
After flying for a few years, Huming Mountain looked around and reported to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded his head. At this moment, he had completely focused his mind.
Waves of energy covered him and Huming Mountain. Wang Xian's body was concealed, causing his body to be placed in a spatial crack.
This kind of concealment ability could only be discovered by powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin manifestation stage.
However, with Wang Xian's strength, he had already discovered the other party long before ordinary powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm discovered him. Wang Xian came to the center mainly to investigate the current situation.
Hiding in the void, Wang Xian approached little by little.
Boom, boom, boom.
Not long after, Wang Xian sensed a strong energy fluctuation coming over. He hesitated for a moment before flying over immediately.
Not long after, a huge treasure that resembled a bird's nest was suspended in the starry sky. This treasure that resembled a bird's nest emitted a terrifying aura. Even an expert at the peak of the ruler realm would retreat when they came into contact with it.
This was a powerful weapon of war. The entire bird's nest was the size of more than 10 planets. One could see the evil demons flying around on it. One could also see a large number of evil demons entering and leaving the nest. In this bird nest, Wang Xian could sense 4 to 5 auras at the peak of the universe overlord realm. Wang Xian looked at this huge bird nest and his eyes flickered slightly. There were no existences at the Heaven's Origin level in it.
He moved his body and kept the humming tiger mountain into the mother nest. Then he flew directly toward the bird nest.
He concealed his aura to the extreme. Wang Xian came to the interior of the mother nest. According to his senses, he came to the place of a demon at the peak of the universe overlord realm.
Soul Catcher. Wang Xian stood in front of him and activated his Soul Catcher power. Waves of information entered his mind directly. After that, Wang Xian left directly. The demon who was at the peak of the Dominator realm suddenly shook his head and revealed a puzzled expression. However, from the beginning to the end, he didn't know that his memories had been read unknowingly. Wang Xian went to the other few demonic beasts at the peak of the ruler realm to read their information. A large amount of information entered his mind. Wang Xian had a detailed understanding of the universe that invaded the mountain range universe.
At the same time, he also had some understanding of their strength. According to their memories, there were 7 powerhouses at the Heaven Origin creation realm, 2 at the control level, and the rest were at the beginner level.
Other than that, there were also the powerhouses of their entire universe.
More than 1 million evil demons in the ruler realm. Countless venerables and celestial emperors.
They invaded the mountain range universe and arrived here in just 20 years.
2 at the control level and 5 at the beginner level.
Wang Xian read through all the information about the intruders and mumbled.
2 at the control level could be compared to 6 of the weakest Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses.
The remaining 5 could at least be compared to 6 to 7 of the weakest Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses. If the other party attacked him together, Wang Xian might not be a match for them. It seems like it's the right choice to let the Tiger Roar Mountain not break through. Once they break through, they will definitely be attracted over. When that happens, I won't be able to defend myself. Wang Xian thought to himself.
Currently, the intruders had already surrounded the center of the mountain range and universe.
They had used the teleportation formation to connect all the places.
In other words, they were preparing to launch a general attack. Once they launched a general attack, it would definitely be a devastating blow to the mountain range universe. The 4 heaven origin creation stage powerhouses in the mountain range universe would not be a match for them at all. In the entire mountain range universe, unless the 4 heaven origin creation stage powerhouses were able to take away a portion of the living beings, the rest would be massacred.
Could be said to be extremely tragic. Wang Xian left the nest-like war weapon and flew to the side with a thoughtful look on his face. According to the information he received, the universe that initiated the invasion not only needed blood and food, but it also needed some powerhouses to make a breakthrough. As for what kind of attribute the powerhouses had to make a breakthrough, Wang Xian did not receive any specific information. Overall, the probability of metal attribute was still 1/5. This probability was not small. If there were 2 disciples who wanted to break through in this invading universe, the probability of needing a metal attribute slot would be increased by another 1/5.
I can't wait for the probability to be equal. Moreover, if the invading universe really occupies this universe, even if they don't need a metal attribute slot, they will sell this slot to the powerhouses from the evil sequence faction. Wang Xian pondered in his heart.
If he wanted to make Huming Mountain achieve a breakthrough, he couldn't let the intruder occupy this universe. Perhaps we can cooperate. Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly. He felt that he could give it a try. Perhaps he could obtain some benefits as well. With a plan in mind, Wang Xian moved his body and concealed himself. He flew toward the center of the mountain range universe.
He easily passed through the blockade line of the intruder universe and entered the interior of the mountain range universe.
After flying for a few hours, a huge mountain peak that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared. It was like a life planet connecting to a life planet. Wang Xian came to the top of these life mountain peaks and could see countless living beings shuttling back and forth. Most of the living beings' eyes were filled with horror. It was obvious that the invasion of the experts from the evil sequence faction had frightened them and made them feel despair. However, what could they do? Escape? Where could they escape to? Their roots were right here. Where could they escape to?
Countless living beings were filled with sorrow. At this moment, they could only pray that the 4 lords from their mountain range and universe would be able to resist the invasion of external enemies. Wang Xian flew over the mountain peaks and felt the helplessness of the creatures below. He shook his head slightly.
He had truly experienced the cruelty of the calamity.
Wang Xian continued to fly forward and passed through the huge mountain peaks quickly.
10 days later, he arrived at the core of the mountain range universe. There were more than 10 huge mountain peaks in the sky.
They were emitting an extremely terrifying aura.
These mountain peaks were all forged into war weapons. The place where the war weapons surrounded was an extremely huge mountain peak. The mountain peak was incomparable. The majestic energy within filled the surroundings.
When Wang Xian flew over, he could feel that there were 4 powerful auras within the mountain peak. Indeed, none of them are at the control level. There are 2 who are at the beginning to enter level 2. Wang Xian mumbled. His strength could not be compared to the intruders at all.
If the intruders were to attack them, they would not be able to defend against them.
At this moment, 4 powerhouses of the heavens origin realm were gathered together. Their brows were knitted tightly. Their faces were filled with worry and helplessness. As the strongest powerhouses in the mountain universe, the saints of the mountain universe,
now that they were facing the invasion of foreign enemies, there was nothing they could do.
This made them feel a little despair.
How's the request for reinforcements from the justice sequence? 4 figures sat in a hall located at the highest point of an unparalleled mountain peak.
One of them asked solemnly. The other side agreed, but their request was too ruthless. They actually want 2 spots for our mountain universe's Tianyuan creation and a large amount of resources from us.
Sigh. An elder in the heavenly fate realm said helplessly. As long as they can come to support us, everything will be given. However, I'm afraid that we won't be able to hold on until then.
A heavenly fate realm powerhouse in the center said with a helpless expression.
Justice Sequence Alliance. They were one of them.
With the arrival of the calamity, they huddled together.
However, if the members of the Justice Sequence Alliance were to encounter danger and wanted to ask for help, they would have to pay a price. The enemies that the mountain universe had encountered this time were too powerful.
This would require at least 7 or 8 ordinary heaven origin creation realm experts. Or they could invite powerful Great Tao Realm experts over to help.
However, inviting so many experts or such powerful experts, the price was too great.
Not only did they need resources, they also needed 2 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts.
To them, the price was very heavy. But even if it was heavy, they had to ask for help. Right now, what they were worried about was that their mountain range universe would not be able to hold on before the reinforcements arrived. At that time, if they wanted to take back the universe, the price they had to pay would be even greater. And for the reinforcements to arrive, they would need at least 1,000 years. 1,000 years.
The 4 Heavens Origin Creation Realm powerhouses suddenly fell silent. They leaned on their seats and felt helpless.
Buzz. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was outside, happened to hear their conversation.
This caused Wang Xian to squint his eyes slightly.
He moved his body and headed straight into the hall.
Wang Xian entered the hall. The 4 Heavens Origin Creation Realm powerhouses were slightly stunned. Then they looked in a direction. They were too close to him and could sense Wang Xian's aura. Wang Xian looked at them and slowly revealed his figure.
When the 4 Heavens Origin powerhouses saw Wang Xian's figure, they were instantly horrified. A person had entered their area, and they only realized it when they were so close to him.
This?
Boom.
The 4 Heavens Origin powerhouses in the mountain universe instantly erupted with a terrifying aura as they locked their eyes on Wang Xian.
Everyone, don't be afraid. I'm not an intruder from your mountain universe. I'm here to make a deal with all of you. Wang Xian saw their vigilant expressions and spoke with a smile on his face. Who are you? The 4 Heaven Origin Creator powerhouses from the mountain universe looked at Wang Xian with a serious expression and asked with an embarrassed expression. What kind of existence could come to them without making a sound?
This made them terrified.
If the other party was a powerhouse among the intruders, they would be in trouble. I was passing by and saw that your mountain universe was invaded. I was curious and came to take a look. I happened to hear your conversation and wanted to make a deal with you.
Wang Xian looked at them and said with a smile.
A deal?
The 4 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts from the mountain universe looked at each other and their eyes landed on Wang Xian. Pay the price and I will help you defend the mountain universe. Wang Xian stared at them and said,
Help us defend the mountain universe? The 4 Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses from the mountain universe had a drastic change in expression as their bodies trembled. What?
You don't believe me? Wang Xian stared at them and smiled. Boom.
In the next moment, an extremely terrifying pressure engulfed the 4 Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses.
Bang!
Bang! Bang! The 4 of them trembled and their thrones collapsed instantly. They bent their knees. The 4 of them revealed a hint of fear in their eyes. An existence at the level of the Great Tao?
The one at the center, the one at the level of the Heaven's Origin, shouted in a low voice. Wang Xian smiled and the pressure disappeared.
How is it? Wang Xian looked at them and asked with a smile. Sir, are you really willing to help our mountain range universe?
What?
What price do we have to pay?
A Heaven Origin creator from the mountain range universe asked excitedly.
The other 3 people were also staring at him eagerly. However, there was still a hint of calmness in their eyes. They were afraid that Wang Xian would ask for too much. What are the resources that you have to pay to seek help from the Justice Sequence Alliance?
Tell me.
Wang Xian stared at them and asked. This is the amount of resources required to support the Justice Sequence Alliance.
The Heaven Origin creator from the mountain range universe did not hesitate and directly sent a message to Wang Xian.
They did not dare to play any tricks now.
If they were to be discovered by this great Tao existence before them, they would be courting death. Furthermore, if the other party was willing to help them in the mountain range universe, they would be willing to pay a huge price.
Wang Xian received their message and looked at the price they had to pay to request for help. He narrowed his eyes slightly.
Huge. Huge amount of resources. Not only were there 2 slots for the Heaven's Origin creator, the resources were also huge.
It was so huge that these resources were twice as much as the ones he obtained from the Phoenix tribe.
I want a slot for a metal-type Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouse. The other slot can be exchanged for resources. I won't ask for too much. The other resources are the same as the ones you guys requested for help with. Wang Xian looked at them and said.
If Wang Xian were to exchange the Chenjiang Beast Emperor's corpse into treasures, these resources would be enough for Wang Xian to level up. Once he upgraded, Wang Xian would be able to fight against existences of the Great Tao level without the aid of any treasures. This was a huge upgrade. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The four Heavens origin powerhouses from the mountain range universe were slightly stunned when they heard Wang Xian's words. Following that, they expressed their gratitude with faces full of excitement. They thought that the sir in front of them would ask for a lot of resources. They didn't expect that the amount of resources requested was not more than that of the Justice Sequence Alliance. One had to know that asking for support within the Justice Sequence Alliance was considered an alliance price. If one didn't ask for support from the experts in the alliance and asked for support from those experts from the neutral camp, the amount of resources required would be much more than that. This made the four people from the mountain range universe filled with gratitude. Wang Xian waved his hand and said, "After I help you guys through the crisis, give me all the resources. At that time I will also let one of my disciples have a breakthrough with you guys." He spoke directly. Wang Xian didn't ask for some resources in advance because there was no need. If he really helped them solve the crisis, would the mountain universe dare to not give him resources? Then Wang Xian would be able to kill the entire mountain universe. Although Wang Xian's strength was not as strong as the evil faction that invaded the mountain universe this time. However, Wang Xian alone was comparable to an existence at the level of the Great Tao. Just like now, he could easily enter the core of the mountain universe. He came to the front of the four heaven origin creation stage powerhouses in the mountain universe. The invaders from the evil faction could not do it. There was still a huge difference between the combined strength and the individual strength. The reason why Wang Xian was confident that he could help the mountain range universe through this crisis was also due to his own strength. He could defeat the invaders one by one. Yes, we will hand over all the resources to you. We can even give you a portion of the resources now. The heaven origin creator of the mountain range universe immediately said. There's no need. Wang Xian shook his head. Let's talk about it after everything is settled. Thank you, sir. May I know how we should address you? A powerhouse of the Tianyuan universe asked respectfully. Just call me Dragon King. Wang Xian spoke up. It's Dragon King. The four powerhouses of the Tianyuan universe immediately called out respectfully. Do you have any plans of the intruders outside? I'm ready to take action immediately. Wang Xian did not want to waste any time, nor did he want the intruders of the evil sequence faction to spend more time preparing. Sir Dragon King, there's a treasure in our universe that can detect everything about the intruders. We can also detect the location of their powerhouses. The powerhouse in the center of the universe reported to Wang Xian. Oh, that's even better. Show it to me. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and nodded. It's Sir Dragon King. The four powerhouses in the universe nodded. With a wave of their arms, an ancient bronze mirror slowly appeared in the center of their universe. The bronze mirror slowly dissipated. With a tap of their arms, a miniature image of the center of the mountain range universe appeared. With this image, one could clearly see the layout of the intruders from the evil sequence faction around the mountain range universe. What a treasure! Wang Xian sighed in his heart when he saw it. A universe still had its unique and powerful aspects. The scope of this bronze mirror was terrifyingly large. It was extremely powerful in monitoring the world. Of course, the 9 origin universes also had similar abilities. Lord Dragon King, seeing that the heavenly bronze mirror can detect everything around us, including the location of the experts of their level, we also relied on this treasure to attack their weak spots when they attacked. It achieved a miraculous effect and made them fearful. If it wasn't for this, they would have attacked us long ago. A heavenly Yuan creator said. The heaven-seeing bronze mirror was one of their trump cards. All right, with this treasure, it will be easier to move. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes were sparkling. He stared at the map of the intruder universe. There were 7 powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin realm in 7 different locations. At the center of the map were 2 existences of the control level. Wang Xian was deep in thought. Finally, he locked onto the right side of the map. Sir Dragon King, what should we do next? Our mountain ridge universe will go all out.
The four powerhouses of the heavens origin creation realm in the Mountain Ridge universe looked at Wang Xian and asked,
I will immediately attack the intruders on the right side. You guys stay here and monitor the two powerhouses of the heavens origin creation realm on the right side. If they have any intentions, inform me immediately. Wang Xian looked at them and said,
All right, Dragon King.
The four heaven origin creation level powerhouses in the mountain range universe nodded immediately.
They also understood that Wang Xian wanted to carry out a surprise attack. It was very terrifying for a great Dao-level powerhouse to make a breakthrough. Moreover, he didn't want them to follow him because he was worried that the matter would be exposed.
Dragon King, this is our mountain range universe's communication device. If there are any changes, we will inform you immediately. They had given Wang Xian a communication device. Wang Xian nodded his head. With a move of his body, he immediately flew to the right.
Very soon, Wang Xian disappeared from the perception of the four heavens origin powerhouses in the mountain range universe. However, they immediately looked at the heaven-looking bronze mirror. In the heaven-looking bronze mirror, they could clearly see Wang Xian's figure with a wave of their arms.
I hope that this Lord Dragon King, who suddenly appeared, can help us defend against external enemies.
This Lord Dragon King seems to be quite upright. At least he didn't take advantage of the situation and didn't ask us to give him the resources in advance. It should be. There's no need for him to plot against us.
The four heaven origin creation powerhouses from the mountain universe said softly. The Dragon King was very powerful. He was able to conquer the entire mountain range universe by himself. Furthermore, if an existence of such level were to really attack without restraint for the sake of resources,
then he would be able to obtain even more resources.
The four of them looked at the scene in the heavenly bronze mirror and prayed that Wang Xian would succeed.
Buzz. Wang Xian flew forward. When he was close to the encirclement of the evil sequence camp, he hid himself once again.
What Wang Xian wanted to do now was to carry out a hunting operation. He wanted to hunt down the heavens origin creation stage powerhouses from the evil sequence camp as soon as possible. It would be best if he could hunt down a few more.
This time, Wang Xian locked onto the position on the right. This was because there were 3 beginner-level heavens origin creation stage powerhouses at this position.
With Wang Xian's current strength, it was still very easy for him to kill beginner-level heavens origin creation stage powerhouses. Especially when he was launching a sneak attack. He had to kill him within at least 3 seconds. Otherwise, his reinforcements would arrive. Wang Xian moved forward while concealing his figure. On the right, there were 3 beginner-level heaven origin creation stage powerhouses. He first came to the rightmost position. He placed a nether spirit avatar there. Following that, he went to the beginner-level heaven origin creation stage powerhouse in the center and placed the second nether spirit avatar there as well. Following that, he went to the third powerhouse who had just entered the heavens origin realm. After setting everything up, Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. He stared at the powerhouse who had just entered the heavens origin realm and was the closest to the center. The powerhouse who had just entered the heavens origin realm was the weakest one according to the detection of the heaven-seeing bronze mirror. He was the one who had just broken through not too long ago. Let's get rid of this first. He thought to himself as he slowly inched closer. There was a huge evil sequence army here. There were 100,000 ruler realm experts scattered around. There were also 500,000 to 600,000 venerables. In the center was a huge war machine.
It was an ancient tree filled with darkness, and there were many bat-like creatures hanging on it.
The entire ancient tree was abnormally huge. The branches on it were black.
The ancient tree swayed its branches from time to time.
It was obvious that this was a living creature. There was a huge palace located above the ancient tree. The powerhouse who had just entered the heavens origin realm was in this palace.
Wang Xian could sense the location of the powerhouse who had just entered the heavens origin realm.
It's best if I can kill him instantly. Wang Xian got close to a certain distance and took a deep breath. He couldn't drag this out for too long. Otherwise, the heavens origin creator from other places would be able to teleport over quickly. At that time, it would be troublesome. Swoosh. Wang Xian stared ahead and adjusted his condition to its peak.
He started to move instantly. All the energy in his body was activated.
In an instant, Wang Xian arrived at a spot not far away from the palace. The sudden vast and mighty energy caused the heaven origin creator in the palace to open his eyes.
His expression changed drastically.
Teleportation.
However, at this moment, Wang Xian had already teleported to the top of the palace. He stretched out an extremely powerful dragon claw and clawed downwards.
The dragon claw covered the entire palace. On both sides, the Tai Chi dragon disc, the great grinding of the 5 elements, and the body of the void divine dragon instantly surrounded the palace. The strongest force also attacked. Wang Xian's pair of dragon eyes stared at the heaven's origin manifestation powerhouse inside. Boom!
The extremely terrifying ocean of energy moved away clearly. The heaven's origin manifestation powerhouse inside the palace didn't even have the time to react before he was covered by the energy.
The surrounding ancient trees that were affected and the numerous evil sequence alignment disciples were instantly annihilated in the ocean of energy. The difference was too great. The heavenly Kismet realm expert let out a miserable cry. His body instantly collapsed. However, at the instant he collapsed, his shadow suddenly moved and fled into the distance. The shadow gradually solidified and turned into a body. A powerful instant resurrection treasure.
Wang Xian was not surprised at all when he saw this scene.
Many powerhouses in the heaven's origin realm had powerful life-saving trump cards. A trump card that was immune to death. Towering Dragon Horn. Wang Xian shouted in a low voice. The dragon horn emitted a luster. Destructive energy covered his body once again. In an instant, it landed on his body.
At the same time, the body of the void divine dragon emitted a powerful space, sealing force.
An existence at the great Tao level? The Tianyuan creator, who had just been resurrected through a treasure, felt death approaching again and roared in horror. These attacks that could destroy him one after another were definitely not something that a control-level expert could do. If a control-level expert wanted to kill a beginner-level expert, it would also take a very long time. Only a great Tao expert could be so terrifying. A look of despair appeared on his face. With a thought, he transmitted some of the treasures on his body through a secret technique. Following that, he directly waited for death. He knew that he would not be able to hold on for long.
He would not be able to hold on until the support of other experts. Now, to minimize the loss.
Boom!
Under the terrifying energy, Wang Xian saw that the heaven's origin creator stopped resisting.
When he saw that his body was emitting a special energy, he raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew that he had given up on resisting. When the energy swept over, his body lost its vitality. If he didn't have a powerful treasure that could revive him instantly, he would need a long time to recover to his peak. Wang Xian didn't stop. He moved his body and immediately took away his corpse. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
At the same time, the body of the void divine dragon started to move. It started to hunt down the surrounding experts from the evil sequence camp.
At this moment, the power and terror of the space attribute was unmistakable.
The instant teleportation wiped out the experts in the ruler realm. They didn't have the slightest ability to resist.
With a space tremor, his body disappeared instantly. He turned into a corpse and was kept by Wang Xian.
He even used the power of space to forcefully teleport the enemy to him.
All kinds of methods were abnormally terrifying. I'm leaving. Wang Xian finished everything in just 2 seconds.
In 1 second, he killed 2 powerhouses who were in the heaven's origin realm.
In 1 second, he had killed the dominators of the evil sequence around him. He had harvested 100,000 corpses. It only took him 2 seconds. His speed was very fast. However, 2 seconds was enough for a powerhouse at Wang Xian's level to do a lot of things.
Buzz!
After Wang Xian had killed them, he disappeared instantly. The transformation of the netherworld dragon. Hiss, what a terrifying attack. Is this the power of a powerhouse at the great Tao level? No wonder some experts in the Justice Sequence Alliance said that as long as a great Tao realm existence was born in the universe, the calamity wouldn't be too dangerous. Terrifying, truly terrifying. An existence that has just entered the heavenly Yuan creation realm was instantly killed. If we were to face this Dragon King alone, we would probably be in the same situation. Too powerful. With this Dragon King around, our mountain universe should be able to be defended. Look, the Dragon King instantly arrived at another Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm expert.
The 4 Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts from the Mountain Range universe were shocked when they saw the situation here through the Heavenly Copper Mirror.
With such terrifying strength, even if they joined forces, they would probably be crushed and killed.
This power was too terrifying. At the same time, around the core of the Mountain Range universe,
at the other 6 locations of the Evil Sequence Camp,
when they saw the terrifying power coming from the right, their expressions changed slightly.
What's the situation? They looked over at the same time. Some of the powerhouses who had quick reactions immediately flew towards the teleportation formation. During this period of time, they had set up teleportation formations at every location to prevent the Heaven's Origin Manifestation Powerhouse from launching a sneak attack. However, the spot closest to the right was the spot closest to the powerhouse of the Heaven's Origin Realm that Wang Xian had killed.
When the powerhouse of the Heaven's Origin Realm from the Evil Sequence faction flew out, he sensed a terrifying energy that was attacking him.
This was a giant bird-type powerhouse of the Heaven's Origin Realm, whose entire body was filled with violent wind energy. He had an extremely sharp mouth, and a large number of sharp teeth were exposed on the outside of his mouth.
The commotion that came from the side caught his attention.
However, he did not expect that just as he flew out from the war weapon, a death threat was transmitted to him.
His pupils contracted slightly, and he immediately sent out a distress signal to the other 5 Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses. Through the ability of the Netherworld Dragon transformation, Wang Xian arrived here in an instant.
The body of the Void Divine Dragon teleported.
The incipient saint wings were flapped. It allowed his speed to reach a terrifying level.
According to the energy in the Heaven-Seeing Bronze Mirror, this wind-attributed Heaven Origin creator was only at the level of someone who had just stepped into the first level. It was also at the level of someone who had just stepped into the first level.
He was the weakest existence.
Wang Xian was able to kill an expert at this level in an instant.
The 5 elements grinding Tai Chi Dragon Plate unleashed its strongest attack. What is this?
Sensing Wang Xian's invincible strength, a look of horror appeared on his face. Without any hesitation, he fled into the distance. However, just as he turned around, he saw Wang Xian's figure appearing in front of him. A terrifying dragon claw attacked him.
He growled, and his entire body immediately turned into dozens of pieces and shot out in all directions.
Every part of his body was moving at an abnormally terrifying speed. When Wang Xian saw the scene, his eyes flickered. Boom! He swung his dragon claw, and more than half of his body was turned into his hand.
The vitality of that part of his body was instantly extinguished by him.
Buzz! The body of the Void Divine Dragon moved slightly and instantly clawed at his fleeing body. The escaping ability of this Heaven Origin creator was indeed powerful.
He was able to instantly dodge a full-strength attack from a great Dao-level cultivator.
Unfortunately, Wang Xian possessed 10 attributes in his body. He possessed the body of the Void Divine Dragon. In an instant, he arrived beside the other body of the Heaven Origin creator and killed him. It was very easy to kill such a weak beginner-level Heaven's Origin creator at the Great Dao level.
This was also the reason why a Heaven's Origin creator was able to defend an entire universe.
His individual combat strength was too strong.
After Wang Xian killed him, it only took him 1 to 2 seconds.
Following that, his body disappeared again. He forcefully used the ability of the Netherworld Dragon transformation.
This caused a trace of blood to spill out from his mouth. However, the ancestral tree could recover from such injuries quickly.
However, when Wang Xian's body appeared in the 3rd spot,
he saw the Heaven Origin creator standing in front of a huge building. The Heaven Origin creator was also staring at him. At the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the teleportation formation and disappeared.
Huh? You reacted quickly. Wang Xian noticed that he had disappeared instantly and adjusted his brows slightly. However, he looked around and waved his arm. The body of the Void Divine Dragon disappeared instantly.
Ah!
Following that, a scream was heard. The powerful disciples of the ruler and venerable realm from the Evil Sequence faction were killed quickly.
Faced with Wang Xian's attacks, they did not have the ability to resist at all. In just a few seconds, all the powerful disciples in the surroundings were hunted down. After the hunt was over, Wang Xian did not leave. Instead, he stood there and waited quietly. He wanted to wait for the powerful disciples of the evil sequence faction to arrive. He wanted to let them know that this universe was under his protection. If they wanted to continue fighting against this universe, they would have to make an enemy out of him. They would have to pay the price. Wang. And at this moment, just as he had expected, they were located at the teleportation array. Waves of energy flickered with a luster. An expert had teleported over. Buzz. At the teleportation formation that invaded the evil sequence of the mountain universe. Along with Wang Xian killing 2 powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm. 200,000 powerhouses in the Dominator realm. The top-notch powerhouses among the intruders from the mountain universe also quickly came over to check the situation through the teleportation formation. 2 figures walked out from the teleportation formation. Their entire bodies were shrouded in powerful energy to prevent them from being ambushed suddenly. Damn it! Is that guy the one who ambushed our Blood Naga universe? The powerhouses from the mountain range universe? Impossible, they can't do it with their strength. The 2 controlling level powerhouses from the Blood Naga universe scanned their surroundings with an ugly expression on their faces. However, their eyes suddenly focused and saw Wang Xian in front of them. Are there only 2 control level powerhouses here? Wang Xian looked at them and said calmly, "It's you." 2 Heaven Origin creation level powerhouses from the Blood Naga universe, one of whom was like a crocodile, stared at Wang Xian and growled in a low voice with a face full of fear. "Are you the one who launched a sneak attack on our Blood Naga universe?" The other Heaven Origin creation level powerhouse also stared at Wang Xian coldly. Boom. However, what responded to them was Wang Xian's terrifying attack. He channeled all the energy in his body, 9 attributes, and the power of space to attack them directly. Not good. Dodge. When Wang Xian's energy attacked them, the faces of the 2 control-level Tianyuan creator-level powerhouses changed drastically as they roared in horror. Through this beam of energy, they immediately deduced that Wang Xian was in existence at the Great Tao level. Moreover, only an existence at the Great Tao level could kill 2 beginner-level powerhouses in their Blood Naga universe at such a terrifying speed. The 2 controlling-level powerhouses hurriedly tried to fend off Wang Xian's attack. Their bodies were sent flying very far away, and they barely managed to fend off Wang Xian's attack. The 2 powerhouses stared at Wang Xian with an embarrassed expression. "I will guard this universe. Get out of here within 5 years. Otherwise..." As Wang Xian spoke, he narrowed his eyes slightly and swept his gaze across them with a ghastly expression. Following that, Wang Xian ignored them. His figure moved and he left immediately. He didn't say anything else. If this fellow from the Bloody Naga universe still didn't give up, Wang Xian would make a move. At that time, he could even consider calling the Queen of Floating Water, Tianxi, Linyu, and Hundun over. At that time, he would be able to obtain a huge amount of resources by killing a large number of people from the evil sequence faction. This time, Wang Xian made his move and directly obtained 2 corpses of Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses and 200,000 Overlord-level corpses. There were also hundreds of thousands of Supremacy-level corpses. This was a huge harvest. This would allow the disciples of the Dragon Palace to improve tremendously. Putting everything aside, it would not be a problem for the Dragon Palace to increase the number of the peak of the ruler level. Killing the creatures in the Blood Naga universe would also benefit the Dragon Palace greatly. Damn it! The 2 Heavens Origin creator powerhouses of the Blood Naga looked extremely embarrassed when they saw Wang Xian leaving. They kept changing their expressions as they flew straight into the teleportation formation. The reason why the Blood Naga universe invaded the Mountain Range universe was because there were no powerful Heaven Origin Destiny Realm existences in the Mountain Range universe. Furthermore, they were in the early stages of the calamity. If they invaded the Mountain Range universe, it would be too late for the Mountain Range universe to seek help from the powerful existences of the Justice Sequence faction. By the time their reinforcements arrived, they had already completely occupied this place. Now, the Mountain Universe actually had an extra Great Tao level Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm expert.
They had killed 2 of their heavenly Yuan creation realm experts. This was a very heavy blow to the Blood Naga universe. Most importantly, the mountain universe had a great Tao-level existence guarding it, so it was impossible for them to break through. This Lord Dragon King is so powerful. He directly warned them about the Blood Naga universe. He killed 2 beginner-level heavenly Yuan creation realm existences with such power, and now he's warning them. The Blood Naga universe shouldn't dare to continue invading us. With this Lord Dragon King here, the crisis of our mountain universe can be easily overcome. Great. At the same time, the Heaven's Origin creator of the mountain range universe, who saw everything through the heavenly copper mirror, looked extremely excited when they saw this scene. The crisis in the mountain range universe was about to be resolved.
With this Dragon King here, the other party wouldn't be able to conquer their universe at all.
Moreover, if the Dragon King led them to launch a counterattack, they would still have some advantages. Greetings, Dragon King. Thank you for resolving the crisis in our mountain range universe. After a long while, the 4 Heavens Origin creation stage powerhouses saw Wuxia returning. They immediately flew out and greeted him respectfully. Their faces were filled with excitement as they thanked him. There's no need. This is our deal, and it's what I should do. Wuxia shook his head nonchalantly and looked at them. Currently, the army of the Blood Naga universe has not left yet. However, there's no need to worry. If they don't leave within 5 years, I will continue to attack. Now, I want to let a disciple of my universe make a breakthrough. Alright, Lord Dragon King. Although Lord Dragon King has made a deal with us, you are still the benefactor of our mountain range universe. Without you, who knows how many living beings in our mountain range universe will be killed.
At the center of the mountain range universe, the Heaven's Origin creator said with a heavy tone. Wuxia shook his head. With a wave of his arm, Huming Mountain appeared in front of him. Greetings, Lord Dragon King.
Huming Mountain appeared and immediately bowed respectfully to Wuxia.
At the same time, he was a little nervous. With the changes in the situation in the mountain range universe, it was unknown whether he could break through to the realm of the Heaven's Origin universe.
However, very soon, he sensed that there were powerful existences around him.
The place he was at had also arrived at the center of the mountain range universe. This?
He was slightly surprised.
I have made a deal with the mountain range universe. Mingshan breakthrough. Wuxia spoke to Huming Mountain. When Huming Mountain heard this, his body trembled slightly. He raised his head and looked at Wuxia. Dragon King, you mean I can break through now? Wuxia nodded at him. Mingshan looked at the 4 Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses in the surrounding mountain range and universe, then looked at Wuxia. He took a deep breath and said, I, Mingshan, will always remember the favor of the Dragon King. I, the Divine Tiger Clan, will always remember it. If the Dragon King has any orders in the future, I, Mingshan, will not hesitate to go through fire and water. Mingshan made his promise.
His heart was full of gratitude. No matter what, doing business with the mountain universe required something. The Dragon King was the guardian of the path in this calamity, not to help them find and solve the problem of the quota. The Dragon King had no obligation to do so. Moreover, the Tiger Mountain was the Divine Tiger Clan and had an ordinary relationship with the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King was grateful for being able to do this, but at the same time he also needed to express his attitude. Let's break through. Wuxia smiled when he heard Huming Mountain's words.
Huming Mountain bowed to Wang Yun on his knees. Just like the floating queen back then, he bowed respectfully.
After that, he stood up and hovered in the air. Boom.
His body trembled and the surrounding energy surged towards his surroundings. The world changed color as the breakthrough began.
In the mountain universe, the 4 Heaven Origin creation realm experts sighed in their hearts when they saw this scene. Their mountain universe would have 1 less spot in the future. This was the mountain universe's foundation. However, compared to the current situation, it was already the best.
Even if the Justice Sequence Alliance came to seek help, the situation wouldn't be any better than now. The Dragon King and the others only wanted 1 spot.
I need Justice Sequence Alliance wanted 2 spots. Overall, this was the most ideal situation. Boom, boom, boom,
boom,
boom, boom,
boom. Rumbling sounds rang out, causing huge tremors.
What's going on? Heaven and earth energy is converging. What is this? Is there an expert in our mountain universe making a breakthrough? It's at the center of our mountain range universe where the four saints are. Could it be that our mountain range universe has given birth to another Tianyuan creation realm powerhouse? A Tianyuan creation realm powerhouse. Can it alleviate the situation in front of us? Can it expel the invaders?
It's very difficult. The strength of the invaders from the evil sequence camp is too terrifying. Even if our mountain range universe has one more Tianyuan creation realm powerhouse, it's still very difficult to be their match.
In the surrounding area, countless strong disciples from the mountain range universe were discussing in shock when they saw the strong cultivator making a breakthrough.
Disciple, do not approach. Today, our mountain range universe has the help of the strong cultivator. The crisis has already been resolved by half.
A heaven origin creation stage powerhouse from the mountain range universe spoke.
His words caused the strong disciples from the entire mountain range universe to be in an uproar.
Wang Xian ignored the shock of the strong disciples in the mountain range universe.
He quietly watched the Tiger Roar Mountains break through.
However, around the center of the mountain range universe, the 5 heaven origin creation stage powerhouses from the Blood Naga universe were gathered there. Their expressions were abnormally ugly. 2 heaven origin creation stage powerhouses were ambushed and killed. Now, they were in a state of resurrection and recuperation. Now, there were only 5 heaven origin creation stage powerhouses. The 5 of them looked towards the center of the mountain range universe. When they saw this powerful force, their expressions kept changing.
They naturally knew that someone had broken through to the heaven origin creation realm.
This also meant that there were currently 6 heaven origin creation realm experts in the mountain range universe. The most terrifying thing was that one of them had the strength of a great Tao.
We are no longer their match,
a heavenly fate realm expert from the Blood Naga universe said in a deep voice.
They had laid out their plans here for so long, but they did not expect that a great Tao realm expert would appear.
This caused their entire universe to fall short. This made them feel extremely helpless. Retreat with that great Tao realm expert around, they will not be able to. Moreover, if the other party counterattacks us, our disciples will suffer heavy casualties. The heavenly Yuan creation experts of the Blood Naga universe made a prompt decision.
If the other party counterattacked, they wouldn't be a match at all.
They could escape, but their disciples would probably suffer heavy casualties. Retreat.
They immediately gave the order and prepared to immediately retreat from the mountain range universe.
Buzz.
Not long after, Human Mountain's breakthrough was completed. He took a deep breath and his face was filled with excitement. After transforming into his human form, Human Mountain bowed to Wang Xian once again. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. Dragon King, according to our investigation in the heaven-looking bronze mirror, the Blood Naga universe has already begun to retreat. At this moment, the 4 heaven origin creation powerhouses from the Mountain Ridge universe had also sensed the situation of the Blood Naga universe army. They were also excited.
That's good. I'll stay here for another 10 years and leave in 10 years. Next, if the Blood Naga universe attacks you again, you can inform me. I have treasures here. I can rush over immediately. Wang Xian spoke to them.
Thank you, Dragon King. We will prepare all the resources in a few hours for you in the palace that you invited us to prepare for you.
The heaven origin creation stage powerhouses from the mountain range universe said happily.
Although they had paid a great price.
However, if they could get to know a powerhouse at the level of the Dragon King, they might be able to survive this calamity safely. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at Human Mountain. We will return after 10 years. I will follow your orders, Dragon King. Human Mountain replied respectfully. Wang Xian nodded his head and followed the powerhouses from the mountain range universe to a grand hall.
It was the highest mountain peak in the entire mountain range universe and the most luxurious grand hall. A few hours later, the 4 powerhouses from the heaven origin creation realm in the mountain range universe brought over all the resources.
Dragon King, these are our resources. Please take a look. The 4 powerhouses of the heaven's origin realm handed over the resources respectfully and said. Wang Xian nodded his head. After receiving the resources and taking a look, he nodded his head in satisfaction.
By the way, do you know where we can exchange for resources?
Wang Xian looked at them and asked. Although the mountain universe was not very strong, they were a faction of the Justice Sequence Alliance. They should have some understanding in this aspect.
Exchange of resources? Dragon King, we can exchange resources within the Justice Sequence Alliance. Our Justice Sequence Alliance has a communication device that contains all kinds of information from different universes, such as transactions, requests for help, some exchanges, etc., etc., etc. The Heaven's Origin Creator Powerhouse from the Mountain Universe answered truthfully, if you want to trade, you can do so too. The trade of the Justice Sequence Alliance is open to the public. As long as you are not from the Evil Sequence Alliance, you can do so.
I'm from the Neutral Sequence Alliance. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. Dragon King, we have a communication device here. However, in order to prevent the Evil Sequence Alliance from obtaining it, we need to verify it. Therefore, we have no way to give it to you.
If you want to trade with the Justice Sequence Alliance, you have to go to the Justice Universe to obtain it. Many experts from the Neutral Sequence camp also trade with us. Of course, I heard that you can also trade with the Evil Sequence camp. The experts from the Mountain Universe said to Wang Xian.
Both the Evil Sequence camp and the Justice Sequence camp had information exchange. They make all kinds of deals that help them grow. The nine-headed universe is a neutral alignment, so there's no such connection. The nine-origin universe was a neutral universe. It had nothing to do with the alliance of Justice Sequence and the alliance of Evil Sequence.
Therefore, the powerhouses of the Heaven Origin creation in the nine-origin universe did not have a deep understanding of the alliance of Justice Sequence. However, the alliance of Justice Sequence was a good place for Wang Xian to make a trade. He would exchange the treasures that he did not use for useful resources. After chatting with the four Heaven Origin creator powerhouses in the Mountain Universe for a while, Wang Xian began to devour the resources in the main hall. The resources that the Mountain Universe took out this time were extremely huge. Although it was not enough for him to make a breakthrough, he could still make a huge improvement. After exchanging the corpse of the river-migrating beast emperor for resources, I will be able to make a breakthrough. Wang Xian looked at his attributes and smiled. As long as he could achieve another breakthrough, Wang Xian would have the strength of the Great Tao level without relying on treasures. In addition to the ancestral tree, the body of the void divine dragon, the five elements millstone, and the Tai Chi dragon disc, Wang Yun was equivalent to a level 15 existence. In other words, he was 6 levels higher than those who had just stepped into the Great Tao level. A level I is equivalent to stepping into the Heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm. In other words, Wang Xian's strength was comparable to one who had just stepped into the Great Tao realm and two who had just stepped into the Control realm. This strength was considered a very powerful existence in the Great Tao realm. Furthermore, Wang Xian was confident that by that time, the abilities of the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor would be 90% inferior to his. This was not even taking into account the situation of Lin Yo and the rest. Time passed day by day. 10 years passed very quickly. The Blood Naga universe had completely retreated from the Mountain Range universe. The powerhouses from the Mountain Range universe had been following the Blood Naga universe's army for a long time. When they saw that they had completely left, they heaved a sigh of relief. 10 years have passed. Everyone, farewell. 10 years had passed, and the time that Wang Xian had agreed with them had also come to an end. He cupped his hands toward the 4 Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses in the Mountain Range universe and said, "Thank you again, Dragon King, for helping us to resolve the crisis." The 4 Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses in the Mountain Range universe bowed respectfully. Wang Xian smiled and looked at Huming Mountain beside him. "Huming Mountain, you should go back first. PLL make a trip to the Justice Universe." "It's the Dragon King. Please be careful, Dragon King." Hu Mingshan nodded. He did not follow Wang Xian on an adventure. He had just made a breakthrough and needed to stabilize himself. In addition, he needed to return to the Divine Tiger clan. He was not prepared to take any risks in this calamity. Instead, he wanted to increase the strength of the Divine Tiger clan first. Wang Xian did not return because it was much closer to the universe of justice from here than from the 9 Origin universe. It would only take a few thousand years to fly from here. However, it would take tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years to fly from the 9 Origin universe. The Justice Universe was still very far away from the Nine Origin Universe. Wang Xian nodded his head and flew in the direction of the Justice Universe.
The Justice Universe was also known as the Justice Alliance Universe.
It was the universe where the founder of the Justice Sequence Alliance was located.
It was also the most powerful universe of the Justice Sequence Alliance.
It was rumored that there were chaos-level existences guarding this universe.
Of course, this was only a legend. As for whether there were such existences, it was unknown. Wang Xian entered the long flying time again. In the Nine Origin universe, the return of Huming Mountain to the Divine Tiger Clan caused a huge shock to the entire Divine Tiger Clan. Their Divine Tiger Clan had a Heaven Origin creation level existence. Their Lord Tiger Cry Mountain had broken through to the Heaven Origin creation realm. And when Tiger Cry Mountain returned to the Divine Tiger Clan, he immediately announced something, causing a huge shock to the entire Nine Origin universe. Dragon Palace's Lord Dragon King is my Tiger Cry Mountain's benefactor. And in the future, the Dragon Palace will also be our Divine Tiger Clan's benefactor. I Tiger Cry Mountain owe Lord Dragon King a huge favor. In the future, if Lord Dragon King has any moves, I will definitely respond. The voice of Tiger Roar Mountain shocked the experts of the other races in the Nine Origin universe. What's going on? Why did the Divine Tiger Clan's Heavenly Creation Realm expert, who had just broken through, make such a statement? Fuck, are you serious?
If the Divine Tiger Clan made such a statement, doesn't that mean that the Divine Tiger Clan will respect the Dragon King in the future?
Now, in our Nine Origin universe, the Celestial Nation will definitely respect the Dragon King. Now, there's the Divine Tiger Clan. The Dragon Palace is going to defy the heavens too. It's unbelievable that a Heavenly Yuan creator-level powerhouse is willing to listen to the Dragon King's orders.
The entire Nine Origin universe was in an uproar.
Countless disciples widened their eyes.
Even the Heavenly Yuan creator-level powerhouses from the other peak races were astonished.
Soon, they also received a piece of information from Tiger Roar Mountain. This time, Tiger Roar Mountain was able to break through because of the Dragon King. Tiger Roar Mountain had found a universe that could break through, but this universe had encountered the invasion of a powerful evil sequence faction. There were 7 Heavenly Kismet Realm powerhouses, and 2 of them were at the control level. The Dragon King had made a deal with the powerhouses of this universe to help this universe expel foreign enemies, and had traded a spot. Only then did the Tiger Roar Mountain achieve a breakthrough. Under such circumstances, the Tiger Roar Mountain had indeed owed the Dragon King a huge favor. The actions of the Tiger Roar Mountain and the actions of the Divine Tiger Clan were also normal. After this incident, the prestige of the Dragon Palace had once again received a terrifying boost.
Wang Xian did not know what had happened in the Nine Origin universe.
He was rapidly heading towards the Righteous Universe.
Thousands of years passed by quickly. Wang Xian was getting closer and closer to the Justice Universe.
When he flew for another few months, he met more and more strong disciples in the surrounding chaos.
He even saw groups of disciples at the venerable level shuttling through the chaos.
He saw a huge battleship flying in the chaos. This surprised Wang Xian greatly. The chaos was extremely dangerous. For a supremacy-level existence to dare to fly here, this also meant that this place was very safe.
It seems that we have entered the vicinity of the Justice Universe.
Wang Xian mumbled. The radiation strength of the Justice Universe is still very strong.
The core of the Justice Sequence Alliance was the Justice Universe. There were dozens of universes in the vicinity.
Among these dozens of universes, there were even teleportation arrays that could be used for long-distance communication. It might only take a few years to teleport over. Although the Mountain Universe was also part of the Justice Sequence Alliance, it had yet to reach them. The Mountain Universe was considered to be at the edge. As they continued to fly forward, the number of strong disciples in the surrounding void increased.
Wang Xian even saw a powerful beast carriage pulling a luxurious palanquin. Inside the palanquin was an existence at the Heaven's Fate level. He saw flying vehicles that were like spaceships shuttling rapidly.
With a glance, he could see thousands of living beings.
The density was extremely high. It's really dazzling. I'm actually able to meet a Heaven Origin creator.
Wang Xian looked around as his eyes sparkled. Such a powerful existence like a heaven origin creator was actually able to meet one here. Wang Xian didn't know if it was due to his good luck or the fact that there were more heaven origin creator powerhouses here. Of course, the latter was more likely. That was because the current radiation circle of the Justice universe had reached dozens of universes. With dozens of universes interconnected, the Justice universe was at the center.
This also meant that the heaven origin creator powerhouses from dozens of universes could frequently appear here. If there were 5 heaven origin creator powerhouses in each universe, there would be hundreds of heaven origin creator powerhouses. They are indeed powerful, but from the looks of it, the Evil Sequence Alliance should be even more powerful.
The Evil Sequence Alliance was an invader.
They would do anything to increase their strength. Under such circumstances, the Evil Sequence Alliance had even more champions. The Justice Sequence Alliance was slightly better. They would not destroy their good nature just to increase their strength.
If that was the case, the Evil Sequence Alliance would be even more powerful. Of course, although the Evil Sequence Alliance was stronger, they were not as united as the Justice Sequence Alliance. Wang Xian thought to himself and flew forward quickly. A universe appeared in his line of sight. Unlike the 9 origin universe, the Justice universe was a huge continent. It was the same as the Sword and Magic universe.
The entire universe was the Earth.
Wang Xian approached and saw that the periphery of the Justice universe was extremely prosperous.
There were all kinds of ancient and powerful divine beasts with bloodlines. Soaring cloud flying sword. Technological spaceship.
Myth and technology coexisted. Magic and flying sword.
All kinds of creatures from different races such as treemen, murlocs, birdmen, and all kinds of human beings as well as other demonic birds and the like.
Wang Xian looked at all of this and his eyes flickered slightly.
He moved his body and entered the universe of justice.
The guide to the universe of justice.
When Wang Xian entered the universe, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind.
When Wang Xian heard it, he adjusted his brows slightly. Following that, waves of information were transmitted into his mind, allowing him to have a basic understanding of the universe of justice.
Furthermore, he could obtain some information about the transactions and purchases of items in the universe of justice. Based on the information in his mind, Wang Xian immediately flew in a certain direction.
He arrived at a registration location.
Respected Tian Yuan creator, welcome.
When Wang Yun entered a registration location, a mechanical voice sounded. Following that, in the main hall in front, an old man walked over immediately and looked at Wang Xian respectfully.
Welcome to our justice universe, sir. May I know how can I help you?
A few old men walked over and asked respectfully. Wang Xian looked at them and raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not hide his aura. It was normal for him to be sensed. I would like to make some transactions here. Also, I would like to obtain the Justice Sequence Alliance's Tian Yuan communicator.
The Justice Sequence Alliance's Heaven Element Communicator was the information communicator for the Justice Sequence Alliance's experts. Within this communicator, trade information could be posted and help could be requested.
It was mainly a platform for trade and communication.
Yes, my lord. My lord, in order to prevent the experts from the Evil Sequence Alliance from obtaining our Heaven Element Communicator, we need you to conduct a test.
It's not a test either. The main purpose is for you to answer a question in front of one of our treasures. The question is, are you from the Evil Sequence faction? The old man said respectfully to Wang Xian.
Oh,
no problem.
Wang Xian nodded his head. He had heard about this test from the powerhouses of the Heaven's origin in the Mountain Range universe.
In the Justice Sequence Alliance, there was an ultimate treasure of the Heaven's origin. This ultimate treasure did not have any offensive power. It was a fully supported ultimate treasure.
It was called the Mirror of Reality. The Mirror of Reality could make a contract to authenticate reality.
Even a heavenly fate expert could do so. In other words, in front of the Mirror of Reality, all lies would be exposed. Furthermore, after obtaining the Heavenly Fate Communicator, one would have to make a contract with the Mirror of Reality.
The moment one joined the Evil Sequence Alliance in the future, the Heavenly Fate Communicator would directly collapse. This was the restraining ability of the Mirror of Reality.
Sir, please follow me. A few elders brought Wang Xian into a room. The next process was very simple. Wang Xian didn't see the Mirror of Reality. the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. After walking out of the room, Wang Xian held a communicator in his hand and looked at the information on it.
There was a group chat function in the communicator. There weren't many members displayed on it.
This Tian Yuan communicator wasn't something that only Tian Yuan Destiny Realm experts could have. Those powerful factions that didn't have Tian Yuan Destiny Realm experts also had Tian Yuan communicators.
After all, although some factions didn't have Tian Yuan Destiny Realm experts, they still had a lot of resources and treasures.
Also, if the experts of these factions wanted to break through, they could carry out transactions and seek a breakthrough.
Other than a group chat, the next area was the trading area.
He would upload the items he wanted to trade first and then intentionally communicate with each other. After Wang Xian understood the information of this Tian Yuan communication device, he immediately placed the items he wanted to trade on it. This time, he was auctioning them. There would naturally be competition for the popular items. The item would belong to whoever bid the highest. The corpse of a cosmic behemoth in the heaven's origin realm was definitely a treasure. Moreover, this kind of treasure could improve the strength of a strong disciple in the ruler realm by quite a lot.
After Wang Xian uploaded the item, he proceeded with the auction for 10 years.
In the end, the highest bidder obtained the item. The location of the transaction was in the Justice universe. Time was sufficient. After Wang Xian uploaded all of this, he checked the other information in the Tianyuan communication device. In this transaction area, Wang Xian saw many treasures. There were even powerful treasures that could be revived.
Of course, the revived treasures were also divided into different levels.
For example, the soul-returning fruit was the lowest level of the revived treasures.
After reviving, one had to start from scratch. The more powerful the resurrection treasure was, the more power it could retain. The highest level resurrection treasure could allow one to be resurrected without any injuries. Among the 10 heaven origin creation stage powerhouses, perhaps only 2 to 3 of them had such a treasure.
It was a true treasure.
Other than that, there were many other treasures. However, Wang Xian did not have anything to exchange for. Innate treasures were considered ordinary treasures here. No one in the heaven's origin realm would be interested in them. The shattered heaven's origin realm treasures were extremely precious and of high value. However, such treasures were hard to come by. Wang Xian did not intend to sell them.
After taking a look around, Wang Xian shook his head regretfully. Following that, he opened the information on the cooperation of the heaven's origin communicator.
There was a message of cooperation to hunt down the strong disciples of the evil sequence camp.
There was a message of cooperation to carry out the universe of the evil sequence camp. There was also a message requesting for reinforcements. Wang Xian looked at the various messages in the heaven's origin communicator. His eyes were sparkling. The distress messages contained some distress messages similar to the mountain range universe. They had suffered an invasion and hoped to receive reinforcements. The resources and price they had to pay was also extremely huge. Wang Xian was a little envious as he looked at it. From now on, I can take on these requests for help. Wang Xian thought to himself. Those universes that were requesting for help had even taken out their quotas to trade. This was of great use to the Dragon Palace.
In addition, with the huge amount of resources, Wang Xian might have a way to achieve a breakthrough.
Let's wait until I sell the corpse of the river-migrating beast emperor and exchange it for resources. Let's talk about it after I break through. Wang Xian mumbled. He was still in the midst of the outbreak of the quantum tribulation. He wasn't sure what would happen next.
He would talk about it after the 9 origin universe had settled down.
Furthermore, as the guardian of the 9 origin universe, Wang Xian still had a mission. He might need to protect the Tao at any time. Moreover, accepting this kind of mission to seek help did not mean that he could complete it 100%. There were also risks involved. There were also terrifying existences in the evil sequence faction. It could even be an existence on the level of chaos.
After putting away the Tianyuan communicator, Wang Xian looked at his surroundings. Then he found a pretty good restaurant in the sky and ordered some delicious food.
To Wang Xian, the universe of justice was very bright and prosperous. Such a prosperous scene could not be compared to the 9 origin universe.
With a glance, Wang Xian could sense hundreds of thousands of masters in the ruler realm.
This was a universe with as many masters as dogs. It was hard to imagine how many masters in the ruler realm existed in the entire universe of justice. There were probably tens of millions of them.
Of course, this was not a single ruler in the universe. It included the powerhouses in the surrounding dozens of universes. From the looks of it, the Dragon Palace is not very powerful. Wuxia thought to himself.
There were more than 1,000,000 rulers in the Dragon Palace.
The reason why there were so many of them was that Wuxia had killed too many powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm,
especially in the Six Paths universe.
That time was a huge opportunity for Wuxia.
Currently, Xiaolan and the rest are the ones closest to the Heaven's Origin realm in the Dragon Palace. It's best if I can upgrade Xiaolan and the rest. He was deep in thought.
In the following period of time, Wuxia wandered around the Justice universe. The security of the entire Justice universe was still very good. No living beings dared to cause trouble here.
In the Tianyuan communication device, the corpse of the Chenjiang Beast Emperor that Wuxia had sent for auction also received intense competition. The corpse of a space beast was such a treasure. It was a great opportunity for a ruler-level powerhouse. If the flesh and blood of a space beast in the Tianyuan Destiny level could be used to aid in cultivation, it could allow a ruler-level powerhouse to improve rapidly. Such resources could be used to nurture the strong. It was something that could only be obtained by luck. In addition to the items that Wuxia traded with, ordinary resources could also be used. This caused the factions of the Justice Sequence Alliance to engage in an intense competition.
The price continued to rise. When Wuxia saw the scene, a smile appeared on his face.
Before 10 years had passed, Wuxia calculated the highest bid. It was enough for him to achieve a breakthrough in his strength. 10 years passed very quickly.
The amount of resources exchanged had increased significantly.
After the auction ended, Wuxia immediately contacted the final bidder.
The final bidder was also in the Justice universe. Clearly, he was determined to get the body of the Qianzhong Beast Emperor.
After Wuxia met him, he carried out the exchange.
The trader was also a strong man in the Heaven's Origin realm. Wuxia could sense that he had the strength of a controller. Wuxia didn't interact much with him. After obtaining the resources, he separated a simple physical body and summoned Enlai over. Then he ordered Enlai to teleport him back to the Nine Origin universe.
After returning to the Dragon Palace, Wuxia didn't hesitate and immediately began to devour. Boom, boom, boom.
Roar,
Roar,
roar. In the Dragon Palace, as Wuxia devoured, the energy in his body became more and more terrifying. A weak dragon's roar could be heard from his dragon scales and his flesh and blood. It was like a drop of blood that could transform into an extremely terrifying universe-divine dragon.
A 9-colored light enveloped it. The phantom of the divine dragon flickered continuously. Ancient, sacred, and noble. One couldn't even look directly at it. The weak wouldn't even be able to make eye contact with Wuxia. Ding! Congratulations to host for increasing your level and breaking through to the level 9 realm of the Universe Dominator. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through and strengthening the 9 Origins Dragon Field. As Wuxia continued to absorb, a shackle was broken. Following that, the system's voice sounded in his mind. He felt that his strength was unprecedentedly powerful. Name Wuxia.
Race, 9 Origin Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level, Universe Overlord Level 9, 9 transformations return to 1.
Origin, 1%, 99% needed for the next breakthrough. Supernatural ability. Rule the water race. Rule the water race below one's level. Devour living beings. Devour living beings to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements.
Cultivation method, Divine Dragon Transformation.
Supernatural ability. Soul capture, spirit attachment.
Law supernatural ability, Dragon Eye Lock, 5-element Dragon Claw, Yin-Yang Realm Breaking, 8 Luminaries Dragon Scale, Holy Dragon Shadow, Heavenly Dragon 8 Tribes, Dragon Tomb, Cloud Dragon Soaring, True Dragon Body. Laws and Abhijnas, 8 Dragon Pillars, 8 Dragon Clones, Towering Dragon Horns, Mighty Heavenly Dragon, Divine Tail Pearl, Life Dragon Breath, Shadow Dragon Clone, Netherworld Dragon Pursuit, Netherworld Dragon Transformation. Wind and Thunder Dragon Birth, Mad Dragon Star Explosion.
Domain 9 Origins Dragon Domain. Control laws. metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark wind and thunder. Kingdom of God, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace. Innate. Members of Dragon Palace. 8060450. With a thought, Wang Xian looked at his attributes and smiled. I've made a breakthrough. I've finally made another breakthrough. This breakthrough allowed his main body to match the level of the Great Tao without the aid of any treasures. The current me might not be able to run amok in the calamity, but I'm basically one of the top existences. Wang Xian smiled. Even for the Justice Sequence Alliance, with Wang Xian's strength, he could probably be ranked at the top. Of course, this was just his guess. On the surface, the Justice Sequence Alliance only had about 10 Great Tao level powerhouses. If I continue to level up, the amount of resources required will be even greater. The amount of resources required will probably require the sum of resources from several universes. Wang Xian took a look at the amount of resources required for the next level up and was a little speechless. Compared to the amount of resources required for his breakthrough this time, it was dozens of times more. It would require the sum of all the resources in several universes at least. The next goal is to increase the number of powerhouses in the Heaven Origin Creation Realm in the Dragon Palace first, or to upgrade the level of the Void Dragon Body. Wang Xian was planning for the future. The breakthrough this time made Wang Xian very happy. For the next period of time, Wang Xian continued to stay in the Dragon Palace. The Nine Origin Universe was still very stable. Overall, the Nine Origin Universe was still somewhat famous in the nearby universe. Everyone knew that the Nine Origin Universe had existences on the level of the Great Tao. Some Great Tao disciples didn't dare to come and seek death. As for invading the Nine Origin Universe, that was even more impossible. A universe with a Great Tao presence wouldn't be in too much danger during the calamity. The only enemy of the Nine Origin Universe was the Void Universe. The Void Universe didn't dare to enter the Nine Origin Universe rashly. The 12 ancestral warlocks were currently investigating the situation in the Void Universe. But there was no news at the moment. Hundreds of millions of years passed by quickly once again. And on this day, Wang Xian received a piece of good news. On Xiao Lan's side, she had already touched the bottleneck of breaking through. At the moment, she was just one spot away from breaking through. Xiao Lan herself had already reached the realm of the ruler of the universe. After absorbing the corpse of a Heaven Origin cosmic beast, she was also on the verge of breaking through. However, although Xiao Lan had reached this stage, she still needed a quota. When he was in the Justice Universe, Wang Xian checked the information on the Heaven's Origin communication device that was similar to the Starry Universe. However, he didn't get any information. The cosmic beast was known as the Evil Behemoth in the Justice Sequence camp. This behemoth was similar to the Chaos Behemoth. There was no record of the universe that gave birth to this behemoth in the Justice Universe. It was possible that there would be an existence similar to the Starry Universe in the Evil Sequence camp. There would be a place that would allow Xiao Lan and the others to break through. Since there was a lack of spots, Wang Xian had no choice but to wait. During this period of 100 million years, there were also galactic beasts that left the Starry Universe. However, there was indeed a galactic beast of the Great Tao level that left the Starry Universe. When Wang Xian received the news of chaos, he completely ignored it. A cosmic beast of the Great Tao level was not something that they could kill. Even if they called all the experts that Wang Xian could summon, it would still be difficult to kill it. However, a few million years later, another piece of news came from chaos. This time, it was good news. There was another space beast flying out from the Starry Universe. This space beast seemed to be at the control level. As for whether it had achieved it, Hun Dun could not be sure. However, according to Hun Dun's guess, even if it had the strength of a control level, it was the type that had just stepped into the realm. After Wang Xian received this news, his eyes immediately lit up. It was not impossible to kill a space beast that had just stepped into the control level. With Wang Xian's current strength breakthrough, if he were to call for Tianxi, they would be able to match up to 2 existences at the Great Tao level. Not to mention the addition of chaos. In short, with Wang Xian's current strength, he was confident that he could completely kill a space beast at the control level. I'll go over immediately. Wang Xian didn't hesitate at all. He ordered Enlai to bring it to Hun Dun. At the same time, He asked Enlai to contact a heavenly bestowal to get him ready. Dragon King. When Wang Xian appeared, Han Dun shouted at Wang Xian respectfully. Okay. Wang Xian nodded and looked at him with a twinkle in his eyes. Where is the space beast now?
Dragon King, that space beast still needs about 5 years before it can fly out of the space beast. We call the space beast King Centipede. We can't be too sure about its actual strength. Han Dun replied to Wang Xian.
Wang Xian nodded his head and looked around.
Not far away, Xiaolan was floating in the void.
Dragon King. When he saw Wang Xian's gaze, he immediately flew over and greeted him respectfully. Xiaolan, how is it?
Wang Xian looked at him with a smile.
Dragon King, as long as there's a spot, you can make a breakthrough immediately. Xiaolan replied. Alright, summon Qingyue over first. This time, prepare yourself and try your best to make a breakthrough.
Wang Xian said to him. All along, as long as Xiaolan achieved a breakthrough, Lan Qingyue would also achieve a breakthrough. If nothing went wrong, as long as Xiaolan could reach the Heaven's Origin Destiny realm, Lan Qingyue should be able to reach this realm directly. However, Wang Xian wasn't sure. This was because there was only one spot in the starry universe for a breakthrough.
It was hard to say if Lan Qingyue could make a breakthrough as well.
It was also possible that Lan Qingyue and Xiaolan's special cultivation system allowed them to make a breakthrough at the same time.
All of these were possible. It's the Dragon King. Xiaolan nodded and immediately contacted Lan Qingyue.
Buzz.
Not long after, Lan Qingyue's figure appeared.
Xiao Xian.
When Lan Qingyue saw Wang Xian, she immediately shouted with a smile. Yes. Wang Xian smiled and nodded at her. There's a chance for Xiaolan to make a breakthrough. However, it's not certain if you will also improve when the time comes.
My current strength is also at the peak of the Overlord realm. However, I have yet to touch the shackle of a breakthrough. As for whether I can make a breakthrough, I don't know either.
Lan Qingyue said. The ancient god who fed the Kuan master in the past had not reached this stage. Therefore, Lan Qingyue was not sure if she could make a breakthrough together with Xiaolan. I hope I can make a breakthrough.
Wang Xian nodded his head. Buzz.
Foster father. Foster mother. At this moment, Enlai came with Tianxi. When Tianxi saw Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue, he immediately shouted.
Tianxi is here.
Lan Qingyue smiled and nodded at him. Foster father, it's me. Tianxi smiled and looked at Wang Xian. Foster father, are you going to continue hunting the space beast? Yes. Wang Xian nodded. The space beast this time is much stronger than the previous 2 times. This time we must kill it completely. Don't let it escape. All right, foster father. We will listen to your arrangements. Tianxi nodded his head. Dragon King, if we make a move, we have to be careful of those experts who believe in the universe.
Han Dun reminded him from the side.
Wang Xian nodded his head. His eyes were sparkling. Indeed, we have to be careful. However, if they come this time, we will teach them a good lesson. A hint of killing intent flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. This time, if the powerhouses from the universe of faith came again, Wang Xian was prepared to kill 1 or 2 of them. There were 4 powerhouses from the universe of faith. 3 of them were at the control level and 1 was at the beginner level. This person was very strong and was comparable to an existence at the great Tao level. However, being comparable was still comparable. Just like last time, if they could not work together perfectly, Wang Xian could defeat them 1 by 1. Tianxi and Han Dun could totally fight against 1 control level and 1 beginner level. As for the remaining 2 control-level existences, the body of the Void Divine Dragon, the 5 Elements Millstone, and the Tai Chi Dragon Disc could easily fight against 1. On the other hand, Wang Xian himself, with the blessing of the Ancestral Tree, could completely destroy a control-level existence. Qingyue, wait for my news. Prepare to break through at any time. Heaven's gift, chaos. Let's go. Wang Xian instructed Lan Qingyue and the rest. Then, he flew in the direction where Beast Emperor Centipede left. Dragon Palace, the Beast Emperor Centipede we hunted this time is different from the previous Beast Emperor Qianjiang. Once we are disturbed, Beast Emperor Centipede can escape easily. Wang Xian and the rest were flying rapidly in the starry universe. A few months later, They could feel the aura left behind by the centipede beast emperor. "Let's go," Hun Dun said with a solemn face. Tianxi also looked at Wang Xian and nodded his head in agreement.
My strength has achieved a breakthrough compared to before. When the time comes, Hun Dun, you will deal with a beginner-level heaven origin creator. Tianxi, you will deal with a control-level powerhouse. Leave the rest to me. If they have 2 control-level powerhouses, I can keep one of them.
If they dare to fight, I can keep all of them. Wang Xian spoke confidently. "Foster father, have you achieved a breakthrough?" Tianxi's eyes lit up as he asked with a burning gaze. "Yes.
Without any external help, I can match an existence at the level of the Great Tao."
Wang Xian smiled and nodded.
Congratulations, Dragon King.
Hun Dun, who was at the side, was shocked. When he first met Wang Xian, how strong was he? He had not even reached the peak of the ruler realm. However, he had already reached the Great Tao realm.
This was simply unbelievable.
The speed of his growth was too unrealistic. How could he break through so quickly? He took a look at the Dragon King and his mind was filled with thoughts. A foster son who possessed the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin and a subordinate of the heaven's origin. If he succeeded this time, the Dragon Palace would have another heavenly Yuan creation level powerhouse. In that case, the Dragon Palace's strength would be even more terrifying. Maybe he had some thoughts. It was good to enjoy the shade under the big tree.
Would the Dragon Palace allow him, Xiaolan, and the others to unify the entire starry universe one day? This was not impossible in Hun Dun's eyes. Although the starry beasts in the starry universe were powerful and terrifying, their lack of intelligence was a huge flaw.
Just like now, they could continuously hunt down the starry beasts.
This was impossible in other universes. While Hun Dun was deep in thought, the figure of Beast Emperor Centipede appeared in Wang Xian's line of sight. Beast Emperor Centipede was somewhat like a centipede, possessing a ferocious and terrifying body. Its aura was obviously much stronger than that of the Beast Emperor of Qianjiang.
It is indeed at the control level. It should be considered to have just stepped into the control level.
Wang Xian sensed the aura of the Beast Emperor of Centipede Wu and muttered,
"Could be killed."
"Foster father, if we have just stepped into the control level, with our strength, we can totally kill it."
When Tianxi heard Wang Xian's words, his eyes lit up.
In the past few 100 million years, Tianxi's strength had been greatly stabilized.
Following Wang Xian's few moves, his combat experience had also increased by a lot. In addition, the gains from these few times could be said to be very rich. The 2 gains allowed his tribe to gain 5 to 6 experts at the peak of the ruler realm. This was something unimaginable to the Mu Li tribe in the past.
In the past, the Mu Li tribe didn't even have a pinnacle ruler realm warrior. And Tianxi also knew that he was usually very safe when he fought with his foster father. His foster father wouldn't let him take the risk.
Besides, even if he took the risk and really died, he still had the revival true treasure his foster father gave him.
It could instantly revive him. Alright, the only thing we need to pay attention to now is the experts who believe in the universe.
Wang Xian nodded his head.
After his strength had broken through, Wang Xian still had a 90% chance of killing the space behemoth that had just stepped into the control level. The only variable was the king of all gods who believed in the universe.
Of course, if they were still the 4 kings of all gods, Wang Xian would not be afraid at all. Perhaps he would be able to obtain some unexpected gains.
Wang Xian restrained the energy in his body and followed the Centipede King out of the starry universe.
Time passed little by little. A few years later, the Centipede King flew out of the starry universe and headed towards a void at high speed.
Wang Xian and the rest followed closely behind.
That Dragon King is indeed on the move. They are going to hunt this Centipede King. At the same time, at a certain place at the edge of the starry universe, 4 figures were floating in the void. One of them, the beginner-level king of the gods, spoke up. "Last time, that Dragon King intentionally chased us away. I wonder if his operation against the river-migrating Beast Emperor was successful."
One of the king of the gods said with a twinkle in his eyes.
"It should have failed. There aren't any new space beasts in the starry universe. This means that the river-migrating Beast Emperor wasn't killed by this Dragon King." The king of gods was guessing. He looked at another king of gods and said, "There are people in the 9 origin universe. Is there any news?" "Yes.
According to the news from the believers in the Nine Origin universe, the current Nine Origin universe is very powerful. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace appeared out of nowhere and is suspected to have the strength of a great Tao. The floating queen of the celestial nation made a breakthrough. The divine Tiger clan gave birth to a heavenly Yuan creation with the help of the Dragon King. The Demon clan has an old heavenly Yuan creation expert, Shadow Demon Emperor. However, the Phoenix clan of the Nine Origin universe was exterminated by Dragon Palace Dragon King, and the Emperor of the Phoenix fled the Nine Origin universe as his mortal enemy. Overall, this Nine Origin universe is abnormally powerful. The King of the Gods said, "In addition, the Nine Origin universe and the Void universe are mortal enemies, and we know how powerful the Void universe is. This Nine Origin universe is too powerful and it doesn't fit the goal of our belief universe, so we can't tangle with them." Hearing that, the kings of the gods frowned slightly. When the great disciples of the Nine Origin universe were fighting with the belief universe in the starry universe, many great disciples of the Nine Origin universe had been secretly taken in as their believers. They could quickly understand the information of the Nine Origin universe. However, the power of the Nine Origin universe was beyond his imagination. A universe at this level could not be considered an enemy. Even if they were mortal enemies with the Void universe, they had no intention of joining forces with the Void universe. After all, this did not conform to the development of their belief in the universe. To start a war with such a powerful universe was simply asking for trouble. Moreover, even if they wanted to start a war, the kings of the other gods in the belief universe would not agree. Although we won't start a war with them, we're not so easy to provoke. The Dragon King has ruined our plan, so we can't let him have it easy. Anyway, we have no other actions on our side at the moment. One of the kings of the gods said with a cold gaze. The other three kings of the gods nodded. This time they still acted. The four kings of the gods who believed in the universe spent more than 1 billion years on the layout of the starry universe. In addition, they paid a great price. After being destroyed by the Dragon King, they were naturally very unwilling. Although they couldn't fight the Dragon King or the Nine Origin universe, they wouldn't let the Dragon Palace Dragon King have it easy either. After talking for a while, the four of them immediately flew to a place. They had already received detailed information through their spies in the universe. It was still the Dragon King and his group. The four kings of the gods who believed in the universe had already thoroughly understood the strength of the Dragon King and his group. With their strength, although they weren't a match for the Dragon King and his group, it was completely impossible for the Dragon King to kill them. The last time the Dragon King chased us away, he might have used a special tracking method to chase after the Qianjiang Beast Emperor. This time, we can't make him use the same method. We'll go over directly and attack the Centipede Beast Emperor first, making him escape. We'll use this method to make him leave quickly, and then we'll pester the Dragon King for some time. The four kings of the gods who believed in the universe were discussing and making decisions. What happened last time couldn't happen again. This time, they had to completely ruin the Dragon King's plan. After they finished discussing, they moved and sped up. A few months later, they caught up with Beast Emperor Gongwu from the side. "Do it!" The four kings of the gods who believed in the universe looked at each other without any hesitation. They knew the position of the Dragon King at the back. If they made a move, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the others would rush over as well. The four of them immediately made their move. A terrifying energy covered the whole area of the Centipede Beast Emperor. The terrifying energy caused the Centipede Beast Emperor to be slightly shocked. A hint of fear appeared on his face. The Centipede Beast Emperor could sense that he was no match for them at all. Ha! At the same time, when they started, Wang Xian could also sense them from the back. He could sense that the four kings of the gods were about to attack Beast Emperor Centipede Wu. This made Wang Xian frown. He immediately increased his speed and a cold look appeared in his eyes. Ha! Handan Tianxi and the rest could sense it. Their eyes focused as they flew over. A dozen seconds later, when Wang Xian flew over, he immediately saw that Beast King Wu was under a huge attack. He was resisting and speeding up his escape. "I want to leave the power of wind and thunder on him." Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. His eyes focused as he shouted at Tianxi.
Tianxi, summon the god-striking branch. I want to use it. Yes, foster father. Tianxi replied immediately. The god-slaying branch instantly landed in Wang Xian's hands. The ultimate treasure of Tianyuan in Tianxi's body contained the energy of the ancestral tree as it was nurtured by the ancestral tree in the beginning. The god-slaying branch did not reject Wang Xian's energy. After all, they were all acquaintances. Buzz. The power of wind and thunder was infused into the god-slaying branch. Wang Xian waved it and attacked the centipede king. The god-slaying branch could ignore the distance of space. If Wang Xian flew over, he would waste a lot of time. Therefore, he borrowed the power of the heaven-bestowed ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. Bang! A gigantic branch appeared in the sky above the centipede beast emperor in an instant. It contained a terrifying power of wind and thunder. It landed on his body like a lightning punishment. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, a huge wound was left on his body. The centipede beast emperor let out a miserable cry. Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If the centipede beast emperor had escaped before he was strong enough to make a move, it would have been even more difficult for him to capture and kill him. The Dragon King is here. He has made his move. Chase the centipede beast emperor away first. When the four kings of gods saw this, their expressions changed slightly as they shouted loudly. Roar! 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 There was no need for the four kings of gods to say anything. At this moment, when Centipede Beast Emperor saw Wang Xian, he could feel the intense pain in his body. His face revealed a fearful expression. His body began to curl up slowly. Following that, a black hole appeared and he instantly entered the black hole. The four kings of the gods didn't do anything to stop him when they saw this scene. You're courting death. Wang Xian looked at him and shouted coldly. He attacked them directly. Stop the Dragon King for a few days. The four kings of the gods sneered. They stood together and prepared to fight. With their strength, it was easy for them to stall the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace for a few days. By then, Beast Emperor Wu would have long disappeared without a trace. Although Beast Emperor Wu was slightly injured, these injuries were not too severe for him. He would recover very quickly. Divine Chaos. Lock onto 2. When Wang Xian saw that they actually wanted to fight him, he sneered in his heart. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements millstone flew into Divine Chaos's hand. He shouted at them. It's foster father. It's the Dragon King. Tianxi shouted and charged toward a king of Pantheon who had just entered the control level. You guys deal with those 2 guys. Leave the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace to us. The king of Pantheon in the middle said to the 2 king of Pantheon on the right. Then he looked at the king of Pantheon on his left. We can't pull apart the distance. We have to attack and defend together. Otherwise, we will be broken one by one. The king of Pantheon continued. I know. With the 2 of us working together, the Dragon King can forget about defeating us quickly. The king of Pantheon on the left said confidently. They had fought with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace not long ago, so they were confident. The last time, they were able to hold on for such a long time even when they were separated. This time, they had learned their lesson from the last time. The 2 of them advanced and retreated together. They had no problem against the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace for tens of thousands of years. Charge! They let out a low roar at the same time and charged at Wang Xian. You're courting death. When Wang Xian saw them charging at him, a cold expression appeared on his face. He did not use the body of the Void Divine Dragon, the Taiji Dragon Disc, or the power of the Ancestral Tree. All these powers were hidden in his body. He let out a low growl and transformed into the body of the Divine Dragon. An illusory dragon claw attacked them. Boom! 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 In the next moment, a violent rumbling sound was heard. It came from Wang Xian, Han Dun, and Tianxi respectively. The collision began. The battle began. The 2 king of Pantheon who were at the control level collided with Wang Xian. Their bodies flew backward for some distance. However, their eyes were glowing and filled with fighting spirit. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, you have ruined the good deed of our belief in the universe. We will not let you have your way even if we believe in the universe. Humph, there is cause and effect. This is the price you have to pay. A king of the gods said to Wang Xian with a cold face. He he. When Wang Xian heard the king of all gods' words, he laughed. He stared at the two kings of all gods with disdain in his eyes. To be my enemy, you are seeking your own death.
As Wang Xian spoke, his figure flashed and closed the distance between them. Attack! When the two kings of all gods saw Wang Xian approaching them, their eyes focused and they shouted loudly.
The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. His body trembled and the body of the void divine dragon flew out from his body. The Tai Chi dragon disc surrounded him. He attacked one of the kings of the gods directly.
At the same time, Wang Xian attacked the other king of the gods. Defend!
The two kings of the gods felt that these two attacks were a little terrifying. They had completely surpassed the previous battle. Their expressions changed slightly and they immediately shouted at the same time. The two of them waved their arms and two gigantic palms slowly appeared around them. One on the left and one on the right. The palms of faith that were condensed from the power of faith enveloped them.
It protected them.
Wang Xian's gaze focused. He extended his dragon claws and attacked the gigantic palms.
Boom! The attack of the void dragon body landed on the two gigantic palms first.
The powerful attack caused the palms to tremble violently and the power of faith dimmed a little.
However, it did not break through the defense of the palms.
However, in the next moment, Wang Xian's dragon claw landed on the palms. Bang!
Following that, the already dim palms started to collapse rapidly.
A huge hole appeared. What?
How is this possible? The expressions of the two kings of Pantheon changed drastically when they saw this scene. Although their strength was not comparable to the Great Tao Realm, when they joined forces, the Great Tao Realm would not be able to break through their combined defense.
It would not be so easy either. However, the Dragon King's Dragon Claw broke through their defense as easily as breaking a dried branch. They were attacked directly. This made the hearts of the two kings of Pantheon sink. Why was the Dragon King's attack this time so terrifying?
Before they could react,
the Void God Dragon body carried the Tai Chi Dragon disc as the Dragon King continued to attack them.
The Void God Dragon body, the Tai Chi Dragon disc, was still locked onto one of the kings of Pantheon.
Wang Xian was attacking the other one. Defend!
The two kings of the gods hurriedly retreated and tried to defend again. However, this time they did not join forces to defend. Instead, they formed a powerful defense with the power of faith in front of them.
The shadows of countless believers appeared behind them.
One by one, the believers were kneeling and kowtowing while mumbling piously.
Bang! Bang!
The Void Dragon brought the Tai Chi Dragon coil and landed on the attack of a king of gods. It was blocked.
However, at the side, Wang Xian's Dragon Claw easily penetrated the defense of another king of gods. Roar!
Wang Xian let out a low roar. A nine-colored light shot out from his mouth. The light instantly engulfed the king of gods.
What? How is this possible? When the king of Pantheon saw this scene, a look of horror appeared on his face. His body trembled and a beating heart condensed from the power of faith floated in front of him. Bang! The beating heart collapsed instantly under the nine-colored energy torrent. However, after the collapse of the heart of faith, Wang Xian's attack was blocked by a mysterious energy and dissipated completely. In the illusion of the follower behind the king of Pantheon, a large number of followers collapsed instantly as if they were already dead. This was because he had used a powerful life-saving item to block Wang Xian's terrifying attack. When Wang Xian saw this scene, his expression didn't change. He swayed his huge body and stretched out his dragon head, flying towards him.
At the same time, a terrifying energy bloomed from the dragon horn.
An illusory dragon head appeared above the dragon horn.
Oh no, help me. His strength is much stronger than the last time. Much stronger.
The king of Pantheon saw Wang Xian continuing to attack him. Sensing the terrifying power that belonged to the Great Tao Realm, he roared in horror. How was this possible? How long had it been? How could the Dragon King's strength have increased so much? This clone of his is only slightly weaker than me. I'm trapped by him and can't get away for the time being. The king of Pantheon felt the situation of his teammate and was shocked.
He wanted to help, but he couldn't. The clone of the Dragon King in front of him was already very troublesome.
The clone of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace possessed the strength of a master.
Although he thought that the clone of the Dragon King was not as strong as him, it was similarly impossible for him to suppress it in a short period of time.
The strength of his main body is also at the Great Tao level. I'm no match for him at all. King of Pantheon, who was being attacked by Wang Xian, heard his teammates' words. His heart trembled violently as he roared loudly. At this moment, he could feel a strong suppressive force. This suppressive force made him shudder.
It made him feel suffocated. This Dragon King could kill him.
No, run. We have to run. Otherwise, I will die here. He was horrified.
The speed at which this Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was improving was too terrifying. After splitting his clone to fight against a control-level existence, he still had the ability to kill him?
One had to know that he was not an ordinary control-level expert.
After fighting against an ordinary control-level existence, he was still able to fight against two of the weakest beginner-level Heavenly Yuan creation-level experts.
However, even so, he still felt the threat of death.
This proved that the Dragon King was not the weakest in the Great Tao realm.
Flee. He had to flee.
Buzz.
His body trembled. Without any hesitation, he took out an escape treasure. A strange, headless corpse with its arms spread out appeared in front of him.
The headless corpse was in the form of a hug as it hugged him. Without any hesitation, he hugged the headless corpse and disappeared in an instant.
When Wang Xian saw him using his escape treasure, he did not try his best to stop it.
It was obviously unrealistic to keep the 4 kings of Pantheon here today.
Now that one of them was the first to escape, he would let him escape. After he escaped, the other king of Pantheon would have to face an even more terrifying attack.
Fuck! At the side, the other king of Pantheon's expression changed drastically when he saw his companion escaping instantly. He could not help but curse. He gritted his teeth, wanting to take out a true treasure to escape. If he escapes, can I still let you escape?
However, in the next second, a cold voice entered his ears, causing his body to stiffen.
Water Forbidden Spell, Life Shock. The Book of Water Forbidden Spell floated above his head and a powerful forbidden spell enveloped the King of Pantheon.
Water Forbidden Spell, Life Tremor.
The King of Pantheon, who was under the attack of the Void Dragon's body, wanted to escape as well.
However, when he saw his companion escaping,
Wang Xian's attack had arrived.
Before he could take out his escape treasure, he felt the flesh and blood in his body. All his life force was trembling violently. Waves of terrifying water energy condensed into symbols and entered his body. He felt as though his body was about to collapse. Ah! The baptism of faith. He let out a pained roar. The clothes on his body emitted a brilliant light of faith. Special particles of faith surged into his body. The baptism of faith cleansed the attack of the Water Forbidden Spell. Life Shock. He has some tricks up his sleeve. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw that the dragon had actually broken his attack. The body of the Void Divine Dragon instantly entered his body and augmented the energy in his body. The Tai Chi Dragon Plate was also hovering around him and fused with his dragon scales. Dragon Domain. Wang Xian's body trembled and the surrounding scene changed instantly. A 9-colored dragon domain enveloped the King of Pantheon. Roar, roar.
The moment the 9-colored radiance appeared, a golden divine dragon appeared in front of him and attacked him.
Oh no! Damn Saint Tianyang. When the King of Pantheon saw this scene, his face revealed a look of shock. He could not help but curse his companion who had escaped. He was extremely shocked and furious. Once Shang Tianyang left, he was now facing the Dragon Palace Dragon King alone. And the Dragon Palace Dragon King's strength made him feel despair.
The gap was too big.
At this level, even the possibility of him escaping was minimal. Belief Holy Spring.
He growled and raised his fist. His entire fist seemed to have turned into a holy spring. An endless stream of belief power attacked the Golden Divine Dragon.
Bang! Under his attack, the Golden Divine Dragon slowly began to dissipate. Roar!
Roar! Roar!
However, the moment the Golden Divine Dragon disappeared, an Azure Dragon followed closely behind and attacked him. Every attack was comparable to a Great Tao expert's attack.
Pooh!
This time, the king of all gods who believed in the universe was unable to block it. He directly spat out large mouthfuls of blood. After the azure dragon's attack ended, a water dragon appeared and attacked his body. The terrifying power caused his life force to disappear quickly.
He took out a treasure with great difficulty. His heavily injured body had mostly recovered.
However, he was not allowed to escape. The fire dragon appeared. No, no, no. The king of all gods who believed in the universe revealed a look of despair.
The gap was too big,
especially when Wang Xian was using his full strength. He was using his powerful domain directly. It was not a battle of the same level. Now, Wang Xian did not need to rely on the strength of his main body. He could fight to a draw with the strength of the ancestral tree, the body of the void divine dragon, and the Tai Chi dragon disc.
Coupled with Wang Xian's main body?
It was simply brutal. How did you improve so quickly? When the fire dragon's attack ended, the king of gods who believed in the universe had almost lost all his vitality. He stared at Wang Xian with his dying breath and asked in disbelief. It was too difficult for a heaven-blessed level powerhouse to improve. However, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had improved so terrifyingly in less than 200 million years. It made him shudder.
He had no doubt that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was much stronger than the strongest person in the universe that they believed in. Among the great Tao level, he was also in existence above average.
He didn't die in vain. However, he wasn't willing to die either. That guy, Shang Tianyang, ran too fast that he couldn't escape at all. The treasure that could save his life was killed before he could take it out. Bang! Die! Wang Xian didn't answer his nonsense. He didn't give him any time to catch his breath.
He flew over and waved his dragon claw to end his life.
After killing him, Wang Xian didn't hesitate and kept the corpse.
The dragon field disappeared instantly. He looked to the side.
How is this possible?
The moment the dragon field disappeared, the control-level king of Pantheon, who was fighting with Tianxi, was already fleeing while fighting. When Holy Sky Central let out a terrified roar, he had a bad feeling. Especially when he saw Holy Sky Central escape through the escape treasure, he made a prompt decision and wanted to escape.
However, he was not willing to use the escape treasure he had on him. In his opinion, although Shang Tianyang had escaped, the Dragon King was now going to kill his other control-level companion. When he killed him, it was enough for him to escape.
However, he miscalculated. He did not expect that his companion, the control-level king of Pantheon, would be killed in such a short time.
How was this possible? Just how strong was the Dragon King? He was shocked. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out the treasure that could save his life.
Die!
In front of him, Tianxi, who had been fighting Tianxi, saw this scene and his eyes focused.
The branch in his hand turned into a terrifyingly sharp wooden sword and slashed at him, preventing him from escaping.
Damn it!
When the control-level king of Pantheon saw this scene, his expression was extremely ugly. However, he did not block Tianxi's attack. He still took out his escape treasure and injected energy into it.
Pooh!
The wooden sword that carried the power of the heavenly fate treasure slashed at his body from top to bottom, splitting his body in two. However, one of his body parts was grabbed by a pair of arms and disappeared.
Only the other half of his body was left behind as he slowly collapsed. Ha! Tianxi raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this scene. Wang Xian looked over and revealed a smile on his face.
This control-level heaven origin creator had escaped.
However, he had to pay the price of half of his body.
This half of his body was also a huge treasure to other heaven origin creator-level powerhouses. Especially since its body contained a huge amount of power of faith, it was a huge benefit to Heaven Bestowed's cultivation. It could be considered a good harvest.
Over at Primal Chaos City, the king of gods who had just entered the heavenly Yuan creation realm had long escaped through a supreme treasure.
After seeing that sacred Tianyang had escaped, he did not hesitate to escape. After all, he was the weakest and was even more timid and steady.
At this point, the 4 kings of the gods who believed in the universe had left behind 1.5 corpses. Foster father, did you kill that king of the gods?
Tianxi saw that the battle had ended in a short period of time. He looked at Wang Xian and asked with a burning gaze.
I killed one. Wang Xian smiled and nodded.
Dragon King is mighty. Dragon King, you are truly invincible.
Hun Dun was slightly shaken at the side. The powerful gods who believed in the universe were actually beheaded by the Dragon King and escaped. The current Dragon King was too terrifying.
If one wanted to kill him, it would be easy to destroy him. Let's go. Let's go hunt the cosmic behemoth of the centipede beast emperor,
Wang Xian said to Tianxi Hun. With a wave of his arm, he opened up the channel where the netherworld dragon was chasing after him.
The energy enveloped Tianxi Hun and they entered the channel where the netherworld dragon was chasing after them.
Buzz. In the next moment, they arrived at the side of the centipede beast emperor. The locking force of the wind and thunder was extremely powerful. It would take at least a few years for the beast emperor to recover from Wang Xian's attack and get rid of the wind and thunder force in his body. During this period of time, as long as the distance was not too far away, Wang Xian would be able to teleport and chase after the beast emperor. When Wang Xian arrived at the side of the beast emperor was flying forward rapidly. Clearly, the incident just now had cast a shadow on him. He wanted to get as far away from that place as possible. Wang Xian's appearance caused the centipede beast emperor to sense something.
His gigantic head looked towards the side. Don't let him escape. Seal him completely.
When Wang Xian saw this scene, his eyes focused as he shouted at the heaven-bestowed chaos and the rest. Boom! 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 At the same time, the body of the void dragon moved. Numerous sharp swords of the innate supreme treasure level floated in the surrounding void, completely surrounding Beast Emperor Wu. The terrifying power of space sealed everything in the surroundings, preventing him from using any means to escape. Tianxi also focused his gaze. Numerous branches were twining around his body. The dense and huge branches also surrounded the entire Beast Emperor centipede in the middle. Roar! Wang Xian let out a low roar and immediately transformed into his divine dragon form. He carried an invincible aura as he attacked Beast Emperor Centipede. Roar! Beast Emperor Centipede could feel Wang Xian's aura, and a look of fear appeared on his face.
He wanted to escape in a hurry.
However, Wang Xian was too close to him. The dragon claws clawed at his body. He opened his mouth and spewed out a torrent of energy.
Roar! Beast Emperor Centipede Wu revealed a violent expression when he saw Wang Xian's attack.
He turned his body and the tens of thousands of poisonous claws clawed at Wang Xian's body. Similarly, the terrifying head opened a huge and sharp mouth and bit at Wang Xian's head. Boom! However, in the next instant, Wang Xian's energy torrent landed on his head and penetrated his head. The centipede beast emperor's tens of thousands of poisonous claws grabbed onto Wang Xian's body and produced a metallic sound. He couldn't break Wang Xian's dragon scales at all. Although this centipede beast emperor was very strong, there was still a huge gap between him and Wang Xian. Crack! 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 The head of the centipede beast emperor was pierced through. His eyes revealed a look of fear and madness. In the next instant, his head was directly cut off. A new head grew out and directly swallowed the head that was pierced through. Bang! Wang Xian was in close combat with the centipede beast emperor. At this moment, he grabbed the body of the centipede beast emperor with his dragon claws and used his 2 dragon claws to attack. A terrifying energy directly cut off his body. Roar! Roar!
Roar! Beast Emperor Centipede let out a shrill cry again. His body was split into 2. A large amount of poisonous liquid covered Wang Xian.
The poisonous liquid corroded everything around him. At the spot where he was split into 2, a head grew out. It shook its huge body rapidly in an attempt to escape. 2 sections of the body, one to the left and the other to the right. Wang Xian stared at the 2 sections of the centipede beast emperor's body. A cold look appeared in his eyes.
Buzz buzz.
At this moment, the void dragon's body and heaven-bestowed chaos and the others locked onto half of the centipede beast emperor's body and launched their attacks. Numerous void swords slashed towards half of the centipede beast emperor's body.
Streams of thorns wrapped around centipede beast emperor's body.
The void swords sliced the half of his body into pieces again. The heaven-bestowed thorns pierced through his body and grew crazily in his flesh and blood.
Wang Xian stared at the other half of centipede beast emperor's body. Streams of chains gathered around him.
9 chains, 9 colors, containing 9 terrifying powers. The chains directly wrapped around Beast Emperor Centipede. Walala! The endless chains completely wrapped around half of Beast Emperor Centipede's body, piercing into his flesh and blood. The elemental energy belonging to the chains corroded his body, wearing away his vitality. Ao. Beast Emperor Centipede once again let out an incomparably miserable cry. His body suddenly collapsed again, turning into countless tens of thousands of meters small centipede Beast Emperor. They broke free from the entanglement and penetration of the chains and fled in fear. On the other side, the other half of his body also turned into countless small centipedes and fled in all directions. 1,000 leaves kill. Seeing the small centipedes Beast Emperor, Tianxi's eyes focused, and the divine tree of creation behind him trembled slightly. Countless terrifying leaves shot towards the centipede Beast Emperor. When the leaves landed on the small-sized centipede Beast Emperor's body, they started to take root and sprout rapidly. They turned into numerous trees that floated in the air. Roar! From the trees, the centipede Beast Emperor's shrill cry could be heard. Space lock! Wang Xian's gaze focused. In order to prevent the centipede Beast Emperor from escaping, he immediately took out the fragment of the galaxy and used the space lock's power. The surrounding void changed immediately as stars appeared out of thin air. Dragon Tomb Suppression! Wang Xian shouted in a low voice. An incomparably huge dragon tomb appeared and swept towards the small-sized Beast Emperor Centipede. The terrifying dragon tomb seemed as though it was going to bury everything. Roar! 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 The small-sized Beast Emperor Centipede let out maniacal roars. Each of them raised their heads and spat out a ball of blood-red venom. The venom gathered in everything and contained an energy that could destroy the world. This drop of venom was escaping into the distance at a terrifying speed. You want to escape? Wang Xian's eyes turned cold. He opened his dragon mouth and an illusory divine dragon head appeared in front of him. The dragon mouth directly swallowed the drop of venom. Roar! The dragon mouth caught up to the venom at an unbelievable speed and swallowed it in one gulp. Sizzle! 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 The entire dragon head let out a sound of corrosion and the majestic energy started to turn illusory bit by bit. As expected of the life and death counterattack of a control-level space beast. This vitality is dozens of times stronger than the king of all gods who believes in the universe. Wang Xian focused his gaze. The Tai Chi dragon disc brought with it the power of augmentation as it surrounded the dragon head that was devouring the venom. The Tai Chi dragon disc landed on the illusory dragon head, causing the entire dragon head to become more solid as if it was real. I can't escape. Wang Xian focused his gaze and continued to attack the small-sized centipede beast kings. Boom! 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 The terrifying attacks were incessant. One by one, the small-sized beast kings were quickly killed. The vitality of this beast king centipede was extremely tenacious. One had to know that Wang Xian's strength was extremely terrifying now. In addition to the heaven-bestowed chaos, they were already comparable to 2 existences who had just stepped into the Great Tao realm. Just like that, they did not manage to kill this Beast Emperor Wu within half an hour. However, this Beast Emperor Wu did not have the ability to resist the attacks of Wang Xian and the rest. Even if it could split into smaller Beast Emperor Wu, it was still killed by Wang Xian and the rest quickly. Foster father, this Beast Emperor Wu's vitality is really terrifying. We have been killing him for an hour, but we still haven't managed to kill him completely. An hour later, Tianxi couldn't help but speak out. Now that Beast Emperor Centipede was getting weaker and weaker, it was becoming easier for them to kill him. I think he is going to be destroyed soon. His vitality is running out. Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face. Beast Emperor Centipede tried to use his powerful innate skill to escape several times, but he was suppressed by Wang Xian. Due to the difference in strength, it was difficult for the Beast Emperor to escape. Of course, if Wang Xian was just an ordinary expert of the Great Tao realm, there was a possibility of him escaping. However, the strength of Wang Xian and the rest was too strong. Leave the last of your life force. Buzz. Another 10 minutes passed. The entire void was filled with the corpses of the small-sized Beast Emperor. Wang Xian waved his arm and sealed a piece of flesh that was still alive. Then, he spoke to the Hundun heavenly gift and the rest.
The Hundun heavenly gift immediately stopped and looked at Wang Xian.
Wang Xian waved his arm and kept the last piece of flesh that was still alive.
In addition, he kept all the flesh and blood of the other centipede king.
Through the soul-capturing technique, Wang Xian already knew that this centipede king did not have any flesh and blood that escaped. We've succeeded. Let's return to the starry universe first. Wang Xian spoke to them.
Tianxi Han nodded and followed Wang Xian to fly towards the starry universe. They were not too far away from the starry universe. Within a few months, they had arrived at the starry universe.
Xiao Xian, have you succeeded? When they returned to Hundun's lair, Lan Qingyue and Xiao Lan immediately came forward and asked in anticipation. We did it.
Wang Xian nodded with a smile. He looked at Xiao Lan who was beside him. He took out the last piece of flesh that contained life force from the Wu Gong Beast Emperor and said, when I completely exterminate this piece of flesh and blood, there will be an additional spot in the starry universe.
Xiao Lan, you will have a breakthrough immediately.
It's the Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King.
Xiao Lan's eyes were filled with anticipation as she nodded her head heavily.
All right, get ready.
Wang Xian nodded his head. He smiled as he watched Xiao Lan floating in the air. With a move of his arm, he completely destroyed the last trace of life force of Beast Emperor Wu. After Beast Emperor Wu was destroyed, there would naturally be an additional spot in the starry universe. Woo woo woo.
Xiao Lan felt this life force and her eyes glowed.
He let out a low roar and instantly broke through the shackles. Following that, the energy in the world crazily surged towards him.
Xiao Lan is about to break through.
When Lan Qingyue saw this scene, her eyes also shone with excitement.
The Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm was a supreme realm.
In other universes, the Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm was also known as the Saint Realm, the Supreme Realm, the King of Gods Realm, and so on. At this realm, even in the calamity, he was a supreme existence. If he had more treasures in his hands, it would be difficult to kill him even if he wanted to. Although Wang Xian was very powerful now, it was extremely difficult for him to kill a beginner in the Heaven's Origin Realm completely. If he had many trump cards and resurrected treasures, it would be impossible to kill him. The reason why Wang Xian was able to kill an existence in the Heaven's Origin Realm was also due to special reasons. Just like the space behemoth, it didn't have intelligence or resurrection treasures. However, this was still a minority.
Xiao Lan was floating in the sky above the starry universe and her power was rising continuously. Qingyue, feel it and see if you can make a breakthrough as well. Wang Xian spoke to Lan Qingyue. Due to its uniqueness, Lan Qingyue had a high chance of making a breakthrough at the same time.
Lan Qingyue nodded and watched quietly. Time passed by little. Xiao Lan's aura became more and more terrifying.
A few hours later, his aura rose to the Heaven's Origin Realm.
A wave of aura that belonged to the Heaven's Origin Realm was emitted from his body. Woo woo.
Xiao Lan let out a low growl as endless energy was absorbed into his body. He swayed his body in excitement.
His gaze was directed at Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue. Qingyue, how did you sense it?
Seeing that Xiao Lan had completed her breakthrough, Wang Xian smiled and looked at Lan Qingyue.
Xiao Lan has made a breakthrough, but I didn't. Lan Qingyue frowned slightly.
Xiao Lan has fed me a powerful force, allowing me to see the shackle. However, when I wanted to break this shackle, I was blocked by an unknown force.
It should be because of the quota. If I want to make a breakthrough, I need to occupy a quota. However, Xiao Xian, I can borrow Xiao Lan's strength now.
In other words, even if I haven't made a breakthrough with Xiao Lan's strength, I might be able to unleash the strength of the Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm.
However, there is a flaw. After I borrow Xiao Lan's strength, Xiao Lan won't be able to unleash all of her strength. Lan Qingyue said to Wang Xian. It's a little regretful.
When Wang Xian heard that, he shook his head slightly. However, he quickly smiled and said, Qingyue, you are already on the verge of a breakthrough. When you have the opportunity to hunt another space beast, you will be able to make a breakthrough.
And there's no rush. Lan Qingyue nodded with a smile. In the Dragon Palace, Xiao Lan was the first to break through. Now, Lan Qingyue was the only one who had reached the threshold of breaking through.
If Lan Qingyue wanted to break through, she would need to do so in the starry universe.
In addition, he had obtained a lot of resources this time around. The corpse of the Beast Emperor of the Centipede Craze was sufficient to allow Little White and the rest to reach the verge of breaking through as well. Apart from that, there was also the corpse of the King of all Gods who was at the control level.
This corpse had the heart of faith. It would be extremely beneficial to those who were at the heaven's origin level. Apart from this one, there was another half of the King of all Gods corpse.
Wang Xian gave it to Tianxi.
Tianxi, I'll give you 1/5 of the corpse of the Centipede Beast Emperor. Together with the half of the King of all Gods corpse on you, you can use it to increase your strength. The resources at the control level will be of great use to you. Wang Xian took out a portion of the King of Pantheon's body and handed it to Tianxi.
This time, the operation ended successfully.
Tianxi also excitedly returned to the Sword and Magic universe.
This time, his gains were not small.
Half of the corpse of a control-level Heavenly Fate expert and 1/5 of the corpse of a control-level Space Beast.
These resources were enough to allow him to make a significant improvement. After all, his strength was only at the beginner level. He had just stepped into the Heavenly Yuan Creator's realm not too long ago.
Wang Xian's operation this time had also ended satisfactorily.
This time, it could be said to be a huge harvest.
Xiaolan's breakthrough had also added another powerhouse in the Heavenly Yuan Creator's realm to the Dragon Palace.
Overall, there were 3 of them. The harvest this time was the corpse of the King of Pantheon. Wang Xian was prepared to use it for himself. He would let the body of the Void Divine Dragon absorb it to see if he could increase his strength. After returning to the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian immediately let the body of the Void Divine Dragon absorb the Heart of Faith and the flesh and blood energy of the King of Beasts Wu for cultivation.
While Wang Xian was cultivating,
at the Belief Universe, the few kings of gods sat in their respective halls with ugly expressions. Damn that Saint Tianyang. If he hadn't escaped, I wouldn't have been killed. He caused me to lose a powerful resurrection treasure. Damn that fellow. In one of the halls, the king of the gods who had been killed by Wang Xian sat on his throne with an ugly expression. He growled in a low voice with a cold expression.
This time, the loss was too great for him.
Half of my body has been cut off. If I knew this earlier, I wouldn't have been stingy with the treasures for escaping. The Dragon Palace Dragon King from the 9 Origin universe is too powerful. Now that Zhihua God has been killed and Saint Tianyang has escaped, it will be difficult for us to work together in the future.
In another part of the Belief universe, a king of the gods muttered with a gloomy face.
The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was far more powerful than they had expected. After suffering heavy losses this time, they didn't dare to be enemies with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
Most importantly, there was already a gap between them, especially between Zhihua God and Tianyang and the others.
It would be difficult for them to work together like this in the future. The starry universe is giving up. As he spoke, there was a hint of unwillingness on his face, but he was also extremely helpless.
The Dragon King's strength was too terrifying.
The Belief universe had already given up on the confrontation with Wang Xian. However, in another universe in the chaos,
an incomparably huge palace was suspended in the void.
The entire palace was incomparably huge and vast.
The entire palace was constructed from space god stones that contained powerful energy. Within the palace, there were all sorts of extremely powerful god trees planted. The large number of god trees emitted an incomparably profound spatial energy.
At the back of the palace, there was a circular disc suspended above.
At a glance, the entire circular disc was as dazzling as a powerful universe.
This was no ordinary treasure.
This was a Heavenly Fate treasure.
Divine trees and divine trees were common here.
All sorts of extremely powerful divine stones and treasures were piled up into walls and floors.
On the tall pillars, there were treasures and energy that could drive a ruler realm expert crazy.
At the entrance of the hall, over 1,000 ruler realm experts and above stood quietly on both sides.
On each side, there was a ruler at the peak of the ruler realm. At the top, there was a card face that contained a powerful pressure. The card face was emitting a wave of energy, enveloping the surrounding void.
The words Void Dynasty were written on it.
This was the center of the Void universe, the palace of the Void Dynasty, a universe that was completely unified, and a universe that belonged to a dynasty. One could imagine how powerful this force would be. This was the Void Dynasty.
At this moment, in a hall at the center of the Void Dynasty. In this circular hall, there were 12 enormous seats in front of them.
Especially the seat in the center was even larger. Above the seat, the disk of the heavenly Yuan creation treasure's image was reflected. At this moment, there were 12 figures sitting on each of the 12 seats, with the final throne as the center. That throne was the throne of the Void Dynasty, the founder of the Void Dynasty. At this moment, there was an old man sitting there. The old man was tall and sturdy. He had white pupils and a pair of special wings that were as thin as cicada wings on his back.
At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the seat in front of him.
On his other 11 thrones, there were 11 figures.
The information from the 9-origin universe was wrong.
No, it should be said that after the last calamity, the strength of the Void universe had increased tremendously. Their heavenly Yuan-blessed realm experts had increased again. There were 12 of them. In front of the thrones, there was a figure standing.
It was a figure with a powerful fire attribute energy.
How interesting. Emperor of Phoenix, can we trust your words?
A middle-aged man in golden armor stood beside the central throne. He stared at the figure and asked indifferently,
"You'll know whether my words are true or not after you go to the 9-origin universe to check."
Emperor Phoenix replied in a low voice, "I don't need to lie to you. The reason why I'm willing to cooperate with you will be known after you check."
"Do you have the confidence to bring us into the 9-origin universe?" The golden-armored void space great being continued to ask him. "I have the confidence to enter the 9-origin universe without making a sound. As for whether or not I can teleport you here, that will depend on whether or not you have any teleportation treasures. However, your void space empire must have many such teleportation treasures." The Emperor of Phoenix replied, "If you cooperate with us, what will our void space empire have to pay?"
The void space great being in golden armor continued to ask.
"Nothing." The Emperor of Phoenix's face was gloomy, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "I now hope that those fellows in the 9-origin universe can be exterminated, and all of them can be exterminated. Hee. I will consider your cooperation with me. Men, bring the Emperor of Phoenix to rest for a while."
On the throne in the center, the burly Void King with wings spoke slowly as he looked at the Emperor of Phoenix. "I will give you an answer within a day."
"All right, Void King, you can seize this opportunity. The current 9-origin universe is much stronger than the previous calamity. I believe that your Void universe has already investigated this point." The Emperor of the Phoenix nodded. His gaze swept across the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts in the Void universe before he turned around and left with the Void Dynasty's experts. "Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Phoenix was killed by the Dragon Palace's Dragon King. He was abandoned by the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts in the 9-origin universe and his race was exterminated." His words are still very credible. After the Emperor of the Phoenix left, the golden-armored middle-aged man looked at his disappearing figure and spoke.